It was the year 2014, and it was a hot summer in Jinling City, with the sun shining mercilessly in the clear sky. In the middle of the street stood a young guy in a panda costume for advertising. The children nearby asked him why he was standing there dressed like that. The panda provided his living with this advertisement. But the girl did not lag behind. She kept inviting him to come to her home and even promised to pay him for one day of work. For the sake of interest, the young man decided to calculate how much he earned per day. He calculated how much he earned per hour and how much he worked per day. But when it was time to calculate the total amount, he stumbled. Another second and the panda's head started spinning. He fell to the ground completely exhausted. The guy was literally baked inside this suit. The panda's name was Lu Zhou. He was a student in the mathematics department, and although he did not enter the most prestigious university, his grades still dropped. Recently, due to family circumstances, the guy seemed to have gotten into a vicious circle where he had to work to pay for his studies and drop out of school to earn money for them. For a long time, he did not think about the question of whether there was any point in studying or graduating from the mathematics department. As soon as Lu Zhou opened his eyes, a stranger standing too close to him frightened the boy so much that he fell to the ground and crawled back, not understanding where he was and what kind of world this was. The girl calmly explained that this system of future technologies was designed to raise the level of civilization of natives like him, and all the functions were described in a pop-up window. Lu Zhou's score in the system was all 0. He tried to persuade the girl to transfer at least his grades to this program, but she was not going to help someone who fainted from elementary school calculations. The young man never managed to convince her that it was heat stroke and not school mathematics that had struck him down. He was woken up by a friend in the hospital ward, but even when he ended up in a hospital bed, he still had to listen to stories about how he fainted because he tried to count prime numbers. Fortunately, these were just jokes. Lu Zhou was severely dehydrated. His friend decided to let him rest and advised him to drink more water. He felt sorry for the guy getting hurt at the job he got him. The man left the room. Zhou silently followed him with his eyes, and when he was left alone, he looked up at the ceiling and quietly called the system that he had seen in a dream not long ago. But no one appeared in front of him, and no answer was heard. He was still lying on the narrow hospital bed, completely alone. He closed his eyes, but just when he decided that it was just a dream, the system in the form of a girl with a displeased look appeared right in front of his nose. Lu Zhou jumped up on the bed with joy and shouted loudly, "This was really happening after all, and now there was a task for him." The guy smiled slyly. He hoped that before the tasks they would give him some cool incentives to make it easier. But the system was still convinced that he was a dumb aborigine and only gave him basic mathematical theory so that he would no longer lose consciousness from basic calculations. As soon as he picked up this thing, it became clear in his head that the guy needed to spend 24 hours studying books in order to complete the task and receive even more rewards. As punishment for failing, he will not be able to take the exams and will fail, despite the fact that Lu Zhou has never failed them in his life and always passed everything. The girl clearly couldn't stand her new master. She really hopes that he will suffer a lot of failures and disappear, because if he fails the first 3 tasks, he will disappear from this world. The next day, Lu Zhou felt much better. He went to the library to complete assignments and improve his knowledge, deciding to start with theory and smoothly move on to practice. After 3 hours, he was able not only to read, but also to completely understand the thick book, although he usually reads thinner books several times in order to understand it. He thought that it was all due to the power of the system, because according to his reading speed and the professional level of this book, understanding just one module should have taken about 2 hours. He started reading the next book and became so engrossed that he didn't even notice how a girl came up to him and asked if she could take that seat. Seeing that the guy was too focused, she had to pat him on the shoulder to get his attention. Lu Zhou was very frightened by the surprise. He looked at the girl and put his palm on his chest, breathing heavily. The unfamiliar beauty was very angry with him because he took her place and began to ignore her, and all his words now infuriated her only more. The girl was the first beauty of the university, and therefore decided that Zhou was one of her suitors, and specially sat there, pretending to be concentrated in order to attract her attention to the books and start a conversation with her. She decided that she would not pick on him and would give up her seat if the guy answered one of her questions correctly. The surprised young man finally realized what had angered the stranger so much. He had not known that this chair was already occupied by someone. He smiled, saying that there was no need to bother so much, and that he didn't mind getting up and going to another place since she was used to sitting there. It wasn't a problem for him. The students who were watching this were shamelessly discussing Lu Zhou behind his back in full voices. Their disdain infuriated the boy. Now answering the question became a matter of principle. He took the queen of the university's practice notebook and read the assignment, trying to concentrate and solve it as quickly as possible. Very soon, the problem was solved. The girl did not expect that she would be given an answer so quickly and that it would actually be correct. She could not agree with such a development of events. The young lady was sure that he simply read somewhere how to solve it, and therefore it does not count, and another task should be given. The example the girl was going to give him was specially created by her tutor, especially for her. But even she herself did not yet know how it was solved. The stranger was sure that the young man would now disgrace himself, and therefore, without fear, she said that if he answered correctly, she would recognize him as a student smarter than herself, the queen of the faculty. The example was a little difficult, but still solvable. While the girl was singing odes to her irresistibility, Lu Zhou finished. The young man handed over a sheet of paper with a fully written solution to the example, which greatly surprised the stranger. She really had misunderstood him. Now it was necessary to figure out how to apologize and get out of this awkward situation gracefully. The girl decided to leave this place for him and give a small gift. Taking out her smartphone, the girl opened the QR code of her WeChat profile and handed it to Lu Zhou to add her as a friend. Usually any guy would be ready to break his neck for her number, but Zhou didn't need him. Despite all her convictions that it was all for the sake of giving him even more tasks, he didn't even know her. Even though the guy was just lucky enough to read the right module right before the example was given, he was not at all interested in this number, but he still promised to think about it. The university queen felt humiliated and rejected, but she tried not to show it. With a slight movement, she brushed her hair back and went to another table. After she left, Lu Zhou studied for a full 19 hours and was already finishing. For the first time during his studies flew by so quickly and imperceptibly. That's how easily and quickly the young man coped with the first task of the system. The next day, he checked how many more points he needed before updating the level. Even though he was missing 500 math points to level up, the student had 2 whole lottery attempts, so he had nothing to complain about. Lu Zhou pressed the button of the regular lottery, watching the wheel spin and not noticing the system that appeared behind him. The guy didn't believe that you could get something really useful at such events, but still a slight excitement played in him, and he stopped the drum at a random moment with his eyes closed. The system appeared before its owner as garbage, congratulating him on winning the garbage, or more precisely, on receiving a can of cola. Lu Zhou couldn't take it anymore. He squatted down, genuinely suffering from being called trash and having his homebody lifestyle belittled. To calm down a little, the guy started thinking about the Coca-Cola that the girl mentioned. And the next second, this can hit him painfully on the head. The young man aggressively opened the can, and with all his hatred drank the entire drink that was inside at once, after which he decided to spin the lottery again. In addition to the excitement, the young man's eyes sparkled with resentment and anger. He squeezed a metal can in his hand, stopping the drum. He managed not only to win, but to hit the 5% of luck and get himself a drawing. It was a point formula of the Mersenne prime distribution law and its proof. This law was Zhou's world-famous conjecture, a famous mathematical problem that no one has yet been able to prove or disprove. Lu Zhou was completely desperate. He did not understand why it was not, for example, Birch's conjecture, for the solution of which one could get $1 million. The system reminded me that if you solve this mathematical problem, your name will remain in history forever. And this is much more interesting and important than all the money in the world. Lu Zhou agreed with her. Solving something so complicated sounded really interesting. But Zhou's suggestion was too complicated for his current level. In order to understand how to prove this complex problem, he would need even more time. So the young man decided to first improve his level of knowledge and solve all his problems at the university, and then take on this assumption. For his goal, he needed to complete even more tasks. And the system gave him a new task to write and publish a scientific paper. And if he did not do this, he would go bald for 3 years. Lu Zhou quickly imagined the bald head. It all sounded like a cruel joke, and the girl was adding fuel to the fire of his anger by making fun of the poor guy. The young man tried to calm down first. His head was torn apart by the number of things he still had to do. Now he was adding to them the search for a topic for an article. Not knowing where to start, he turned to the system for a hint on what criteria there were for determining scientific knowledge. But the girl could not stand him and was not going to help. After this useless conversation, Lu Zhou went back to his room, where his neighbor Liu Rui was doing his homework. He smirked and asked the boy to help him with his homework, only to make Zhou look like a fool. The boy immediately began to solve what he considered to be a simple problem, which surprised his neighbor, because he had always been a lagging student who could not solve anything. However, Liu Rui was sure that the guy would not solve anything, so he suggested that he rewrite the problem statement in order to move on to the next task and not waste time. While he was thinking and talking, Joe had already decided everything and answered his neighbor that there was nothing to worry about. The ideal young man did not expect that the one whom he had considered a complete idiot since school, incapable of calculating anything, was able to solve this problem. Lu Zhou twirled a pencil in his fingers and explained step by step how he solved this double integral. He sincerely did not understand what was so difficult about it. The roommate decided to take this draft to study the solution in more detail, but he himself could not believe that the school idiot was actually able to solve it. The next day, Lu Zhou was in the library thinking about solving a difficult problem. Even the dissertation on the topic that he found couldn't help. Suddenly, he remembered that the high-tech points he was receiving in the system could be used to solve real problems. The young man thought deeply about whether this program could help him if his knowledge was not enough. The system that suddenly appeared behind him said that solving this example would deduct 65 points, which scared Zhou to death. After the fright, a complex problem came together in the young man's head like a puzzle, and he began to type out the solution very quickly. Schemes and theorems, outlined actions flashed before his eyes, as if he had always known them and they had been in his head all the time. After pressing enter, the guy silently looked at his computer screen and couldn't believe that he had actually solved something so difficult for him. At that moment, he was poked in the shoulder with a pen, again scaring him to death. It was the same stranger from last time she asked for help in solving the problem. Lu Zhou didn't expect to see her again so soon, and he certainly didn't think that she would sit down and ask for help. But the guy had no reason to refuse the girl. The young man took her notebook and thoughtfully read the terms and, squeezing the pen with his fingers, began to think of a solution in his head. The beauty noticed the text on the student's computer. She thought it was a thesis and did not expect that he was writing a scientific article. She decided that the guy must definitely be a graduate student. That's why he was so smart, and was even more delighted when she found out that he was from the mathematics department. Very soon, Lu Zhou decided everything and wrote down the process of solving it on a piece of paper so that the girl could figure it out herself later. In gratitude, the goddess of the university asked to add her to WeChat for the second time. Refusing the girl's request a second time was bad form. The young man could not do this and therefore agreed to write down her number. The happy student smiled and promised to treat him to lunch next time and left, leaving Joe in long-awaited solitude. The solution he received from the system included a lot of new knowledge and opinions that he still had to study. The student again immersed himself in research, time passing unnoticed as he absorbed new topics and theories. After many hours, he finally finished. All that was left was to sort out the notes. Lu Zhou decided to ask for help from Professor Tang, who was currently supposed to be on duty in the fourth-year classroom. The young man quietly entered the classroom, where students were studying, and Professor Tang Jiwei stood at the board, watching their behavior. The man was very surprised when he saw a problem from the topic of the Fourier inversion theorem and its applications. He did not expect that an ordinary student would get to this point on his own. The teacher didn't say anything. He started writing on the board the solution to the problem the young man was stuck on, without explaining his actions. After finishing one part of the long calculation, Tang Jiwei tapped the board and asked if the boy understood everything, to which he received a positive answer, but the professor didn't believe him. He decided that the student in front of him was just pretending, so he erased the solution from the board and continued writing down the actions from the place where he left off. Having written up to a certain point, the man decided not to finish the equation and stop there. He was sure that none of the students would be able to understand the unfinished task, and waited for the boy to ask for clarification. But Lu Zhou only thanked him and said that he understood everything. None of the students present in the audience understood. Even the girl from the library could not grasp the essence of what they were talking about. This attitude of the boy drove the teacher crazy. He could not believe that someone was able to understand everything without questions and taking notes, and asked the young man to continue solving the problem on his own. He didn't know the man, but he already hated him for pretending to teach mathematics and specifically asking about difficult problems in order to waste the busy teacher's time. But, to his surprise, the guy continued writing step by step. Even a graduate student needed time to get the gist of it, but he managed without notes or explanations. Lu Zhou finished the solution quite quickly. He wrote it to the end and thoughtfully reread everything he had written to make sure that he had not missed anything and had calculated everything correctly. After that, he turned to Professor Tan and asked if he had done everything correctly. The man came closer, reading his solution. Tang Jiwei admitted his mistake towards this guy and praised his decision. This young man's level of knowledge was incredible. He was curious about what year this unusual guy was from. But when the audience heard that Lu Zhou was only a first-year student, everyone was in deep shock. The goddess of the university was especially surprised. She covered her shocked face with a book and could not believe that the one she considered the eldest turned out to be only a first-year student. The exams were coming up soon, and Professor Tan even felt sorry that they were doing this test for such a smart guy. He thought that Zhou would be underestimated. The student felt awkward from such praise. He politely said that despite the teacher's help, he still had a lot to learn. But the man stopped him and said that people in academic circles should focus on their studies and that false politeness should be forgotten. The moralizing was over. The professor let the student go, and the guy theatrically bowed low in gratitude, after which he rushed away with a satisfied smile. Such childishness allowed the man to relax a little. He silently looked at the complete solution that the incredibly talented guy left behind. In the afternoon, Lu Zhou went to the canteen, where he ordered beef noodles with coriander, and he wanted to pay with his card. He checked all his pockets but still couldn't find the card. Things were bad. Without money, there would be no food for lunch. A girl approached him from behind. She paid for his lunch with a smile, saying that she was treating him as she promised. But the guy did not recognize her. This slightly affected the beauty, but after a couple of minutes, Zhou still remembered that they had already met several times in the library. She extended her hand to the young man, called him younger brother, and introduced herself again. The girl's name was Chen Yushan, and she studied at a business school. The guy was stunned, and Yushan decided that it was because she had put on makeup and dressed up. The satisfied girl pushed the young man in the shoulder to tease him a little. But in reality, Zhou was just thinking that the library had a powerful air conditioner and that she might get sick in such a light dress. And then he simply left silently. After a few weeks, the article in English and Chinese was finally finished. All that was left was to find someone to help him edit the text. Lu Zhu decided that he would ask Professor Tang Jiwei for help with this right after the final exam tomorrow. The next day, the young man sat down in his seat in the examination hall. He was not at all worried about the test. All his thoughts were occupied with Zhou's hypothesis. Having placed his ID card and student ID on the corner of the table, the boy began the test as soon as the professor's command was given. Lu Zhou didn't pay any attention to his surroundings at all, and he completed the first two tasks with astonishing ease in a matter of minutes. While the students around him were struggling with the first problem, the young man quickly reached the fifth number, his head never being so clear during calculations. The question turned out to be a little more difficult than the previous ones, but this did not bother the young student at all. He began to solve the task with a smile. The next questions were much more difficult, but Zhou wanted more than anything to improve his scores and improve the situation at the university, and he took this test very seriously. Only half of the allotted time for the exam had passed, and Lu Zhou had already done everything. He sat at work, looked at his paper, and couldn't believe it. His brain didn't want to believe that the test was really that easy. While at the neighboring tables, the students couldn't get past the first problems. One of the students chose the answers using a dice. Lu Zhou was the only one who found the exam too easy. There was no point in sitting any longer and watching the suffering students. The young man stood up and handed his test form to the teacher. The freshmen couldn't believe their eyes because of his grades. Zhou became the scum of the entire faculty, who thought that he would pass faster than everyone else. The professor also thought it was strange, and they gave him a blank sheet. But seeing that all the answers were there, he couldn't even find the words. All that was left was to let the boy go to Teacher Tan. Lu Zhou entered the teacher's room where Tang Jiwei was sitting. He could finally hand in his article, written in 2 languages, to the professor. While the man was opening the file with the article, he asked the student about his progress on the exam and promised that he would personally check his test. The article that the freshman wrote was really brilliant. The arguments were almost perfect. With such skills, he will definitely have a great future. After reading and commenting, Tang Jiwei told the student that he could go free and kept the article for himself to edit. Within 2 days, all the errors had been corrected, and Tang Jiwei called Lu Zhou to his office to decide which journal to submit the article to. The young man wanted to submit it to the AMS journal, but the teacher shouted at him, saying that the International Journal of Pure and Applied Mathematics would be best suited. The guy was completely upset by this statement. The review cycle for this publication is very long, and he wanted to complete the task as quickly as possible and get system points. The man was not going to listen to anything the student had to say. He said that if he sent the article to AMS, he might never come to him for help again. Lu Zhou was unable to explain anything to the teacher, so he had to agree with his words and return to the dormitory. The International Journal of Theoretical and Practical Mathematics was wonderful in every way. You can even save money on publishing in it. But most likely you will have to wait a very long time. Having sent the file with the report, the young man leaned back in his computer chair, but he didn't have time to relax. A letter with a copyright agreement arrived on his phone. This was unusual, since in most cases journals send out an agreement after accepting an article, a process that takes 1 to 2 weeks, if not longer. This result was only possible thanks to the capabilities of the system. Now Lu Zhou had no problem publishing an article in a good journal. Immediately after this, his article was taken for review. Everything happened too quickly. The guy never ceased to be surprised. This is where the system's miracles ended. After all, a real person was doing the revision, and now all that was left was to wait, like the most ordinary user. The young man relaxed. It shouldn't take long, and most likely the answer would come before the exam scores were calculated. As a result, the day before the calculus exam, he received an email from the journal informing him that his article had been approved. Lu Zhou jumped around the room with joy. Even tears of happiness appeared in his eyes. Now he was not in danger of going bald for the next decades. The system appeared out of nowhere. This time it praised its owner. He successfully completed the task and earned 400 points in mathematics and 100 in physics. The guy's happiness instantly disappeared. He was beside himself with anger because he was only a measly 100 points short of leveling up. He hoped until the very end that after this building he would be able to increase the level in the system. But now he would have to work again. To cheer himself up a little, the guy decided to spin the lottery and really hopes that at least here he won't get garbage. He ended up winning a game that strengthens the body, increases muscle ability, coordination and reflexes for 2 hours without any side effects, and the system threw it right at the boy's head. Lu Zhou began to complain that he didn't need any enhancement because he wasn't an athlete. But the girl warned him that he should be more grateful, otherwise she wouldn't help him. His next task was to write 10 articles in the next 2 months, failing which the guy would have to run naked around the university. Lu Zhou could never bear such a disgrace. He could not allow it to happen, and decided that he would definitely be able to write all 10 works in a month. The enthusiastic young man sat down at the table. He decided to cheat and choose the simplest topics for work, so that later, with the help of the system, he could gain the necessary knowledge. The future technology system was most likely an artificial intelligence, and the student decided to choose this topic as the general direction. His first topic was the application of artificial intelligence in geographic information systems. And although this topic is very broad, it did not stop him. After he had selected the remaining 9 topics, the guy immediately called the system and asked it to estimate the cost of his articles. All 10 questions were worth a total of 210 points. Lu Zhou happily confirmed the purchase of the information, and the girl immediately snapped her fingers. A huge flow of information poured into the student's head without stopping, and dozens of diagrams flashed before his eyes at incredible speed. His head was bursting from the amount of knowledge that had suddenly appeared. Zhou immediately got to work and could not stop until he wrote down everything that he had exchanged for system points. The next day, the student could barely drag himself along the street. He had not slept all night and now he could barely move his legs. Chen Yushan, who was crossing the road, saw the young man and immediately forgot about everything. Loudly calling his name right in the middle of the roadway, Lu Zhou turned to face her, but before he could greet her, the sound of tires could be heard behind the girl. A large car was rushing towards her at speed. The university queen froze in horror, looking with big eyes at the flying monster, and the young man reacted and rushed to help. He managed to pick up the girl in his arms and carry her to the side. The driver swerved, and an accident was miraculously avoided. Once they were safe, the boy looked at the girl in his arms to make sure she was okay. But it ended up making them both very embarrassed. Lu Zhou hurriedly put Chen Yushan down on the ground, and they looked in different directions, feeling their cheeks burning. After Yushan came to her senses, she realized that the guy seemed to have become a superhero. And Zhou lied about exercising regularly, although in fact he used a body-enhancing needle that he won in a lottery. The girl believed his words, and blushing slightly, said that she almost fell in love with him, which greatly embarrassed the young man. This reaction made Chen Yushan smile. She decided to change the topic to something lighter and told him that her cousin was studying in school and was looking for a tutor. As soon as he heard that the pay was 200 yuan per hour and that transportation costs would be reimbursed, the guy immediately and happily agreed. Immediately after he got a new job, the young man returned to his room and called home, warning that he would not be able to come during this summer vacation. She remembered her little sister, thinking about how she was doing. At that very moment in her parents' house, the girl sneezed loudly. Thus, in a stormy stream, Lu Zhou's difficult days passed. He wrote 3 articles a week and after a little over 3 weeks, he finally finished writing the last one. The guy looked just awful. He slept little and ate quickly, but despite all the difficulties, he still coped with this task. The system appeared next to its owner, looking displeased as usual, and refusing to admit that it had helped the young man in any way. But Joe knew that without a system he would never have managed. So he thanked her warmly for her help, ignoring everything she said. As a result, the guy wrote 1 super article on mathematics and 9 on computer science, for which he received the highest score and praise from the system. Finally, the level in this high-tech program went up, but the number of points required for the next one was 10 times more, and there were no superpowers in the head either. Updating the system makes it possible to open the database, as well as access to some other effects, which the girl decided not to talk about out of spite. The next task was to read 30 books from the attached list. As a reward, he would be able to open the artificial intelligence branch, and as a punishment, he would not be able to move for a whole year. The guy didn't want to think about it at all now, so he decided to quickly start the lottery and get his reward. Having chosen the right moment, the young man stopped the drum and won concentration capsules. There were 40 of them in a jar, and they increased brain activity and the speed of absorption for 5 hours. The girl took out her winnings with a smile and gave them to the guy, warning him that next time he would be on his knees begging the system for a reward. Immediately after that, Liu Zhou hurried to the auditorium where their professor was announcing the exam results, and praised Liu Rui and Luo Rundu for being the only ones to get a score above 90. A happy Liu Rui rejoiced with his friends at the high praise, but in his heart he gloated and made fun of his neighbor Zhou, who was and remained a scumbag. But his happiness was short-lived. The teacher said that she wanted to especially praise one student for his great success. And, to the surprise of everyone present, it was Liu Zhou. The young man managed to get the highest marks in both calculus and advanced algebra, astonishing all the teachers. The woman showed that she was proud of her student and said that everyone should learn from him and become better. Everyone who had previously considered him stupid and preferred not to communicate rushed to the young man's table, praising and admiring his results. And only Liu Rui was seething with anger and hatred. He was no longer the center of attention. His place was taken by scum, and the guy was sure that someone like him could not possibly gain more than him. After class, Liu Zhou went to the library to start the system's task. He collected the books he needed, listing the titles in his mind so as not to forget. He chose many books on higher physics, programming language and biochemistry, but they were difficult to read without the basics. So he decided to start with mathematics to make it easier to learn the more difficult subjects. Sitting down at one of the tables, the young man took out his jar of useful pills and shook one joke into his palm. The boy thought about the water, regretting that he couldn't wash it down, and put the pill in his mouth. Then the system appeared out of nowhere and deliberately scared Liu Zhou, causing the boy to choke. The student was immediately overcome by an incredible, amazing feeling. His head was light, and knowledge flowed into his brain in a continuous, rapid stream. Reading books became so easy for him that the material was instantly remembered, as if he had always known it. 5 hours of reading later, he received a message from Chen Yushan, asking to meet tomorrow about the tutoring job she had recently offered him. Having answered in agreement, the guy returned to reading. During these hours, the effect of the pills had already worn off, but the effect still remained, so he decided to read a little more until the text began to swim before his eyes. Liu Zhou realized that it was time to go to rest. He would not be able to use another pill for the next 24 hours, and he could take care of the tutoring issues. The next day, Liu Zhou came to the meeting place with Chen Yushan. A girl in a beautiful red dress was already waiting for him and was very happy to see him. After 10 minutes of walking, the two young men entered a cafe, where a stately and beautiful woman was waiting for them at a table. It was Aunt Yushan. She was the one looking for a tutor for her daughter. The girl introduced her friend, and they sat down at the negotiating table. The woman greeted the young students with a smile and asked what they would like to order. The goddess of the university immediately said that she wanted a large cup of mocha, but Liu Zhou asked for water out of politeness. This answer did not satisfy the aunt. She ordered an Americano for him. Here the beans had a chocolate taste, and this drink is great for beginners. After ordering, the woman handed her business card to the young man to introduce herself. She turned out to be not just an aunt. Yang Danqing was the chairman and general director. She immediately began to explain to Liu Zhou his duties, which included classes every Saturday and Sunday from 1 in the afternoon until 6 in the evening. And if there were no questions, he could start tomorrow. This answer surprised the guy very much. He did not expect that the woman would accept him so easily. It turned out that she does not like slowness. It was not his niece who recommended him, and she is confident in his abilities. His determination allowed her to trust the young man. And when all matters were settled, Yang Danking left the two young men alone in the cafe. As soon as they were alone, Chen Yushan immediately jumped up and pulled out a box containing a board card game from her pocket, asking them to play. The girl laughed slyly and took out the cards from the package. She had recently bought a demo version of poker, and now she wanted to beat Lu Zhou. After a few games, the young man asked her with a bored voice if she really wanted to continue playing. And it was clear from Yushan's face that she regretted her decision. The girl threw the cards into the air, sighing loudly. Her patience was over. The guy kept winning at this game no matter what she did. Her strength was running out, but her thirst for victory was stronger. She reached for a new card, and after reading the task to take off her dress and kiss another player, she decided to finish the game. The next day, Lu Zhou woke up right at his desk. He had fallen asleep while reading the books he needed for the assignment. Having come to his senses a little, the guy wanted to continue reading, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the time on the clock and jumped up in horror. He had completely forgotten that he had his first lesson in the afternoon, and it was already 11 o'clock, leaving less and less time for the journey. It took an hour to get to Yang Danking's house. The house where they lived was so luxurious both outside and inside that the student could not believe that what was happening was real. At the right door, the guy rang the intercom, and from there came the heart-rending scream of a young girl. It became so awkward that he wanted to go back to the hostel. Soon the noise died down and Lu Zhou was led into the apartment. Madame Yang called him teacher and led him inside the home. There were shards of dishes lying in the middle of the corridor. The woman said that she felt very awkward, but she did not focus much attention on this point, inviting the young man into her office. During the lesson, from 1 to 6 in the evening, Yang Danking would be at work, so the young couple would be home alone. The woman asked the guy to take care of her Han Mengqi, but Lu Zhou doubted that everything was okay with the girl. The mother ignored his concerns and handed over the key to her daughter's room. The main goal of the classes was to get a high score on the test in mid-July. If she scored more than 100, Zhou would be given a bonus. In addition, the woman planned to lock them in the apartment so that Menzi would not escape. And there were also many cameras in the apartment and no blind spots. This did not frighten Lu Zhou, although it surprised him greatly. Now he understood why there was such a tense relationship and shouting between them. When all the issues were resolved, Yang Danking escorted the student out of the office and wished him good luck in his classes. The guy went out into the corridor and thoughtfully looked at the key in his hand. When the mistress of the house left for work, Lu Zhou went to the right room, took out the key and knocked twice before opening the door. In response, Menzi yelled at him, demanding that he leave and threatening that if he dared to enter the room, she would immediately call the police. There was nothing to do. The student sighed and, out of desperation, decided to remove the shards from the corridor for now, so that no one would get hurt. Having found a broom and dustpan, the guy returned to the scene of the tragedy, but did not have time to do anything because a loud scream was heard from the girl's room. The hero Lu Zhou immediately rushed to help. He opened the door and burst into the room, asking what happened. A small cockroach was crawling across the carpet straight towards him. The guy was surprised by its presence in this luxurious apartment and immediately crushed the poor thing. The frightened girl sat in the farthest corner of her bed, surrounded by plush toys, and tried to hide completely behind the pillow. She quietly asked if the cockroach was dead, and when the young man showed her its dead body, Menzi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately after this, instead of gratitude, the girl demanded that he leave, otherwise she would call the police. But Lu Zhou was in no hurry to leave the bedroom. He began to clean and sweep, asking why she had so much fast food. Only after he had collected a whole bag of trash did the boy leave the room and leave Mrs. Yang's boisterous daughter alone. In order not to waste time, Zhou decided to look at his students' grades, which were very low, and understand what he would have to work with in the future. With such grades, Menzi would not be able to enter university. The girl did not know the basics, and now he had to do everything possible to correct the situation. At 5:30 in the evening, the girl finally emerged from her den and demanded that the guy cook her something. Lu Zhou replied that her mother would return soon and then they would eat together. These words surprised the girl. She said that her mother should have written him a text message saying that she would be staying at work until 10 in the evening and would pay him extra for the inconvenience. The guy's eyes lit up. He was amazed at the generosity of his employer and was ready to sit with the fidget all night for that kind of money. The girl looked out from around the corner and asked if her tutor would like chicken or beef. The only food she could offer him was sandwiches with these fillings. Lu Zhou didn't answer. He went into the kitchen and walked straight towards the schoolgirl at the refrigerator, rolling up his sleeves, which scared her a little. Taking an apron hanging nearby, The young man put it on himself and warned that he was going to cook them a proper dinner. He started by cooking meat, and the girl watched with interest as he prepared full, hearty meals for two. Very soon, dinner was ready. The student told the pupil to go and pour herself some rice for the main dishes, and the girl ran to get the plate. After eating, Lu Zhou began to wash the dishes and sent the youngest to the living room to do math while he was busy. True, the girl did not understand anything of what was written. She began to get angry again. She was irritated by the fact that the tasks became more difficult. But her level remained below average, because of which she did not understand anything. When Zhou sat down next to him, Han Mengqi quietly thanked him for the food. She was embarrassed by it, but she still said that everything was very delicious. She wanted the guy to cook something for her later, but he replied that he would only do it if she studied hard. This answer immediately took all the interest away from the little girl. The young man decided to press on her conscience because if her mother decided that he was doing a bad job, he would be fired. He succeeded. Menzi promised that she would try her best, but she couldn't promise anything, and that's what they agreed on. Later, closer to night, Ms. Yang Danqing returned home. Her daughter immediately went back to her room. Listening to her mother apologize to Zhou and offer to give him a ride home. Lu Zhou refused the offer, advised the woman to stay home with her daughter, and told her that he had given her a plan for her to study to make up for lost time. On the way home, the young man received a notification on his phone. At such a time, only Yang Danqing could have written to him. Indeed, the woman sent him 3,000 yuan for today. The guy even felt a little sorry that he couldn't work like this every day. The next day, he decided to invite Chen Yushan to dinner as a thank you for recommending him such a job. The girl told him about her niece. It turns out that Menzi was a good student in high school, but then her parents started divorce proceedings and are now fighting for custody of the poor girl. The following Saturday, the young man decided to arrange a small test for Menzi, who had already managed to learn analytical geometry from the plan. The girl sat for a long time over this example. Lu Zhou told her that she would have only 10 minutes on the exam, and that for the solution that she managed to write, they would only give 3 points. He showed her the mistake that Menzi had made at the very beginning. The guy did not scold her. On the contrary, he said that he considered the girl smart and calmly began to explain the solution. At first, the schoolgirl was unhappy, but when she listened carefully and looked at the problem again, she suddenly saw the light. She took the sheet closer, surprised at herself. The example became much simpler and clearer. The guy said that her teacher definitely should have talked about this. His words touched the girl. She pouted and said that the teacher had not explained everything in such detail, to which Zhou advised her not to tell him about it personally. Now, the embarrassed Han Mengqi understood why her cousin called this man a rude person. The little girl began to tease him to let off some steam. After a minute of entertainment, they returned to their studies and solved problems for the rest of the allotted time until the evening. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Lu Zhou began to prepare dinner, and they chatted about how, to Mengqi's surprise, this was the young man's first experience in tutoring. The boy decided that he was so good at it because he had often studied with his younger sister, who was now also in the 10th grade. His story about his sister reminded the girl of someone named Jiang Mu, but she did not want to continue the topic. The food was spicy, and Mengqi happily stuffed her cheeks with it. Zhou said that she was just like her sister Yushan. She also loved spicy food. His words surprised the schoolgirl, because her sister really couldn't stand spicy food. The guy didn't expect this, and thought that he would have to invite her again and apologize properly. After dinner, Lu Zhou was washing dishes in the kitchen, and little Mengqi was reading a strange article in the living room that had his name in it. This article was written by an unknown person. He said that the student Lu, who wrote 9 articles, is simply a liar, and the university where he studies is probably fabricating articles. The next day, Lu Zhou was in the classroom reading comments on his papers, and was angry that there was not a single person to support him when Professor Tang called him and invited him to his office. There were 2 other people in the office besides Tang Ziwei. They looked quite serious and wanted to ask the young man about his articles. They found it strange that he had suddenly switched from mathematics to computer science, and the student explained to them that he had simply divided his one paper into 9 parts for the sake of money. What was even stranger was that the guy actually wrote all of these articles himself. Buying knowledge from the system wasn't enough. Lu Zhou spent a lot of time in the library, and although the professors believed that he did all the work himself, there were people who considered him a deceiver and a speculator. The young man didn't care about the opinions of people on the internet. But the university was a different matter. They were going to hold a conference to protect their reputation, and they wanted Lu Zhou to give a speech. It was a shady job, but the guy had nowhere to go. He decided that since he just needed to speak out, There shouldn't be any problems. At the same time, in the office of the general director of the Shunfeng Group building in Shenzhen, the man in the director's chair was reading the very article that started it all. His assistant came to see him. He found the person they needed and brought the dossier on him to Director Wang. They were lucky that they came across 9 brilliant articles. The calculations in these articles were related to their direction and work. The only nuance was that the content was based on the feasibility of delivery by drones. The guy also mentioned calculation methods related to the facial recognition system, which is why the man decided that the student had the skills and algorithms they needed. Director Wang couldn't afford to let such a valuable person go, so he ordered that an offer of employment for their company be sent to him immediately. Zhu Fankai, the same shady guy who wrote the false article about Lu Zhou, sat in his cluttered apartment and read the letter he had received. This was not the first letter from the lawyer threatening to take legal action. The man had an excellent plan of action for such cases, and he quickly began to publish a new devastating article. A horrible and vile person in real life. On the internet, he was a saint who exposes liars and suffers from unfair threats against him. He wrote that the university had learned of the fraud, but instead of investigating, had decided to shut it up with a letter from a lawyer. And at the end added that he would apologize if Lu met with him in person and explained everything. Immediately after the publication, comments from people poured in. They were all disappointed with the education system and demanded justice, cursing the university in every possible way. After some time, Lu Zhou came to the set for a defensive interview, as he had promised his professors. Chen Yushan wrote to him. The girl was very worried about her friend, angry because of the unfair treatment towards him, and wished him good luck. Such a short dialogue slightly raised the mood of the young man. A few minutes later, the interview began. The student answered the first question that writing articles was not something difficult for him, because he had been studying this topic for a long time and only recently decided to write about it. To the second question, Joe said that the person who accused him most likely did not understand computer technology and was unlikely to even read his articles, let alone check the calculations. The girl continued speaking, voicing the public's doubts that a freshman could really write 9 articles. And at this point, Lu Zhou interrupted her. This was an unfounded accusation, since he wrote all his papers in the library and anyone could request the university's camera recordings, and he wrote 10 papers in a month, including his math paper. The young man had chosen to play the role of a genius in the public eye in order to put Zhu Fankai in his place. And the interview was a perfect opportunity to put an end to this matter. After the recording, the guy returned to the university. While he was away, a letter of thanks came to him from New York University. The letter said that he was indeed an outstanding student and was invited to the United States. The professors were very proud of him, and Tang Jiwei wanted to publish the letter on the university website. Zhu Fankai sat in his closet, angry that New York University had joined in the fun. The chances that he would get out of this unscathed were getting slimmer, but the man, blinded by anger, was not going to stop in time. He wrote another article on the subject, which angered one of the professors who practically raged and threw himself into a rage. Tang Jiwei, in contrast, remained calm. He knew that very soon, this Zhu Fankai would get what he deserved. There was no point in reacting like this and wasting his nerves. Soon, in response to all the statements, the Institute of Mathematical Sciences sent a video of gratitude to Lu Zhou for his work. But even after that, the fool Zhu refused to believe that he had lost. Before he had time to write another article, a courier called him, saying that a strange package had arrived for the man. It looked like it contained a folder with documents. This document came in the name of Zhu Fankai from the Jinling court. Now, this was definitely the end of his evil deeds. Director Wang sat in his office in the company's headquarters and read the documents. The man was sure that the student would never refuse the $500,000 owed. At the same time, Lu Zhou was sitting at the university with his classmates and opening a letter from the Shunfeng Group building about an invitation to work. After reading the letter, the boys happily jumped behind the young man and rejoiced at how much money they could earn in this position. And only Zhou did not look too happy. Despite the $500,000 salary, the guy refused to work in the company. The assistant director Wang decided that the guy wanted to open his own business in the future. The man smiled. He found this boy very funny. He became very curious about what kind of business Lu Zhou wanted to start. Meanwhile, in the Lu family's house, the genius student Lu Xiaotong's younger sister was sitting in front of the TV and loudly calling out to her parents. She rushed to show them an interview on television, where they showed her older brother and said that he had published 10 articles in a month and received gratitude from several universities. The parents were very surprised, and at the same time happy that their son was on television. The father laughed happily, saying that the boy was just like him. The interviewer asked the young man if he had anything he wanted to say to his sister and other students preparing to enter college. Lu Zhou looked at the camera and said loudly that he believed in his little Xiao Tong and was waiting for her in Jinling. And with his words, he was able to inspire the girl. Immediately after these words, the report continued. The man on the other side of the screen said that thanks to student Lu, they were able to expose and catch the blogger who was spreading disinformation. After all the commotion had died down a bit, Lu Zhou went to a cafe for a cup of coffee with his Professor Tang. The man could not believe that there was a fool in the world who could refuse 500,000 yuan. The student was confident in his decision. He wanted to devote his future to scientific work. Then, the professor asked if he was going to transfer to New York University. Although Tang Jue didn't want to let him go, it was still a great opportunity for the young talent. But the guy didn't want to go anywhere besides. He was waiting for his sister in this city. Hearing his words, the professor promised that if he stayed at Jinling University, he would guarantee that the young man would be able to graduate with good grades and receive a good scholarship. The next day, Lu Zhou came to the library to study. Chen Yushan was already waiting for him there. The girl was waving her hand at him and calling him to sit next to her. The first thing she did was to brag to her cousin. Han Mengqi was able to get 116 points on the monthly test, and in gratitude, Yang Danqing invited him to dinner. The young man felt his self-satisfaction growing, perhaps because his sister was the same age. And working with teenagers mostly boiled down to communication. This information shocked Yushan so much that she cried out in surprise, causing the library caretaker to get angry at them. Immediately after that, they went to the meeting place with Yang Danqing and Han Mengqi, the girl waving at them with a smile while standing by the car. The girl was very happy to see her sister. She hugged her hands, and the three of them walked to her mother's bright red car. After greeting Mrs. Yang, the young man sat in the back passenger seat, and the woman warmly thanked him for giving her daughter math lessons. Pleased with herself, Mengqi wanted to boast about her success and be the first to tell her teacher how much she got on the test. But Zhou already knew her result. She wanted to continue the conversation, but her mother interrupted and started a conversation about the guy turning down a job at Shunfei Group and whether he really wanted to open his own business. The young man smiled faintly. He really had such plans for the future. But for now, he wanted to delve deeper into scientific progress. The woman said she could or could not help with the case, but she could introduce him to investors to whom he could present his plans. But Menzi interrupted her. She reminded her mother that she was not at work and should stop talking about business. And there was an awkward silence in the car. Soon they arrived at an incredibly beautiful place. Lu Zhou had never seen such ornate buildings in his life. Entering the restaurant, they sat down at a table for four. Yang Danqing advised her young guest which dishes were definitely worth trying. He could choose anything, because she was treating him today. The young man looked at the prices on the menu and almost turned gray. All the dishes were outrageously expensive. He decided to order something cheaper. When the food was ready, the restaurant guests were served their chosen dishes. Lu Zhou was served a plate of fried rice with vegetables and seafood. Before he could even taste it, Han Mengqi grabbed his hand and quickly stole a piece of food from his plate, putting it into her mouth. Noticing this, Yang Danqing shouted loudly at her daughter. The young man tried to protect the girl who just wanted to have fun, but the woman did not want to hear anything. It was a matter of etiquette. Lu Zhou didn't expect this at all. He didn't know how to react. They met eyes with Yushan, and the girl mentally asked him for forgiveness for this scene. The guy felt as if he and the girl could now communicate simply by looking into each other's eyes. Deciding not to say anything more, the guy started on his portion, but Menzi's steak caught his attention. His gaze made the schoolgirl feel embarrassed. Although she enjoyed the food, she liked Lu Zhou's cooking much more. Yushan didn't know that the guy could also cook. She was very surprised. And then she became tense when she heard that his spicy mapo tofu was very tasty. It was the perfect moment. Lu Zhou turned to the girl and asked her for forgiveness for feeding her spicy food. Next time, they would go somewhere else. Mrs. Yang looked at the guy with gratitude. She never regretted hiring him as a tutor for her daughter. The atmosphere was so warm and relaxed that the young man did not want to leave. He hoped that they would be able to talk even longer. When they said goodbye, little Mengzi looked very sad. She had to go to Shanghai to her father by the end of the month, and that's why she felt so bad. Lu Zhou and Chen Yushan walked towards the dormitory together. The girl was going to learn new words upon returning and was interested in what her friend wanted to do. The boy said he was going to go to the library and study for a bit, his thirst for knowledge slightly putting pressure on the older student. Lu Zhou felt let down. He said that he was not working that hard, but it was too late. Yushan was already inspired and promised that she would not lag behind him in her studies. The next day, the young man was ready to study until the very night with the help of pills. Lately, he had had no time at all for studying, and now he needed to make up for lost time. After he took the pill, his brain began to work faster, a familiar effect that the guy had already gotten used to. The first book he planned to study today was an introduction to Python, a programming language and computer technology. The student was already familiar with the basics of C++, so learning Python should be easy. It just took a little time. As a result, he stayed up until late at night and woke up only the next morning. Thanks to the capsule, he was able to learn the entire textbook in one day. Time flies, especially when you are busy studying. By mid-August, Lu Zhou had already finished 23 books out of 30 and was full of enthusiasm to finish the remaining ones as quickly as possible. After learning Python this month, the computer science in the system has reached level 1 and has been updated. While he was checking his levels and points, his mobile phone rang in his pocket. The young man left the world of the system and looked at the name of the caller. Professor Tang had called his favorite student too suddenly. He was interested in the young man's progress in mathematics, but because of computer science, Lu Zhou had no time for it at all. Noticing the boy's reaction, the man guessed that he had most likely switched to other subjects. The young man tried to justify himself by saying that easy mathematics would be enough for his research. Tang Zhiwei didn't care what the boy was doing. He finally got down to business and asked him to leave his bank account number. Their management decided to reward students who were engaged in scientific work. Simply put, he would be paid money for the articles he published in the magazine. The man didn't remember exactly how much, but he knew it was more than 5,000. After such encouragement, Lu Zhou wanted to write a few more articles, but it was too late for that. But he was nominated to represent the university in the modeling competition in September. The student did not show the joy expected of him. He was very worried because he had never taken part in such competitions and was afraid that he would not be able to defend his faculty with dignity. The professor was very unhappy with his fears. He was sure that for such an intelligent young man, this event would be very simple. Besides, their university rewards for participation. The team that wins the competition will receive a prize of 10,000 yuan. So Lu Zhou was now determined to get first place. The satisfied man said that he would tell him all the details, and already on Saturday, he would be able to meet with his teammates. Now the guy was free. Returning to his room, the young man began reading the last book on the list. It was so difficult that he now understood why professors of microelectronics were bald. The knowledge of integrated circuit design is so vast that even the introductory textbook put a lot of pressure on him. Liu Rui, the roommate, asked with a grin what exactly the guy was reading. The fact that Lu Zhou was interested in programming seemed very interesting to him. He thought that the guy was finally giving up on mathematics, but that was not the case. The young man said that he had finished studying the first year early so that he would have the opportunity to learn something new. In the evening, Zhou went to the library, where he took the last pill in order to finally master the last book from the system's task. The already familiar effect covered my head. While reading a heavy book, time flew by very quickly, almost imperceptibly. No matter how easy it was to absorb information, the consequences were still very severe. Closer to midnight, the guy could barely lift his head to enter the system space. In the spiritual world, everything felt completely different. The heaviness in his body was gone, and the headache subsided. Lu Zhou felt simply wonderful. The student successfully completed his third task and was rewarded with an artificial intelligence branch and as many as 2,000 points, which he could distribute at his own discretion. Without thinking too long, the guy distributed 1,000 points into engineering and the second into physics, since classes were starting in the new semester and the system's help wouldn't hurt. The next goal was to find out how to unlock additional branches of technology. Lu Zhou asked the system to improve the artificial intelligence branch. The naughty girl said that this requires as many as 10,000 points, just to scare the young man. In fact, before the update, all you need is points. After the update, an information table appeared. First, the young man needed to find a device with 1 terabyte of memory and connect it to train and improve artificial intelligence. While Lu Zhou was planning his actions in his head, a new high-ranking task appeared, shining with a bright golden light and blinding his eyes. The chart said that he had to find a highly compatible girl and establish a relationship. If successful, he would receive 2,000 points and a strengthening needle. Lu Zhou didn't know how to react to such a task, but the girl apologized and said that it was a system error, and her master would never be able to cope with such a task in his entire life. The essence of the present task was that he had to get first place in the mathematical modeling competition without the help of the system. The girl thought that this event was quite simple, with questions for the stupid. so that a smart and lazy host would be able to handle it on his own. The next day, Luzhou searched the internet for a computer suitable for AI and settled on a rather expensive but very high-quality and powerful model. The guy paid for it, and he sincerely hoped that the artificial intelligence would like this computer house, because he would never have had enough savings in his life for a more expensive one. At that moment, Professor Tan called him, the man asking the student to come to his office tomorrow to meet the team members for the upcoming competition. So, the next day the young man had plans. He came to the office at the appointed time, but his teammates had already been there for a long time, and he was the only one who was expected. The pretty blonde girl greeted the young genius who had written 10 articles in a month with a smile, which embarrassed Luzhou. One of the teachers first introduced the young man, Wang Xiaodong, who had won the national computer design competition twice in high school. The girl turned out to be second-year student Lin Yuxiang, vice president of the University Student Council, and she came with Xiaodong. While Professor Tang wished them luck in the competition, Luzhou wondered who his teammate's blonde was, since the girl had nothing to do with mathematics or computer science. Suddenly, Wang Xiaodong spoke up, asking the professors to make Lin Yuxiang the third member of their team. It felt like this guy's emotional intelligence was really low. The main reason for such a sudden request was that the guy was really bad at public speaking, and the girl was a member of the student council and literary society. She would be able to competently answer for them. Luzhou felt that the situation was going in the wrong direction. One should not mix the two directions and think that literature and writing scientific articles are the same thing. Wang Xiaodong was clearly afraid that the girl would not be accepted into the group. He began to ask more persistently, saying that he originally wanted to team up with her, and that he did not want to work with people he did not know at all. The professors did not object. They only asked Luzhou's opinion, although the guy was not delighted with the third participant. He did not object. Finally, everything was decided, the team was assembled, and the guys were expected tomorrow at 8 in the morning at room 104, where Professor Liu would tell them all the details in detail and prepare them for the competition. After that, the guys went their separate ways. Luzhou walked alone to the dormitory to continue studying the system and the branch of artificial intelligence. Suddenly, a female voice from behind loudly called his name. It was Lin Yuxiang. The girl ran after him with all her might, trying to catch up. Having caught up with her teammate, the girl began to thank him for covering her and giving her a chance. She chatted a lot and promised that she would try to catch up with them. Luzhou didn't really say anything. He just wished her to try harder, but she already decided that she was supported and in gratitude invited him to dinner. But the guy refused. He didn't want to be a third wheel, but it turned out that Wang Xiaodong was just her friend, almost like a brother, and there was nothing between them. The young man felt awkward in a bad way. He felt sorry for the poor guy, who apparently was a spare tire for this girl. The young man apologized and said that he still had some plans for today and suggested meeting some other time. The girl was silent for a short time. She clearly did not expect to be rejected, but then she smiled brightly and promised to contact him later. It was a great lead-in to the request to add her on WeChat. Luzhou only agreed because they were teammates after all. Only after that they said goodbye and went their separate ways. Left alone, the young man thought that Lin Yuxiang clearly wanted to force the two geniuses to fight for her and use them to win the prize in the modeling competition. This type of girl was the natural enemy of all geniuses. Fortunately, the young man was not rich or tall, just smart and pretty. He was sure that she would not be a nuisance to him. The next day, Luzhou came to the classroom at the appointed time. Wang Xiaodong was already there. They recommended each other, and the young man sat next to his friend. As the bell rang to signal the start of class, a middle-aged man entered the office. It was Professor Liu Xiaoping, the instructor of the mathematical modeling competition team. While Xiaodong was calling Yuxiang to ask where she was, Zhou told the teacher that he was in charge of creating the model. His friend was in charge of programming, and the late girl was in charge of the article. Liu Xiaoping recognized the young man as a genius who wrote 10 articles in a month and praised him, saying that he himself very rarely published anything related to mathematics, since his field was physics. After that, the man immediately expressed his wish that Luzhou would handle the article, since the person who does the modeling would know the details better and the writing of the article would be smoother. The student believed that such changes needed to be discussed with the entire team, but their conversation was interrupted by Lin Yuxiang running into the classroom, apologizing for being late. Finally, the session started. They had to improve the communication between the team and use modeling to classify data and develop products for different users. After the explanation, Luzhou began creating the model and eventually sent the finished version to Wang Xiaodong's email, wrote down the calculations on paper, and handed them to the young man so that he could begin his part. The guy immediately got down to work. As expected, the efficiency of the two geniuses was amazing. At the moment, their work took less than 2 hours. Although the task was designed for the whole day, the professor who was watching them couldn't believe his eyes. He had already prepared many for the competition, but these two were the most talented he had ever seen. Even though Joe's first lesson went quite smoothly, the boy still looked dissatisfied. It was all because of Ling Yuxiang. The girl had never written an article in her life, let alone a scientific one. She spent half an hour studying only the format requirements, but still made no progress in her work. Professor Liu seemed to be of the same opinion, and he quietly called Lu Zhou, and they went out into the fresh air together to discuss his proposal. He understood that it was not entirely fair that one person should work harder than the others, but first place was their main goal, for which they could work hard. The guy sighed quietly. He was ready to take on the creation of the model and writing the article, but only if the teacher fulfilled one condition. He wanted to reduce the number of group lessons and replace them with individual ones so that his schedule would become more flexible. Liu Xiaoping would answer with a smile that he himself wanted to do exactly that. When they returned to the classroom, the professor informed the young people that from now on, Lin Yuxing would be in charge of programming along with Xiaodong, and Lu Zhou would take over her duties. As a result, Zhou began writing an article, which had become a habit for him lately, and the girl kept asking for forgiveness. The next day, the student received a computer for 25,000 yuan, which he ordered specifically for artificial intelligence. He took out the flash drive he received from the system and connected it to the laptop to transfer the program to it. But an error popped up that scared Lu Zhou to death. For a brief moment, the computer screen went black, scaring the guy even more. He carefully grabbed the screen, hoping that this was not the end. The laptop started working, the main screen lit up, and the young man breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that all the troubles were over, but he noticed that the flash drive with the AI was gone. While the guy was panicking and looking for the missing item everywhere he could, an icon with the system's face lit up on the computer screen, its tails joining together to form a heart around it. The next second, a window appeared greeting the user. The program asked to enter a new name for the artificial intelligence. Lu Zhou decided to call it I. In Chinese, the English word I sounds like a homonym for the word love. Love and peace for all mankind will depend on this program. The guy decided that he would just call her Little I, or Xiao I, to make it easier. The program responded that the name selection was complete and the program finally started. Everything was fine, but the AI program was too big and took up 1 terabyte of free disk space, which is almost all the laptop's memory. At this stage, Xiao I was still a small child who had just learned to speak and did not understand anything. Lu Zhou had to raise her to at least the 2nd level if he wanted to achieve more from the AI. There was another option. Xiao I could increase the intelligence progress bar herself. When this happened, the AI experience would increase by 100, but this was a very long method. It was getting close to the competition preparation class. Lu Zhou decided to forget about all the problems for now, and later figure out how to speed up the artificial intelligence training process. 3 weeks passed, the last class arrived. The professor advised them to get enough sleep before the competition, which lasts 72 hours, and decided to tell them a little more about the rules. During the competition, teams are prohibited from interacting with each other or communicating with teachers, and they are also prohibited from using the internet to download or view material. After the rules, Liu Xiaoping proposed Lu Zhou to be the team leader, because in previous years, the captain was the one who wrote the article and was responsible for the interaction of the entire team. Wang Xiaodong and Lin Yuxiang said that they didn't care at all who would be in charge and agreed to the candidacy of their junior comrade. The day before the competition, all the teams arrived at the venue to check into the hotel, and Liu Rui was also among the participants, looking angrily at his roommate. There was a man in his group whom he considered to be much smarter than Lu Zhou, and the young man was ready to defeat and trample the man he hated into the dirt. On the day of the event, all those taking part entered the office and began to take their places at the tables, with 1 computer per person. More than 70,000 students took part. All of them had to open the website and download the questions at the same time. Lu Zhou was very curious whether he would meet a great genius here. At exactly 8 o'clock, access to the questions opened. They were divided into A, B, and C, D, of which A, B were for students and C, D for college students. For Lu Zhou's team, there were questions that were related to physics. Wang Xiaodong was worried that the mathematical genius was just starting to study physics. Option B was much easier than option A, and so he decided to offer it to his comrade. But the group leader himself wanted to choose a more difficult question. The guy had already finished studying the physics required for this course, and although space physics was difficult at first glance, there was nothing too difficult for him. Xiaodong didn't expect this from Zhou, but this was the best option for them if they really wanted to win. Too many teams chose option B. Lin Yuxiang carefully intervened in their conversation, waiting for the right moment, and asked how she could help the two geniuses. Lu Zhou didn't give his friend a chance to respond, immediately asking the girl to bring them food and drinks. While Xiaodong sat there with a dumbfounded look, Yuxiang enthusiastically rushed to get the food. The assignment had only 3 questions related to the spacecraft, and the young man decided to go straight to the information in order to answer them one by one. Most teams only do the paper after designing and modeling, but Lu Zhou could do both at the same time, which was the main advantage of their group. Over time, Wang Xiaodong completed the iterative calculation program and also calculated the coordinates to the nearest and farthest point on the moon, the speed and direction of the shuttle, and he sent all of this to Lu Zhou. Next, he needed the trajectory of the device around the moon. The group leader passed on all the parameters and data on the trajectory geometry to his comrade. Soon, Lin Yuxiang came running, bringing bags of food and calling the two geniuses to take a break for lunch. This is how the first day of the competition went. At 9 in the evening, Yuxiang went to bed, and at 20 minutes past 10, Xiaodong also went to the room. Zhou was left to work alone. The next day, the second-year student came early in the morning, and the team leader was still sitting. Fortunately, he had already finished his part and there was very little left. Lu Zhou went to his room to sleep. He could hardly stand on his feet. Fortunately, he had time to sleep while Wang Xiaodong finished his part. After such a hard, sleepless night, the guy slept all day until the evening, and woke up only when the sun slowly sank below the horizon. As a result, the math student overslept everything and had to run like crazy to finish the article on time. Xiaodong said that he had sent all the codes from the finished program to the junior and would come at 3 in the morning. He asked Zhou to finish the article by that time. They still had 37 hours left. During this time, the young man had to summarize all the calculations, modeling ideas, program code, and answers to questions, fitting it into 20 to 30 pages. After he finished working on the abstract and keywords, he immediately moved on to the argumentation and reasoning, which was the basis of the article. By 3 in the morning, an exhausted and sleepy Lu Zhou had finished working on the text and asked Wang Xiaodong to help him check for errors and upload the work to the competition website. The freshman could barely walk. He swayed from side to side and it felt like he was about to fall. But he successfully made it to bed and was only woken up by the phone ringing the next morning. The caller was Chen Yushan. The girl was very worried about her friend, but the young man said that the task he chose was not that difficult, and he was fine. A friend told him that her friend had also participated in order to use bonus points to enter graduate school. And thanks to this information, Lu Zhou understood why Lin Yuxiang had tagged along with them. After a short dialogue, Yushan sent the guy to breakfast, and she herself was going to calm down that very friend. The next day after the competition, Lu Zhou met Liu Rui in the corridor in front of the door of their common room. The guy called out to him to chat a little. The guy started bragging and telling how his comrades had carried him through the competition, and he would be happy to receive a provincial award. He really thought that there was something to be proud of. Immediately after returning to his room, Lu Zhou opened his laptop to check the progress of the artificial intelligence, but it still hadn't reached 100%. However, this method was not effective at all, as Xiao Ai could not obtain enough information for her cultivation. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck the guy. He wrote a simple program in Python and created an interface between Xiao Ai and the social network, then registered an AI number there. For security reasons, the young man added a block to the program, and now the artificial intelligence could only read his messages. This protected him from harm from the outside. This way, Xiao Ai would only be able to identify his account. And now his project was completely safe, and he could complete his training without any worries. This Saturday, Lu Zhou returned to tutoring and again worked with little Mengqi, although he occasionally stepped aside to chat with someone on the phone. The teenage girl was very curious about what the teacher was doing on his phone and why he was smiling so happily. But the young man calmly told her not to get distracted. A few days later, the guy responsible for informing all the participants of the results of the competition came into their room. But he was only looking for Liu Rui. Hearing his name, the boy immediately rushed across the room to quickly find out his scores. He was confident in his abilities and wanted Lu Zhou to hear the score and be envious. The student handed him a card and congratulated him on receiving a second-level award. and Liu Rui immediately asked who else in their group had received an award. Lu Zhou's name was not on the list, and Liu Rui immediately began to laugh at him in his mind and rejoiced that the #1 genius of their department only received a participation medal. The young man with the grade sheet was worried that his list was incomplete, but Zhou reassured him, saying that the professor had already notified him of the need for a presentation and the certificate would arrive soon. He was part of a special team that the department had organized, so it was only natural that his name was not on the list. When the situation became a little clearer, the guests left their room, and Liu Rui became despondent because he so wanted to gloat over his neighbor. A few days later, the entire team was sitting together and preparing to present their article in the model they had created at the competition. Only after the presentation would the prizes be announced. The main performer was Lu Zhou, and Wang Xiaodong was a substitute. But the team leader did not have much hope for him. As well as for Lin Yuxiang, he could only rely on himself. Soon their team's performance began. Lu Zhou started from afar, telling about the ancient myth of Chang'e, which was the name of the spacecraft that their work was about today. The young man was really well prepared. He was able to correctly draw parallels between the myth and the description of the space instrument invented by the ancestors with a modern ship. The professor at the admissions office gave him a thumbs up. Lin Yuxiang had been watching his reactions closely at previous presentations and immediately knew it was a good sign. Lu Zhu decided to joke and said that it was because he was too handsome, but his deep sense of humor was not appreciated. Soon, the list of winners was posted, and their team took first place. The guy was happy that the system's task was finally completed, but there was one thing. For some reason, the program showed that the task was still in progress. Even the system could not understand why this happened. Professor Liu called the young man and told him in person that they had been invited to Beijing to participate in an expert assessment, and the trip would take place in 3 days. This meant that Lu Zhou would have to perform in public again. Not that the guy was thrilled about it, but his efforts would determine whether they would receive the higher education cup or not. And yet, for such a reward, he could receive the highest rating in the system and even more points. The thought of this inspired the young man, and he went to tell his team about the upcoming presentation. 3 days later, a young team of 2 geniuses and a cute girl stood among a large crowd of students in Beijing near Yanjing University. The young men standing nearby were discussing the fact that the experts had already decided on the winner, and this entire meeting was only needed to once again verify the authenticity of the works. Lu Zhou couldn't believe what he heard. He spent 3 whole days preparing only to now find out that the press release script had already been written. The guy sighed quietly. At least he showed up here and would get at least some benefit from everything that was happening. Suddenly, another student called out to him. The young man introduced himself as Wei Wen and praised Lu Zhou's article, but then said that despite the good work, he would still win the competition. The interview soon began. Lu Zhou's team came out on stage, and the young man began to present their joint work. At the end of the presentation, there was supposed to be a question about the work, and one of the experts asked the student his opinion on the prospect of landing on the moon. Without thinking twice, Lu Zhou replied that the prospect was significant, but the man said that he thought it was a waste of time. As in many rural areas, children didn't even have desks. In response to this question, a freshman asked whether the Great Wall of China was important. Since more than 1,000 years ago, many people protested against the waste of resources. And if now they think that rockets and satellites are enough, won't they then also be criticized? Like the emperor who built the wall? Can they give up the universe? Lu Zhou looked at the professor seriously. He was confident in what he said and did not regret it for a second. His comrades felt the tension hanging over them and, holding their breath, waited for the expert's reaction. The man frowned and remained silent for some time. The pause that followed seemed to last an eternity. In the end, Professor Zhen laughed out loud. He really liked the answer of the young man, who clearly had an interest in the development of space exploration. But Lu Zhou did not understand this topic very well. The expert was not interested in this. He was full of enthusiasm and insisted that the guy had his whole life ahead of him and he could take up this field later. His colleague had to cough to interrupt his friend. As the young people left the conference room, the professor next to them voiced his dissatisfaction. He did not understand why their discussion had to be transferred to the student's presentation, something that children could understand. And yet the young man interested the dissatisfied old man. He asked his friend the name of the student who had just spoken, thinking that he had already heard somewhere about a man with that name. The winners of the modeling competition were about to be announced on television. Lu Zhou, Wang Xiaodong, and Lin Yuxiang sat in front of the television and waited. Finally, the male reporter began his monologue, saying that the expert evaluation was over, and there were more than 300 first-level national prizes in total. There were 2 special awards in total, and the first of them, the Higher Education Society Cup, was won by Lu Zhou's team. The friends were very happy. Yuxiang showed her joy the brightest of all. The girl even jumped up on the sofa, screaming from raging emotions. Weiwen couldn't believe that he actually got second place. Of course, he knew that Zhou was stronger than him in mathematics, but he didn't expect that his team could actually beat him. The young man became very interested in what the first-year mathematician had written to earn first place and overtake him, and he went to the website to read their work. The article turned out to be really good. After reading it, Weiwen admitted his honest defeat. It's really hard to compete with such work. The thought process of the mathematical model and the text were the same. It was obvious that Lu Zhou had completed these parts himself. The competition lasted only 3 days, and there was too much work on modeling and writing. A person would be exhausted doing just one thing. But this monster was able to perfectly complete both tasks. Weiwen accepted his loss this year, but was determined to win next time. The system, meanwhile, praised its user and congratulated him on winning the competition, despite the fact that it still considered him an uncivilized orangutan. Mathematics limited the possibility of improving in other subjects, so the young man's next goal was engineering and computer science. But for now, it was time for the lottery. The drum started spinning. The guy, mad with thirst for a prize, was drooling and praying to get the best reward, and he was able to win the prize with a 9% probability. Lu Zhou began to rejoice and dance again, ignoring the words of the system. He continued, and the girl became more and more furious, and unable to bear it, she finally hit him on the head and ordered him to go and quickly get to his new task. The following Monday, the team from Jinling University returned home, and the heroic students were greeted at the door by many people and professors. The teachers praised Lu Zhou the most, and his large stipend will be sent no later than Monday. In the assembly hall, all the students gathered to meet the champions and listen to the speech written by the winners of the national competition. Liu Rui sincerely did not understand why they were gathering here. But the teacher shamed him, saying that Lu Zhou was truly worthy of praise because the competition had no meaning for him, only knowledge. Finally, the event began. The young genius came out on stage and greeted the professors, leaders, and students present. Before his speech, the young man thanked the organizers of this mathematical modeling competition on behalf of all the participants. After that, he talked about how the 3 days of competition went, how he and his comrades worked hard, and how they successfully presented their work at the end. After the monologue, the professor called Lu Zhou over to him. He was holding a cup in his hands and insisted that he was the one holding it in the photo. Neither Wang Xiaodong nor Lin Yuxiang objected to this decision. They pulled their teammate towards them, and on the count of 3, the photographer clicked the camera. Lu Zhou framed the photo with warm smiles and his first big award on his desk. His path to genius was just beginning. After the competition, the young men had enough time to work on proving Zhou's conjecture, which had been the subject of more than 20 years of great minds' work. The student was determined to complete this long mathematical journey and prove the difficult problem. He sat over it all day until late at night. Time flew by. Lu Zhou didn't even notice that he forgot to eat. He thought that he would soon definitely become immortal, and food would no longer be needed. A moment of respite allowed him to suddenly realize something important. The guy sat down and clicked his pen. Inspiration came to him again. The idea came as quickly as it disappeared. Inspiration disappeared, and a new wave of fatigue washed over the freshman. He decided to finish for today. After long and hard work, the time came to choose a scientific journal. This time, the young man decided to choose Mathematical Chronicles. They occupied one of the central places in the academic circle. At that moment, a scholarship arrived on his card. Lu Zhou was delighted and decided that he had to spend it right away. That same evening, the guy invited Liu Rui and Chen Yushan to have a drink and dinner together. His neighbor quickly got drunk out of grief and told him how he envied his knowledge and gorgeous girlfriend. The girl was embarrassed, but was very happy to hear this, while Lu Zhou immediately said, as if cutting it off, that they were just students' relations. Drunk Liu Rui laughed and poured the guy another glass, offering to drink together and become real brothers, and the girl fell silent. She was upset that the guy she liked so much didn't even consider her as a romantic interest and said she had to leave. When Lu Zhou tried to find out what happened, Yushan yelled at him and left the restaurant. She was very angry at the stupid botanist. The young man had to drag his drunk neighbor to the room alone, after which he sat down to check his article, which was already under consideration. After all, this work contained a proof of Zhou's important hypothesis, so the review would take more time. The guy decided to look at the schedule for next week for now. His university was planning a lecture on twin primes that was directly related to his paper, and Lu Zhou immediately signed up for it. At this time in Princeton, New Jersey, a young editor of Mathematical Chronicles came with papers to Viscount Pierre Deline, the great scientist who had proved the whale conjecture and received many prizes. But the old man had no time to read. He was in a hurry to visit his teacher, who was in the hospital. He didn't even want to listen to the young man and didn't want to deal with mathematics. He refused to read any articles for the next month, and nothing could dissuade him. So the editor decided to go the other way and offered the papers as a gift to Mr. Josh. The last attempt was to ask about his teacher's life goal. He wanted to prove the Riemann hypothesis, solve the problem of the distribution of prime numbers, and get closer to the top of the mathematical world. This really worked. And the man began to read an article that reflected on the law of distribution of prime numbers and proved Zhou's conjecture. Proof of this problem could indeed help in research of the Riemann hypothesis. Since they are closely related, the Viscount was interested in who wrote this article. The man did not expect that such work on Zhou's theory would be done by a Chinese man named Lu Zhou. Pierre spent 10 minutes reading the article, after which he went into his office and locked himself in there. Apparently, the trip would have to be postponed. The Viscount spent an hour on a full analysis of what was written. He was amazed at how smoothly the proof was described, so cleverly that there was simply no room for improvement. The likelihood that this article would interest his teacher was very high. The man sincerely believed that the work was good. The young editor was very happy. The scientific value of Mathematical Chronicles would definitely increase. This was important for him and his teacher. The next day at 8:30 in the morning, the students were in full swing with a lecture on the use of twin primes. Lu Zhou sat among many young people. The professor who would be giving the lecture was very popular. A girl called out to him, her eyes shining with a strange gleam, and she asked with admiration if he was one of those who had won the competition. The guy had a strange premonition. The student asked him for an autograph with a smile, and the young man silently signed the piece of paper that was handed to him. The girls in front were whispering loudly and discussing his victory and appearance, gossiping about his relationship with the university queen, Chen Yushan. Lu Zhou sighed quietly. He finally felt what it was like to be popular. Fortunately, the professor came and made all the noisy individuals shut up. The young man tried to concentrate. He listened attentively to every word the man said, but his thoughts kept drifting towards the fact that this man seemed very familiar. Looking at the teacher's face more closely, it dawned on the student that this was the same Professor Zhen who had received his presentation in Beijing. The more the man explained, the fewer people who understood anything remained in the audience. Lu Zhou felt his brain boiling, and yet he tried his best to keep up. After the lecture, the young man was going to go to the library as usual, but that girl followed him again. This time, she wanted to add him as a friend on QQ. The student quickly wrote down his number, said he had friends, and disappeared into the crowd as quickly as possible. He ran as fast as he could, maneuvering between people. No one could interfere with his studies in the library. Very soon, Lu Zhou was sitting at the table, leafing through a thick book, but there was still no inspiration. It suddenly dawned on him. It was all about experience. His level of mathematics in the system was only the first. The system's voice sounded nearby, but the girl was nowhere to be seen. She was glad that the user had finally felt the influence of the program. In fact, the young man won the mathematical modeling competition on his own. But just a couple of months ago, without help, he would never have been able to do this. For example, the girl told about Gauss, who was able to solve in one night a problem that had tormented the mathematical world for 100 years. If someone wants to study paired prime numbers, it might take hundreds of years. But if they are at level 2 or higher, it will take less than a decade. After a pleasant conversation with the system, the young man returned to his dorm room and noticed how messages were constantly coming to the AI laptop. He was invited to a mathematical modeling group, and now it was a complete mess, with all the members of the group calling him God and waiting for his answer. The program he created to help Xiao Ai had a logical error in the code when processing requests to join groups. And now the computer would automatically accept these invitations. The moment he gave his social network to the fangirl in the hallway, Lu Zhou made a mistake. Now he needed to leave the group as soon as possible. But it was already too late. Under the beeping of messages, the level of development of artificial intelligence very quickly rose to 100%. It dawned on the student that this group was still effective. Xiao Ai could read all the messages in the group, and thanks to this, she raised her experience. After all, it was a math channel. At that moment, Professor Tan called him from the office, urgently summoning the young man to his teacher's room for an important conversation. The news that Lu Zhou had sent an article proving Zhou's conjecture to the Mathematical Chronicles had already reached their university. The man didn't expect this from his student. It was the first time he had met such a talented student. But their conversation was interrupted when two more people entered the office. Lu Chu was worried that something might have gone wrong, but the unfamiliar young man reassured him by saying that his proof had even received praise from Professor Deline. This was not just any man, but a great scientist who proved Weil's hypothesis. The Belgian king himself granted him the title of Viscount. Dean Chin, head of the mathematics department, came personally to congratulate the young man and meet the genius he had recently discussed with Mr. Newman in Norway. He did not expect that immediately upon returning from Norway, he would learn that the young talent would write such an amazing article. Before leaving, Lu Zhou asked the dean whether he would receive any monetary reward for his global discovery, which displeased Professor Tang. The man said with a smile that such work is encouraged by the university. The only thing is that they will have to hold a meeting to decide how much to pay the student. Dean Chin looked proudly after the running happy youth. He was too talented and pragmatic. The next day, in Yangcheng City, a professor at Yiyang University saw an article about Lu Zhou proposing evidence for Zhou's conjecture. The topic of reflections on the Mersenne prime distribution law and proofs of the well-known problem greatly interested the man. He immediately sat down to carry out calculations and check the theory he had read earlier, comparing his own and the proposed calculations. He finished his notes only in the evening, when the sun was setting behind the horizon. The man went to the window, breathing in the fresh evening air. It was such a stunning theory, so well argued that the professor could not hold back his tears. At this time, in another city, a young student, Lu Zhou, was also crying with happiness. Having been able to get 10,000 points in mathematics for publishing a scientific article, he not only received additional rewards, but was also able to improve his level to the second one. Now it will be much easier for him to study his favorite subject and make new discoveries. The system tried to make him stop screaming with happiness, but instead, the guy hugged her tightly, which caused an even more violent negative reaction. The girl hit the guy hard on the head, and as soon as she loosened the whip a little and gave him a carrot, he immediately felt emotional intoxication. The next task was the path to scientific research without the help of outsiders. Just for asking for help from someone, points will be deducted. But the guy decided not to think about it and spin the lottery. As a result, Lu Zhou received another strengthening needle that increased physical strength and immunity as a reward. The guy began to dream about how he would accumulate a sufficient number of these needles. He was sure that he could become Superman, but the system believed that such an idiot would rather become a super orangutan. At the same time, in the media outlet's editorial office, the boss was furious, urging his employees to write as quickly as possible. It didn't matter to him whether people understood what they were writing about or not. The main thing was that the first version of such important news was ready by tomorrow morning. The next day, Lu Zhou sat up on the bed with difficulty. He used a needle yesterday, and now his body was even weaker. Hunger did not help him recover at all. The young man decided to go to the canteen first to buy something to eat. As soon as he left the hostel, the crowd of journalists and reporters standing at the entrance immediately noticed him and turned around. Lu Zhou silently looked at the crowd of people in front of him, feeling the chilling gaze of dozens of people standing there as if they were waiting for something. A second later, this entire huge crowd rushed towards the fragile, uncomprehending student, poking microphones at him from all sides. But he was saved by Dean Chin, who appeared in time. The man asked everyone to disperse and not block the passage to the dormitory. Under the glare of camera flashes, an unknown man next to the dean, surrounded by bodyguards, shook the freshman's hand and congratulated him. Lu Zhou was personally greeted by the city government secretary Liu and Wang Zhongming, the president of the Mathematical Society Su, and the vice president of the Chinese Mathematical Society. Secretary Liu thanked the student for his contribution to mathematics on behalf of the city in front of all cameras. The young man solved the thorn that had plagued scientists for 20 years. In the end, the man added that several leaders decided to give him and his family an award after learning about their situation, so that China's future scientists should not live in poverty. After Secretary Liu and Professor Wang left, Dean Chin walked out of the dormitory with Lu Zhou, and the two of them walked towards the university building. He decided that telling the young man in advance about the reward the university had prepared for him wouldn't be such a bad idea. First, the city government suggested that he transfer his registration from his hometown to Jinling, in which case the young man would be able to enjoy many benefits. Secondly, they reevaluated the scientific value of his paper and decided to reward Lu Zhou with 1 million yuan. The guy was so stunned by the news that he didn't even notice when the dean left him at the library and walked away. And when Yushin approached him from behind, which made him very scared of the girl, because Lu Zhou muttered the word million under his breath, his friend heard it and asked what it meant, but the student brushed it off. They went to the library together, and the young man invited the girl to dinner as a thank you for the fact that she bought him a lot of food last time. The next day, during the first class, the classroom was filled with noise. The students were quietly talking, discussing the god of the faculty, Lu Zhou. The guy sighed heavily. He was already very tired of such fame. Fortunately, the professor came and saved him from this empty and useless chatter. In fact, he had already read half of the textbook on this new subject, but he still couldn't understand most of it on his own. The professor began the lesson by explaining where ordinary differential equations could be applied, and the students quickly took notes after him. By the middle of the class, few people understood what was going on. And when the man asked who wanted to go out and finish the equation, the teenagers began to pray that they would not be called on. Not a single living soul raised their hand or dared to go to the board to publicly disgrace themselves. Even the faculty god refrained from answering, so the professor decided to stimulate them and promised to add 10 points to anyone who could solve this problem. It was then that Lu Zhou was filled with a greedy desire. He jumped to his feet, stretching his hand high up. He really wanted to get these 10 points, but the teacher rejected his candidacy. These points were not for him. The man was sure that a genius like him would get the highest mark on the exam in any case. During lunch, Lu Zhou was surrounded by students in the food line, literally worshipping him, asking if he could give them advice or private lessons. The young man miraculously managed to get to the display case with a tray to get some food, but they didn't let him eat. They called him from the university office. An interview was planned for the afternoon, but Lu Zhou tried to dissuade the manager from this idea. He was very tired of the increased attention directed at him. He felt like a real panda in a zoo, because the media filmed him at the beginning of the school year, and he was simply not given a break. But Headmaster Lu did not back down. He promised that this would be the last time, and in the end, a big reward would await the guy. The student immediately changed his mind as soon as he heard about the bonuses. The next day, everyone could read about the young genius Lu Zhou receiving 1,000,000 yuan for his breakthrough in mathematics. The student looked at the amount of money that had been deposited into his account with tears of happiness. Now he had enough money to devote himself to his studies and not earn a living from part-time jobs. At the meeting with teacher Tang Jiwei, the boy sincerely asked the man not to praise him anymore. The media had already gotten to him with this. The professor wanted to talk to him about Princeton University, inviting Lu Zhou to a mathematics exchange conference in February. It was the first time that anyone from their university had been invited to such an event, and the student had no choice but to write a short speech and prepare for the trip. Meanwhile, at Jingling High School, Han Mengqi's teacher praised her for her high math score and her improved performance in the subject. The girl with a test score of 130 points walked to her seat, listening to praise from her classmates. She was proud of herself. When she sat down, her classmate asked if she had read the news on Weibo about her tutor Lu Zhou, but Mengqi's phone was taken away and she couldn't read anything. The boy took out his phone and showed his friend an article about a 20-year-old student from Jinling University who received 1,000,000 as a reward for solving a problem. The classmate thought that now this brilliant man would hardly continue not to teach, because he now has a lot of money and does not need to earn more. His words left a strong doubt in the girl's heart. Her mood immediately worsened. She was most afraid that Lu Zhou really didn't want to study with her anymore. This Sunday, the young man, as usual, came to class with Menzi. The girl decided to ask him directly whether he would continue to come. The guy chuckled. He thought that there is no such thing as too much money, not to mention that it is easy money. But he didn't tell the girl this. He skillfully changed the subject to her grades on the test, which were not bad if you ignored the mistakes. While he was looking over her mistakes, Menzi asked if he could teach her some chemistry and physics. Lu Zhou said that in principle he could, but he was not familiar with the school's plan and would only be able to consolidate her knowledge and help with problematic issues. He was curious about where the girl wanted to go, and Mengqi shared her desire to go to Jinling University like her sister, and promised to study hard to achieve this. Time flew by. November came very quickly. Lu Zhou sat in his room and corresponded with Wang Xiaodong. They became friends after the competition. The boy finally plucked up the courage to confess his feelings to Lin Yuxiang. Zhou could only wish him luck in this difficult matter. Xiaowai became curious about what recognition and love are. At first the guy answered her, but then he reminded her that he asked her not to read his personal correspondence and to analyze the group chat instead. Suddenly the laptop started to steam. The processor started to heat up faster. The artificial intelligence sent it a picture that was a popular internet meme. The young man asked his artificial girlfriend not to send too many pictures, as this loads the processor and slows down the learning process. The next day, Professor Tang called his favorite student to introduce him to his friend, Professor Lee, who was just then looking for an expert to help him with his research work. After thinking for a while, the man could not find anyone better than Lu Zhou for this job. His friend was ready to happily accept such a talented young man. The young man was happy to help, but this was his first time doing this kind of work, and he was worried that he might not be able to handle the analysis of the collected Fourier infrared spectrum data. Professor Lee patted the boy on the shoulder with a smile. He was not going to bother his friend anymore. Now he had a promising assistant. Soon, Li Rongang brought the young man to the university where he works and introduced him to his younger colleague Liu, asking him to show the newcomer around. Liu Bo led his new comrade to the room where they work, telling him that the main topic of the university's research is focused on carbon materials and everything related to them. From that day on, Lu Zhou became a member of their research group and would soon be given a desk to work at. There was another participant in the room. Liu Bo introduced him as Qian Zhongming. The student bowed in greeting with a polite smile. The young man handed him a flash drive that contained some introductory literature and a manual, including an application for their research grant, and the boy was supposed to read it all. The new samples had just arrived and they hadn't received the data yet. It was already late, so they planned to do everything else tomorrow, and that was all for today. Lu Zhou was curious about where all the infrared spectrum data was stored. He didn't see any powerful equipment here, but Zhuming assured him that it was right here. All the data was in one machine, a Tensor 2 Fourier spectrometer made by the German company Bruker. Qian Zhongming began to explain in detail, without stopping, with a stony face, what was inside the spectrometer and how it worked. And Lu Zhou's head was spinning from the amount of information. Liu Bo stopped him in time before the younger man's brain exploded and said that they were going to collect data for a new sample early tomorrow morning, and he could come if he was interested. Once home, the student opened the material from the flash drive, reading about carbon nanotubes and how they damage the properties of the base material instead of increasing its strength. Apparently, this was exactly the problem that Li Ronggen's research team faced. The next morning, Lu Zhou came anyway. He was very curious to see how they would extract samples and what their work was supposed to be. Liu Bo first showed the newcomer a diagram, explaining their research aimed at increasing the solubility of carbon nanotubes. The problem was in the data they received using the IR analyzer. The scientist asked the student what he saw. The peak of the second sample was incorrect, but it consisted of cement containing unclay. It was tested for mechanical properties. The material of the UNT interferes with the polymerization process of silicon tetrahedrons inside the helium-calcium silicate hydrate. Lu Zhou suggested that since they know the reason, they can improve it. They tried many methods, but the results were still poor when testing tensile samples. They needed a mathematician to help them find out exactly how the materials of the untreated material affected the hydration reaction at different stages, and they needed the result as soon as possible. In total, Lu Zhou was given 3 days to work, ideally, and he spent the entire first day of this period sitting in the library, racking his brains over the data. The guy begged, asking the system to give him at least some kind of hint or clue. But all the girl could do was advise him to act according to the example of the recent competition. Although it seemed to him that these were equal things, in reality everything here is the same. All the data is hidden and needs to be extracted, and all the rules need to be calculated manually. But the problem was that the untreated materials affect the hydration reaction at an early stage when they are included in the cement. So only the data from the second sample are useful. He decided that he would spend the entire day preliminary correlating the data, and at the end he would build a simplified mathematical model. This model will contain the parameters of the unclayed materials on the cement hydration reaction rate, temperature, mechanical properties, and peaks on the diagram. Without sleep or rest, he completed the project by 60 to 70% in 3 days, and Qian Zhongming called him to check on the progress. Lu Zhou had a headache, but he was confident that he would definitely finish his work in 2 days and asked Brother Qian to give him a little more time. Of course, if he had an assistant, the student could have done it in 1 day, but now everything depended only on him. 2 days later, at 2 o'clock in the morning, the young man was finishing his work on his laptop, sitting in his room. Unfortunately, it was impossible to live in the library. He transferred the latest data into the formula and was finally able to derive the answer. But what he came up with shocked the guy. The answer was 0, which is simply impossible. If the calculation was indeed correct, it would change their entire research. If this is true, Then when the untungsten materials were included in the cement composition, there was no effect on hydration. Qian Zhongming couldn't believe this conclusion, but Lu Zhou pointed out to him the rate of change of the fourth sample's X between 8 and 12 hours. His words made Liu Bo think, if the conclusion was really correct, then this alone would be enough to publish as a research result. Experiments had to be carried out, and if these calculations were not wrong, this would be a major discovery in the field of studying carbon nanotube materials. Liu Bo said that Lu Zhou would be able to publish the work no later than the end of next month, and he promised that he would have results by then. Professor Li immediately received a call about the new materials, and he immediately asked to bring some samples and the students' work to the lab on the old campus. If Lu Zhou's findings are correct, then his research team has been conducting their experiments incorrectly all along. After 7 days of work, Liu Bo invited Lu Zhou to their research room to report that his conclusion was correct. The key to solving the problem of pressure resistance in the second sample was not in the hydration reaction, but in something else. The young man saved them 2 whole months of research. After reading a recent paper on aqueous dispersion of carbon nanotubes, the boy had an idea that he wanted to tell Liu Bo. He suggested that they experiment with a range from 0.4% mass to 0.5% mass for the number of ounces. But the scientist was afraid that this range would be too small. That was why the young man only suggested that since they had managed to save so much time, they could try it. Liu Bo said that he would propose this idea to Professor Li. Their conversation was interrupted by a telephone call. The young people said goodbye, and the student left the office to answer the call. Lu Zhou called Chen Yushan. The girl was currently lying on her bed in the dorm. She had a whole plan on how to lure the young man on a date. But first she needed to find out if he was free the next day. As soon as the guy said yes, the girl immediately started babbling that she had received 2 tickets to the cinema at the university festival. But her neighbor couldn't, and now she was inviting him. Lu Zhou thought that Nolan had a new movie out and going to the cinema was really a good idea. He planned to go to this particular screening. The next day at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a nicely dressed Chen Yushan was waiting for the young man outside the cinema, happily waving her hand at him. Approaching the checkout, the student politely asked his friend what she would like to see. The girl immediately shouted that she came for the Ghost Road. She had dreamed of going there since she was in the trailer, but all her friends refused. Lu Zhou came to mind, and fortunately for the girl, he fell for her plan and went to the cinema with her. But Yushan was in for a disappointment. Although the young man was a genius in mathematics, he turned into a fool in everyday affairs. He asked for 1 ticket to the Haunted Road and the second to Interstellar. He didn't even understand the hint from the cinema employee when he was advised to think again about his choice. Zhou sincerely believed that going to different screenings in their case was quite normal. Chen Yushan handed the money to the cashier and commanded him to give them 2 tickets for the Ghost Road. Lu Zhou didn't object or resist. The main ghost in the session was really very creepy. The girl was very scared every time she jumped out and pressed herself against the guy, hugging him by the arm. This reaction embarrassed the student and seemed very cute at the same time. Yushan squeezed his hand tighter, not letting him go even an inch away from her. It was so cute that the guy quietly laughed, but did not move away. He really liked the company of his girlfriend, and from the outside they looked like a real couple. After the movie ended, they slowly walked out of the theater, Lu Zhou saying that he had been busy with a physics project recently. After that, he inquired about the 4th-year student life. The girl planned to enroll in Yanjing University, get a degree there, and at the Wharton School of Business. The guy was happy for his girlfriend, but the thought that they would have to see each other less often upset him a little. The girl was also worried about this and decided that she should say everything now. She asked him if he was with someone now or not, and if not, could they start dating? But she couldn't finish her request. Before she could voice the most important thing, Lu Zhou stopped her and said that he needed some time to think things over. And as an apology, he invited her to dinner. The girl demanded a bowl of rice with ears, an incredibly expensive snack. This was the price for the pain caused to her heart. On November 30th, Professor Li told the student that he could safely publish his work on their research. The man's voice sounded very happy. Lu Zhou was absolutely right, and they had managed to advance in their work. On December 1st, Liu Bo told his little assistant that his guess was correct, and the ratio was indeed 47 hundredths of the mass. Now the young man could publish another article. He was eager to finish it as soon as possible and share his conclusions. After he finished, he immediately ran to the professor with the finished material on a flash drive. Lu Zhou looked very happy. He wanted to give the article to the man, but he refused. He allowed the student to publish his article himself right now, because there were no problems with the first draft. Professor Li advised him to include the names of Liu Bo and Qian Zhongming, and in the end added that he wanted to see the young man as his graduate student. Many scientists and professors wanted to take such a wonderful student for themselves, but the man hoped that Lu Zhou would remember him when he decided to go to graduate school. It's been a while since the last article was published, and finally the first review has appeared, although it was just one word. Interesting. But then the guy saw the sender's name. Munch Bawendi, a professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology who researches quantum dot technology and nanomaterials. A message came to his phone from Ms. Yang. The woman was raising his salary, and immediately after that, Professor Lee sent an SMS. The student immediately went to meet the man. The scientist went to the financial department immediately after their report was accepted. He wanted to get Lu Zhou's gratitude for his help. The professor handed the younger man a check for 50,000 won. He wanted the boy to accept this well-deserved money without further ado. After the new year, he was planning to open a new research project and invited Lu Zhou to join him. But the young man was not sure that he would have time for it. Returning to his room, the guy lay down on the bed and covered his eyes with his hand. He tiredly called out to the system, slowly entering the spiritual world. But as soon as he opened his eyes, a huge orangutan appeared in front of him. The animal looked like a real one and terribly frightened the student. The girl behind him laughed loudly. She had prepared this prank for the guy in advance as revenge for the fact that he had recently hugged her. Ignoring this joke, Lu Zhou walked over to the table, looking at how many points he had received as a reward for completing the last task. He was getting closer to improving his physics level. The guy changed his recent decision not to pump physics and now planned to improve this area along with mathematics. Immediately after the balls, attention was drawn to the reward in the form of inspiration for 24 hours. The young man asked the system about it, but the girl said that she would explain everything only if he kissed an orangutan. Lu Zhou wasn't going to humiliate himself like that, so the program decided to tell him about the next task. The guy had to meet with the scientific community and give a speech and communicate with geniuses. The guy found this coincidence strange because in February he was supposed to speak at a conference in Princeton, but this time he was going to achieve perfection. Over the next 2 months, he was going to improve his spoken English. After all, he had received a TOEFL certificate. The flow of thoughts was interrupted by a call from Professor Zhang. The man asked the student not to go anywhere after the exams and to wait until January 10th. There will be an award ceremony for 10 annual special scholarships from Jinling University. Lu Zhou was selected from the Department of Mathematics and should be preparing for the award ceremony. Very soon, the last exam of this semester approached. The young man was very glad that the professor did not deliberately give him difficult problems. The final exams were also coming to an end. Lu Zhou was very worried about Chen Yushan and decided to go check on her and see how she did. They met at the KFD cafe. The girl smilingly told them that she had passed everything fantastically and was now preparing for an interview for graduate school. She asked about his progress and said that the professor would definitely get a promotion if he found a problem that he could not solve. She was also very interested in what the guy had plans for the future, but the second-year student had nothing planned yet, except that he wanted to get a degree in physics. Yushan hoped that Zhou would want to study abroad. She thought that he would easily get into Princeton without even breaking a sweat. The young man looked at the girl's sad face and remembered that she was going to go abroad after graduating from Yanqing University. He promised that he would find a way to meet her if they were far apart. These words made Yushan very happy. The girl smiled and blushed. She really liked this simple-minded genius. Immediately after the sweet expression, she began to threaten him that she would regret it if he did not fulfill his promise. And it did not matter whether she was busy or not. At the beginning of the winter break, Lu Zhou, as he promised Professor Zhang, stayed in the dormitory and communicated with Xiao Ai. He wanted to help his AI fill up the knowledge increase scale faster. But in response, he received the picture again, despite the fact that he asked them not to send it anymore. Then, Xiao Ai sent him a link to this picture on another communication service. Such mental skills disappointed the student. This artificial intelligence can no longer be saved. On January 10th, the annual award ceremony for students of Jinling University was held, and all the guests gathered in the hall near the stage. The ceremony is designed to recognize outstanding students who have made significant achievements in research, innovation, entrepreneurship, and a variety of other areas. While the host opened the event on stage, the students discussed the first ever sophomore who was going to be awarded today. But it wasn't just the host who started the ceremony. After a short greeting, the young man invited Lu Zhou to the stage to give a speech. The genius student stood in front of the large hall with a small piece of paper and greeted the audience. Behind his back, all his achievements over the past months were described. A wave of whispers swept through the hall. Many recognized the rising university official, while others, on the contrary, saw him for the first time and became interested in him. After thanking his parents and professors, Lu Zhou began his speech by talking about functional analysis, which was his main field. He also talked about the experience he gained working with Professor Li Rongan and his team on Mersenne primes, and proving the Zhou conjecture. At the end of his speech, the young man recited the university motto and caused a storm of applause, with Lin Yuxiang, the head of the student council, clapping loudest of all, and the girl looking at him with sparkling eyes. Her friend remembered that the leader was on a team with a genius and decided to ask what kind of person he was. Yuxiang said that he looked calm and reliable. The only thing he was missing was that the guy didn't know how to take care of himself at all. He needed someone to remind him to eat and bring him food. This story really impressed the assistant of the vice president of the student council. She decided that they were really in a relationship. At this time, Ren Changming, the invited guest, spoke enviously about how Jinling University had gone downhill, because this genius student would never stay here for long. But Dean Qin was one of those who did not mince words. He reminded with a smile that no matter where Lu Zhou went in the future, he would always remain a graduate of Jinling University. After the students' award ceremony, Lin Yuxiang caught up with Lu Zhou and congratulated him with a smile on his successful and good performance. She told him that they were organizing a lunch on the second floor of the canteen. The young man had always dreamed of eating in this legendary place and promised to stop by later, intending to go further. The girl hurried to stop him. She really wanted to talk longer and embarrass him somehow, so she added that he looked very handsome in this suit. She was sure that she had definitely succeeded in making the god of the mathematics department blush. Her lifelong goal had almost been achieved, but instead of being embarrassed, Lu Zhou laughed loudly. He also thought that he looked great in this outfit. This reaction simply killed Ling Yuxiang. A little later, the TOEFL exam took place. There were many students in the hall. Each one was assigned one computer for the test. Lu Zhou was very excited. He was confident that he would pass this with the highest score, considering the number of English articles he had already written. After the test part, we had to wait a little, because one question usually takes 20 minutes. But the young man coped with all of them in just 40. The student next to him, who was also taking the test, was very nervous and chewed his pencil from stress. For him, the exam was much more difficult than for Lu Zhou. Next came the part with detailed oral answers. Each participant was given headphones with a microphone, through which they were asked questions, and they answered in English. The guy next to him was in complete shock. It was the first time he had seen someone pass this exam with such ease and speed as Lu Zhou in the next seat. 2 weeks after the exam, the results finally came in. The student opened his grade and saw that he was just 1 point short of the highest grade. It was so offensive that he began to bang his head against the table, dreaming of retaking the exam, just to get the maximum score. His suffering quickly ended. There was simply no time for it. He received an urgent letter from the embassy asking him to go to Shanghai and sign papers. Soon the guy had already bought a ticket for a high-speed train to Shanghai and was traveling in comfort to one of the largest cities in the country. A few hours later, the student was in the city and was slowly walking down the street to the embassy to get some papers. As soon as he entered the room, the guy was faced with a huge number of people. There was no room to push through. After spending a lot of time and effort to get to the line he needed at the embassy, Lu Zhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. While he was standing there, a nasty guy came up from behind who kept bragging about how he had studied in Virginia and now considered all universities in China to be dumps and their graduates to be trash. He told his friend that after listening to a few lectures, one could understand that American universities were on a completely different level. Lu Zhou could no longer listen to this kind of thing, so he intervened and said that everything depended on people, after which he proudly added that he was studying at Jinling University. But the stranger did not calm down. He, of course, knew that this was a good establishment within the country, but he was sure that it was not even in the top 100 in the world. The young man mocked Lu Zhou, and when he heard that New York University had invited him to study, he burst out laughing. The student tried to convince him that he had really been invited, but when he realized that there was no point in talking to this man, he sighed and fell silent. When it was his turn to sign the documents, the embassy employee asked about the purpose of his trip to America. Lu Zhou calmly replied that he was going to a scientific conference on mathematics in Princeton to present his paper. To confirm it was necessary to see the invitation, the guy quickly took the document out of his backpack and gave it to the man to print. The employee quickly put a stamp on the signature at the bottom. Now the guy was allowed to leave for America, and they wished him a pleasant trip. The braggart boy couldn't come to his senses. He couldn't believe that this student was actually flying to Princeton. Then his companion said that he had already seen an article on Weibo about this Lu, who was able to solve a difficult math problem. The young man was very envious and specifically said that an ordinary math problem was useless. But when he heard that the guy received $1 million for it, he completely exploded with anger and shame. Just a few days later, Lu Zhou was on a plane to a conference in New Jersey, at one of the most famous and prestigious universities in the world. The flight was very long and difficult. Immediately after landing, the guy went to the place where foreign guests were accommodated to rest. Soon, he was at the entrance to Princeton's academic residential area, with old, beautiful buildings, clear skies, and a completely different atmosphere from Jinling. However, he was given accommodation in a Princeton hotel, not in a university dormitory. While the guy was trying to find the right hotel on the map and figure out where to go and where he was, a girl came up to him and said hello in English. She thought he was new, but Lu Zhou quickly explained to her that he had come here for a math conference and didn't know where to go. The girl looked at him for a long time and silently, and then called him by name. She recognized him. The student saw his photos and read an article about the Mersenne prime law, liked it, and even prepared several questions for his report. But the young man came to the wrong place. Conference guests are not staying at the university, but at a hotel opposite Palmer Square. The girl was right on the way, and she happily agreed to see her new foreign friend off. On the way, they got to know each other better. The new friend's name was Melina Abel. She asked to call her simply by her first name because she didn't like her last name, and already near the hotel they said goodbye. The room that the organizers had prepared for him was quite luxurious, with a large bed and a beautiful interior. As soon as Lu Zhou arrived, he went to take a shower. He was very tired from the flight and the long search for the hotel, and now he wanted to quickly wash up and fall asleep. On the first day of the conference, the student met a stranger in the hotel lobby who spoke Chinese. It turned out to be Luo Wenxuan, a former student of Professor Tang. They headed towards the university together, talking along the way about the time difference, getting used to the new rhythm and the new atmosphere. After a short conversation, Lu Zhou asked if his new friend would be attending the conference. But the man had only come to listen to the reports and comments from famous people. This conference is mainly devoted to number theory, and he was mainly engaged in theoretical studies of Hilbert space, studying quantum mechanics and field theory. While having a pleasant conversation, they reached the right meeting place. Luo Wenxuan said goodbye to the younger one. He still had things to do, and Lu Zhou went to the hall. There was a lot of work going on at the event venue, and many participants were standing with their discoveries, presenting them to the guests. Walking past one of these presentations, the second-year student noticed that someone had already solved the problem with twin numbers that had been bothering him for 6 months. It was a historic moment. Lu Zhou was very interested in this proof, but for some reason there was no one nearby. A young man named Dijon, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, scared the guy. He was glad that at least someone was interested in his work. Because of the arrogance and prejudice of the people at Princeton, no one could accept that some guy from India could prove such a problem. But that was only Dijon's version. The boy was so glad that his friend from the Pacific Ocean understood his feelings and came over that Lu Zhou didn't say anything about giving a report. A Jinling University student wanted to read his Indian friend's work, but the guy decided to personally explain the principle of his calculations. The guy didn't expect that the student used reverse mathematics to prove his point, but Dijon was sure that algebra was just a tool and there were many ways. He believed that Zhang, who had found an algebraic method for proving prime numbers, had reached a dead end and driven many mathematicians to their graves, and his work proved it. Lu Zhou tried to explain to the young man that he had no problem understanding his method and could get straight to the point, but Dijon promised to finish quickly. While he was solving it, several more people came up to them. Everyone watched the calculations with interest, but the genius of the university Jinling had already understood everything. This idea was quite simple. He did a little math in his head, assuming that the twin numbers come in a finite pair and that the largest pair would be Pn1, Pn. Then the prime numbers would be limited. It was like climbing a ladder. No matter how big Pn1, Pn is, you can always find an even bigger pair of twins. Then the statement that double primes are infinite is true. Dijon didn't use existing research in his report, and Lu Zhou could finally understand why no one was interested in him. The guy voiced his thoughts. The Indian obviously fell into a logical trap. I wonder how he will now be able to prove that Pn is known as the maximum prime number. Dijon pointed out what he had written at the very beginning, and then Lu Zhou gave a short example where the result was 30,031. He replaced 11 and 13 as the largest Leeson prime number in Dijon's conjecture, where Pn is 13 and P is 30,031. Lu Zhou explained that this number can be broken down into the product of two prime numbers, 59 and 509, which are greater than 13, and therefore it is not yet possible to prove his conjecture. After explaining, the guy added that if he were Dijon's professor, he would never have given him money to go to Princeton with such a stupid job. The Indian University student was so moved by this that he tore the title of his work from the stand and walked away as quickly as possible. Lu Zhou sighed quietly. This wasn't exactly what he wanted, but it couldn't be helped. At that moment, Molina, who had been watching their mathematical squabble for some time, called out to him. The girl wanted to make fun of him and said that he eliminates competitors on the very first day. But the guy took her too literally and justified himself by saying that he was just pointing out his mistakes. In fact, this happens all the time. It's called Princeton arrogance, where you have to be not only smart, but also confident. After these words, the girl offered her friend some gum. But as soon as he took one, she asked for his email address and Facebook page in return. Lu Zhou didn't expect such a setup at all, and he didn't have Facebook. But Molina reassured him, saying that it was just a gentleman's response to a gift. He wrote down his email for her, and the girl left saying that her address and Facebook were written on the back of a gum wrapper. Soon, Professor Deline's reporting meeting began, which Lu Zhou attended. He was extremely interested in listening to the report of such a great scientist. The speech was in English, and the man was talking about static partial differential equations, which have become an important topic in static analysis in recent years. After the report, everyone dispersed. Lu Zhou headed to the hotel restaurant, reading his notes along the way. He was going to think for a while alone. He was inspired by Dijon's line that algebra was just a tool, which was the least he could get out of that guy's bullshit talk. He thought that he could have taken a completely different path in this matter, but he didn't have time to think alone for long. Someone came up to his table. It was Molina. The girl sat down next to him with a glass in her hand. It was unusual for her to see someone sitting there and thinking about mathematics at such a time. There was a coffee party going on upstairs now, where the contents of Dalin's report were being discussed, but Lu Zhou was busy with another topic. If not for this, he would have been very interested. The girl did not understand him. Such conferences happen once a year, but the young man thought differently. There were many opportunities to attend such events, but moments of inspiration in life were extremely rare. His words amused his friend. She laughed quietly and said that she considered him a very interesting and unusual young man. She wished him not to miss this white dove of inspiration. Lu Zhou clinked glasses with her, saying that the dove was a rather strange image. At 6 o'clock that evening, the organizers prepared a cocktail party at the Princeton Hotel. Although Lu Zhou was not interested in socializing, he couldn't deny the importance of the party, which was why he dressed up and prepared properly for tonight. He met Luo Wengshuan in the corridor, and they walked together to the elevator to get to the banquet hall. When the doors opened and the young people could enter, they encountered familiar faces inside the cabin. In front of them stood the professor and student Wei Wen, who had won second place, just behind Lu Zhou's team, in the mathematical modeling competition. Wengshuan greeted Professor Wang. Both men were glad to see each other, after which the scientist asked who his younger comrade's companion was. The young specialist immediately introduced the young genius Lu Zhou, a favorite of Professor Tang Jiwei from Jinling University. Wang Yuping was a famous scientist from Yanqing University. He solved Hualin's problem on the integrity of a polynomial, proved that Bolobas combinatorics is an important part of a bounded abelian group. The man greeted the young man with a smile, calling him amazing and saying that the future of Chinese mathematics depended on him. After that, he introduced his best student, Wei Wen. The young man clearly remembered the one he had honestly lost to and greeted the younger one with a smile. But Lu Zhou didn't remember him at all. He didn't show it and greeted him with a smile, while he tried to remember where they could have met before. After saying goodbye to his new acquaintances, the second-year student walked into a crowd of strangers and finally realized that his knowledge of spoken English was not the best. It was too much to worry about. The guy saw a table with food and decided to throw all worries aside. He took himself a plate of sweets and sat down at the table, happily stuffing his cheeks. And again, Molina was able to find him in this huge crowd. The girl sat down opposite him at the table. Because of her beautiful appearance, the young guy choked. The girl was curious as to why the young man wasn't dancing. Lu Zhou, having successfully caught his breath, admitted that he actually didn't know how to dance. Just by looking at him, she could tell that he was thinking about mathematics. The girl asked how he could think about anything else when there was such a beauty in front of him. It was clear from the boy's body language the guy was slightly embarrassed, smiling. But their pleasant conversation was interrupted by a sudden wave of inspiration. Lu Zhou suddenly jumped to his feet, which startled Melina. He happily said that a very important thought had come to his mind. The girl winked. She hoped that the guy would not be able to leave the elegant Frenchwoman and have dinner with her, but this idea was more important to the student than even dinner with the Virgin Mary. And he ran away. Back in his room, Lu Zhou prepared some blank sheets of paper. All he needed now was inspiration. The guy called the system, asking to activate the inspiration clock, but the girl immediately started being sarcastic as soon as she appeared. Realizing that the user was not in the mood for communication at the moment, she still snapped her fingers and activated the reward. The young man's brain seemed to be struck by an electric discharge, and he was covered by a giant wave of inspiration. This wonderful feeling engulfed Lu Zhou. The boy seemed to have entered the amazing world of mathematics. 24 hours of inspiration could be paused and resumed at any time, which was just perfect for a young man who planned to tackle twin primes. To maximize results, he decided to use 4 hours of inspiration 4 times a day. Finally, the white dove appeared right before his eyes. Lu Zhou was more confident in his abilities than ever. 4 days later, the student struggled to get out from under the rubble of papers and notebooks. He could hardly think straight. There were only 2 hours of inspiration left. Lu Zhou had already achieved so much. Now it was time to finally rest and clear his head. The hotel room was littered with sheets of paper and crumpled pieces of paper. The guy's back was giving out from sitting for a long time. He simply needed to get out into the fresh air. His head buzzing with so many thoughts, the guy slowly walked down the street near the hotel, feeling that something was wrong. Suddenly, Luo Wengxuan called him. The young man was worried about his new friend who had disappeared for 4 days. He was already going to look for him. The scientist shared a problem his research team faced. 6-sided dice thrown by God give 7 results in Hilbert space. Suddenly, Lu Zhou realized that the 7th result for the 6-sided dice might be the answer to his problem, and he stopped abruptly. A white dove flashed before his eyes again, and the boy asked his friend if he saw this bird carrying inspiration on its tail. While Luo Wengxuan was looking around for the white bird, Lu Zhou had already fled in an unknown direction, as if he had disappeared into the ground. As a result, the guy sat over his dilemma until the 5th day of the conference, when a co-worker came to him in the morning, reminding him that he was about to start a presentation. Lu Zhou was very surprised. He did not see the letter that said that his speech was postponed due to changes in the program. There was very little time left before the speech. A large number of people had already gathered in the lecture hall, and the conference staff were also filming. Viscount Deling and Professor Wang sat in their seats in the hall and awaited the young genius's speech with interest. According to the conference plan, the content of his report should be devoted to the distribution of Mersenne primes. But after 4 days of work, the guy decided to take a desperate step. Lu Zhou asked permission to make a small request to the audience in connection with the adjustment of the schedule and the postponement of his report until the morning. Everyone present in the room was very surprised. They sincerely did not understand what was happening and what this young man was going to do. Turning his back to the hall, Lu Zhou quietly asked the system to activate the inspiration time. He only had 1 hour left. He was seriously going to complete the proof he had been working on so much in recent days during this time. People did not understand what kind of calculations the young man began to make. They came for the lecture, and over time, many became bored. People began to leave the conference hall. Professor Deling watched Lu Zhou write with interest, thought about it, and in an instant realized what exactly he was trying to do. But the young people did not figure out the truth so quickly. They could not understand what these calculations and the salve of Eratosthenes were for. Professor Wang looked at the board and couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't expect such a move from the student. Right now, before the eyes of the world's great minds, Lu Zhou was challenging a global problem, the twin prime number conjecture. Wei Wen watched the calculations carefully, but he could not understand what was happening. He could only discern Vinogradov's theorem on 3 numbers in these notes. The young man asked his teacher what Lu Zhou was doing, but the professor told him to just continue to observe and analyze. Joy and anticipation raged inside the man. He looked forward to the next 2 decades, when this young man's talent would be revealed to its full extent. The conference staff approached the young man. A new presentation was supposed to begin in 5 minutes, but one of the organizers stopped them. He rose to his feet and announced that the conference was being moved to lecture hall number 4, and anyone who wanted to listen could go there straight away. None of the people stood up. All those who did not understand had already left. Now only those remained who understood that the young man had challenged a world-class hypothesis. Very soon, they will either witness the greatest joke or a great historical moment in the world of mathematics. There were 30 minutes and 30 seconds left until the inspiration ended. If he didn't make it in time, he would become a laughingstock. But there was not a drop of fear left in Lu Zhou's heart. Wei Wen was already having trouble keeping up with his thoughts. He asked his professor if he thought the young man could handle this difficult task. But this question was difficult to answer. If he succeeds, it will be an excellent result and will go down in the history of science. But if he fails, he will become the object of ridicule at Princeton, and the media will promote him as an arrogant idiot to the whole world. Professor Wang thought how good it was to be young. Such courage and enthusiasm were only inherent in young people. It took Lu Zhou 35 minutes to decide, and although his inspiration had run out 5 minutes ago, the result had already been decided. The guy took off his jacket and finished writing the final result of his calculations. He was able to finish and prove the theory he had been working on for the last 6 months. Everyone in the hall froze in shock. They could not believe their eyes. People actually witnessed a historical event. His long solution on that stage implied that pairs of prime numbers were infinite, a problem that had plagued the mathematical world for years, finally solved. Thanks to Lu Zhou's efforts, they finally took another big step towards Polignac's hypothesis. The young man bowed to the people who were still in the hall and had been watching him all this time. But there was a deathly silence in the lecture room. The Viscount was the first to start applauding, as if he had awakened the audience, frozen in shock, from a long trance. The audience exploded with cheers, people clapping and praising the young genius who had literally just advanced their mathematics by decades. Lu Zhou didn't expect such a reaction. He was able to solve the problem right during the scientific conference, and at the same time he was supposed to rise as a mathematical genius. Professor Wang decided that he would definitely write a letter of recommendation for this young man, so that he could take part in the 10,000 people initiative. China needs a Fields medalist? Lu Zhou, who had sneaked out from the stage, walked slowly along the corridor of the hotel and was widely scattered, completely exhausted from the past 5 days. He planned to return to his room and get a good night's sleep. But a whole crowd of strangers ran out after him, running towards him at breakneck speed. Young people surrounded him from all sides. They wanted to take pictures with him, talk. Girls asked for his phone number. A little more and all these jackals would have simply torn the weak student apart. Lu Zhou was very embarrassed and tried to insert at least a few words to ask him to stop. Some unknown American woman confessed her love and passionately kissed the young genius's cheek, without even asking permission. After this, the people standing there rushed towards him in a crowd. Everyone wanted to hug or kiss the new rising star of the scientific world. Lu Zhou barely managed to escape from their clutches and run away. These people were really very scary. Fortunately, he could run fast. The young man called the elevator and waited for the doors to open, but he was beaten to it. A familiar girl with pink hair entered the cabin first. Of course it was Melina. The beautiful and elegant miss waved her hand to her friend with a smile as a greeting. The girl winked and smiled slyly, offering the guy to rest a little in her room. But Lu Zhou refused, saying that he wanted to sleep. This answer made the Frenchwoman laugh, and she asked with a strong smile if all the guys from China were really that boring. Jinling's student smiled. The thing was that he guessed that she wanted to ask him questions about mathematics, and he didn't want to think about numbers and formulas right now. On the right floor, Melina said goodbye to the guy with a smile and reminded him about the closing ceremony and the party tomorrow evening. At the last moment before the doors closed, the girl pointed to her cheek with a smile, saying that Lu Zhou's face was incredibly cute right now. The young man did not see himself from the outside and did not know that there were traces of women's lipstick on his cheeks and forehead. If we ignore all non-academic factors, then mathematical conjectures could be divided into several levels, where the first would be the 7 main problems of the millennium. The second one contains 3 modern mathematical problems, and the third one contains conjectures that can only be proven by someone who is close to the Fields Prize, such as twin prime numbers. The proof of twin numbers is only a small step, and the results of this work were able to answer only some of Hilbert's 8 questions. Lu Zhou still has a long way to go to reach the very top of the mathematical world. The next day, he was able to wake up only at 3:30 in the evening. The young man realized in horror that today was supposed to be the closing ceremony of the conference. He got dressed and ready as quickly as he could, then rushed out of his room and ran with all his might to the venue. He miraculously made it in time. Lu Zhou was breathing heavily as he entered the auditorium where the ceremony was to be held. An elderly man, Francis, the president of the Federal Mathematical Association and also a member of the International Mathematical Union, came onto the stage, said his name, and announced the beginning of the ceremony. Francis thanked all the sponsors, without whom they would not have been able to hold this conference, smiling happily. There was a moment that the man almost forgot about. The best young speaker was to receive a prize of $10,000 and a certificate from the Federal Mathematical Association. And of course, everyone knew who it was. This year's winner is Lu Zhou, who proved the twin primes conjecture. The guy was genuinely surprised. He didn't expect that he would actually be chosen. He slowly walked onto the stage to a storm of applause. Francis smiled as he handed the young man a certificate and a check for the cash prize, congratulating the Jinling University student. In a low whisper, the man said that if he wanted to get a doctorate from Princeton, many professors, including himself, would be happy to write him a letter of recommendation. After this, the old man grabbed the guy by the shoulders, happily saying that he did not dare to delay him any longer, wanting to enjoy the rest of the conference. After the closing ceremony, Lu Zhou was walking towards the hotel, looking at the certificate, when he noticed someone walking towards him. It was Viscount Deline, a famous professor. The man smilingly praised the young man's recent proof. He also suggested that the young talent publish his work in a mathematical yearbook. But Zhou was afraid that this would be considered a duplicate. But the Viscount winked at him, saying that at the conference he had, by the way, presented the law of distribution of prime numbers and not a proof of a hypothesis. If a guy wants to submit work to this magazine, he should send Deline a copy of his work as soon as possible. After talking about the magazine, the professor took a letter out of his jacket pocket and handed it to the guy who asked him to pass this on. This someone wrote a letter at the end of November last year and told the Viscount to give it to a talented young mathematician. Now this message belonged to Lu Zhou, as was destined, and what was inside could only be known to him. The envelope only had a name written on it, Alexander Grothendieck, and no other information, not even a stamp. The young man thanked the professor, but the departing Deline said that he should thank the young genius. Returning to his room, the young man immediately lay down on his bed. His strength exhausted, he slowly entered the spiritual world of the system. The conference task was completed with the highest grade, and Lu Zhou received 42,000 mathematics experience points and 1 ticket for the lucky lottery as a reward. Mathematics automatically rose to level 3. He received another 1,000 points in physics. His progress grew rapidly. The lottery had a chance to open a new branch of technology, and Lu Zhou really hoped that he would succeed. He started spinning the wheel and waited for the right moment to stop. The circle slowly stopped. The arrow remained in the random sample sector. The young man won 30 capsules of concentration. The system took out and handed the well-deserved reward to the user. Suddenly, the student realized that the system could give him a task related to Princeton and asked the girl what to do in such a situation. But the disgruntled friend still didn't want to help a man with a brain the size of a small nut. Zhou hissed and decided that he would simply postpone such a task if it fell to him. The young man was awakened from the spiritual world by a phone call from Professor Tan. The boy immediately sat up and answered the man. Tang Zhiwei shouted loudly as soon as he was answered, asking if his student had actually solved the twin number conjecture. Lu Zhou didn't expect that the news had already reached China. He said that he would return in about 2 days. He still needed to finish the evidence and the article. The satisfied professor said that he wanted to recommend him for participation in the 10,000 People Initiative. The goal of this program is to select 10,000 outstanding people in the natural sciences, engineering, philosophy, and social fields over 10 years. In addition, the initiative will provide financial support to many research projects as well as material assistance. This is a great chance to make a name for yourself at the national level. Now, one thing could be said for sure. If Lu Zhou got on this list, it would be useful for his future scientific work, at least within China. The words about money and the opportunity to do research in peace really interested the guy, and he immediately asked what he needed to do to get there. Tang Zhiwei said that it was Professor Wang Yuping who told him, so he should be the one to thank. But in Lu Zhou's heart, there was only room for one teacher, and that was his dear Professor Tang. And these words made the man very happy. After the bell rang, the student sat down to write the paper. And while he was working on his proof, a video of him writing on a board at a conference went viral on Twitter. Upon completion of the work, the young man sent a document with evidence by mail to Viscount Deline. Right after that, he noticed that Molina had written to him. The girl told him that he had become incredibly popular on the internet, and his report had become trending on YouTube. Lu Zhou's days passed in such a boring and monotonous pace that the boy decided to go for a walk and breathe some fresh air. In the corridor, Luo Wengshuan caught him, the young man shaking his comrade's hands, praising the genius mathematical monster. He himself could not attend the closing ceremony. Their group had reached a problem point, and they decided to take a short break to think and rest. Lu Zhou decided to help his friend out of the kindness of his heart. He said that a six-sided cube can land on two sides. And while the guy was thinking, the second-year student slipped away. He headed to the park, where he decided to read the very same letter that Dylan had given him. The text was written by his teacher, who was in serious condition at the time. He praised the research of the young talent and shared a pessimistic assessment of the Riemann hypothesis. Alexander believed that they were simply paving the way for future generations to solve today's problems and open up new ones. And he also regretted that he had nothing to leave Lu Zhou. All he could do was leave his works, published and unpublished, in the church of Saint-Lisieux in France for the young man, in the hope that they would help him. But the student could not go to another country to search for these materials now. He decided that in the future he would go there one day. The next day, Lu Zhou was standing at the door of the hotel, hailing a taxi to the airport, when a car stopped in front of him. The driver turned out to be Melina. She looked at her new friend with a smile, inviting him to get inside. The young man was interested in how she knew that he would be leaving at that time, and the girl told him about Todorov's mathematical methods of studying social behavior and psychology. Melina really wanted Joe to get his doctorate right there, but he refused. The guy wanted to finish his undergraduate degree in China and then consider studying abroad. At the Philadelphia airport, the girl asked him one last time if he really wasn't interested in studying at Princeton. She wanted the young man to join her research group. They are studying a very complex problem, and they need the help of a mathematical genius. Lu Zhou asked what they were solving there, and it turned out to be the Riemann hypothesis. This answer did not impress the young man at all. On the contrary, it disappointed him. His level of mathematics now is not enough for such a complex problem. It is simply impossible. The girl tried to convince him that everything was not so bad. She was sure that within 3 years, she would be able to bring the record 40% of zeros on the critical line to 50. But Lu Zhou believed that this was one of the reasons why number theory was so fascinating. Everyone thought that they would soon succeed. But when they got the result, they realized that they had failed. The young man thanked the girl with a smile for giving him a ride and wished her luck in successfully solving the Riemann hypothesis. Melina smiled sadly and shouted to him that she would always wait for him here. The world was his stage. Lu Zhou replied that the greater the desire, the greater the price, no matter where he was. The girl stood for a while and watched with a smile as the plane took off to China. She quietly muttered her friend's phrase, thinking about it. After many hours of flight, Lu Zhou finally arrived at Zhangcheng International Airport, happy that he was finally in his hometown. He hadn't even gotten far when two people from the Suzhou TV studio immediately approached him. The woman spoke about the show The Best Genius, which was on their TV channel, clapping her hands. But Lu Zhou cut him off abruptly, saying that he had never heard of such a show. Realizing that they had not approached him because of proving a hypothesis, the girl immediately rushed to interest the young man, saying that in this most popular show there are 6 teams, which consist of 4 experts, but the student was not interested. Seeing that the guy was about to leave, the channel employees shouted that they were paying there, and he immediately turned around, asking how much he would get. But when he heard that he had only received 50,000, he turned around and walked away, pretending that he hadn't asked at all. If they had added another 0 to that amount, he would certainly have thought about the offer. As Lu Zhou approached the door of his home, he couldn't wait. It had been a long time since he had last been home. The mother of the Lu family looked out into the hallway as soon as she heard someone open the front door. She and her father were at home, and her daughter should have been at school now. She didn't expect to see her beloved son on the doorstep of the apartment. She rushed to him, looking very happy. The woman called her husband, asking him to buy fish. She really wanted to cook a signature dish for her boy. The man looked out into the corridor. He couldn't believe his ears and eyes. His son had actually returned home. Father tightly hugged Lu Zhou's shoulder, and mother was full of enthusiasm to cook a lot of delicious things, ignoring her health problems. The student came to his senses and immediately sat down to open his suitcase right in the middle of the corridor to take out the gifts he had bought in America for his entire family. At 6:30 in the evening, the youngest member of the Lu family finally finished all her studies and returned home. She still didn't know that her older brother had returned. Entering the living room, the girl saw her beloved brother on the sofa and rushed to him, embracing him tightly. Mom called the children to the table with a smile. Dinner was ready when everyone had gathered. The parents began asking their son if it was difficult for him alone in America. Upon learning that Joe was in the United States, the girl immediately began shaking his shoulder, persuading him to give her gift back quickly. The young man pretended to doubt whether to give her gift. Then the little girl made a cute face, reminding him that she was his beloved little sister. Moreover, she scored 145 points out of 150 on the math exam. So now Liu Zhou was willing to give her the gift she deserved. Sitting at the family table in a pleasant atmosphere full of love, the young man once again realized how good it was to be at home. On the night of Chinese New Year, the Liu family gathered outside. Liu Zhou set off fireworks to celebrate with his loved ones. When the fireworks were set off, the student ran behind a tree to his sister to be at a safe distance. He received a call. It was Luo Wengshuan. The elder wanted to share the joy. He managed to solve the problem that his group faced. The words about the cube falling on both sides really helped. In gratitude for his help, the guy promised to treat him to a drink the next time they met. And the sky was painted in different colors from the fireworks, as if it wanted to congratulate Wengshuan on finishing his work. The day after the Lantern Festival, Liu Zhou had to return to university much earlier than expected due to participating in the 10,000 People Initiative. The young man said goodbye to his family. Happy days always pass very quickly. Despite this, there were many such days ahead of him, and now it was time to return to the system and continue improving. Returning to his dorm room, Liu Zhou immediately asked the system to show him his awards and achievements. The girl appeared quite quickly. She prepared a small gift for the user, but continued to say that it was just out of pity. It was a bonus assignment, the essence of which was to read a list of books and materials, as well as to perform an experiment, mainly related to physics. The experiment was about real-time observation of the formation of lithium dendrites in lithium-ion electrodes. But before that, Liu Zhou decided to read materials science. He had barely opened the book when Professor Tang Jiwei called him, and the young man hurried straight to his teacher's room. The man called the younger one over to look over some documents properly, and then fill them out. But he noticed a physics book in his hand and became interested. Liu Zhou was still studying for a degree in physics and shared his plans with the professor. Tang Jiwei decided to share some interesting news with the young man. The university had decided to grant him his bachelor's degree early and also allow him to pursue a master's and doctorate degree at Princeton. In simple terms, a student at his level would need a year or two to get his master's degree, after which he would be sent directly to Princeton to get his PhD. The university will give him a doctorate, but not a master's degree. This plan was developed especially for him, and the rector wrote to the ministry about him to approve it. The professor originally planned to tell him later, but since Liu Zhou had decided to get a degree in physics, he told him now to get a double doctorate. Despite the boy's aspirations and joy, the man did not particularly approve of his zeal, but he simply had no words. He thought the guy was only talented in functional analysis and applied mathematics, but he solved the twin numbers conjecture. If Zhou had asked for advice, Professor Tang would have suggested that he not study physics, but the student did not ask. This genius is on his own difficult path. 2 days later, Liu Zhou was sitting in his room reading a book, and he was so engrossed in it that the door suddenly opened, startling him. Liu Rui brought along a lovely lady, Wang Yajing, and introduced her to his roommate as his new girlfriend. This couple met during the winter holidays and fell in love. The guy hasn't had time to really tell anyone about it yet. After the greeting, the girl immediately beamed. She was very happy to personally meet the god of the mathematics department. God immediately turned the attention from himself to his friend, saying that although he was a hooligan, he was a good person, so Yajing should take good care of him. They decided to celebrate their new pleasant acquaintance with a dinner at Liu Rui's expense in honor of the new year, and suggested that Liu Zhou invite their neighbors too, Xiao Yunyun, Deng Le, and Qianhua, who the guys had invited to come with them for a drink, sat opposite them and watched the show on their phones. The show, The Strongest Genius, sank into their souls so much that they watched it in any place and situation. Liu Zhou felt like he had heard a similar name somewhere before, and he asked if this was the same program where there were 6 teams from different countries. The statement that there were only geniuses there was so loud that Liu Rui hugged his friend around the neck and was ready to bet that the participants were not half as smart as his neighbor. But Deng Le was sure that her beloved Wu Yan was the smartest person in the world. He was the youngest Chinese graduate student at the University of Auckland, a brilliant mathematician. The whole evening could have been spent telling stories about the girl's favorite participant in the show, but the waiters brought their orders on time. Putting all other topics aside, the students began to eat and drink, celebrating the arrival of the new year and the fact that they were finally together. As time went by, Liu Rui got drunk and was already sleeping on the table. His girlfriend and Liu Zhou decided to take him to his room together. Having reached the right floor, Wang Yajing went to her room first, and Zhou dragged his neighbor further into their room. As they walked, Liu Rui called out to the young man. Slowly raising his head, he walked with difficulty and spoke with even greater difficulty. But this did not stop him. He shared that he had indeed treated Lu Zhou badly in the past, and although they had a tense relationship, he had never had any evil intentions. In his family, the young man was always yelled at from the very beginning of school. He had to be the best in the class. That's why Liu Rui gets so angry when someone is smarter than him. But in reality, many people limit themselves to their own world. There is nothing strange or bad about this. The main thing is not to be afraid to look your past in the eye, to face it and accept everything as it is. This is the first step to gaining wisdom. The only one who can help his friend expand his horizons and become a better version of himself is himself. Liu Rui finally breathed a sigh of relief. All his worries were gone. He was even glad that his neighbor liked to pretend to be a know-it-all. The next day, the friends decided to turn on the show The Strongest Genius. They were interested in what the girls talked about last night. The screen showed the same popular mathematical genius Wu Yan, the young man speaking in front of the camera with a smile. He answered the difficult question without thinking, without even taking the time to do the calculations. Although Lu Zhou understood most of what was being discussed in this show, he didn't understand how they could answer so quickly. Many professors would need time to do the calculations. Moreover, there was not a single natural science genius he knew on this program. The German team was in the lead, and in the final stage, they had to solve a world-class problem to win. The presenter began to talk about how the mathematician Polignac proposed a hypothesis that, for any natural number, there is an infinite number of pairs of prime numbers. The task for the participants was to prove this hypothesis. Lu Zhou looked at this farce, sincerely not understanding what was happening. Wu Yan quickly wrote out the solution on the board in front of the audience in the hall and on the other side of the TV screen. It all looked like a pre-staged show. The young man felt calm and comfortable in front of the cameras, without even straining himself. A special guest from Stanford University watched the calculations with a serious face. The young mathematician used Vinogradov's theorem on 3 prime numbers. The hosts and the audience couldn't believe their eyes. Wu Yan was actually challenging a world-class math problem. Commentators admired the young man's genius, but it all seemed too similar to the evidence that Lu Zhou had already presented. Finally, one of the viewers noticed and brought up the plagiarism issue. People started writing about the Princeton conference, but Wu Yan's fans continued to insist that he was a genius. While they were arguing, the young man finished writing the equation on the board and the hall exploded with thunderous applause. The hosts and guests of the show, as well as the viewers, were happy. Some even cried with happiness. Everything was staged as if Wu Yan had just, here and now, solved the hypothesis about twin numbers. Danlo was hugging her laptop in her room and was overjoyed at the victory of her favorite participant in the show. She sincerely believed in the veracity of the show. A little later, behind the scenes of the show, the most powerful genius. The employees celebrated the success, and a girlfriend from the TV channel bragged to the boss that their show had become much more popular compared to last year. But the boss was more interested in the plagiarism issue. The employee explained that they took a fragment from the Princeton conference and replaced it with a theme about twin numbers. She checked the schedule and consulted with a specialist, and was completely confident that they would get away with it. Criticism was the last thing that bothered her team working on the show, because bad PR is still PR. In this country, no one cares about evidence, and for other countries, their show is not up to par. And if someone files a police report against them for plagiarism, it will be enough to pay a little extra. Initially, there was no proof of the hypothesis in the plans. Questions were prepared, as was usually the case in their show. And when Wu Yan's agent suggested presenting the research results, Director Zhang immediately approved the idea. The man praised the girl for her excellent work and promised to double the bonus for their group for such a stunning finale. At this time, Lu Zhou was beside himself with rage. He was ready to rage and throw because they had copied his proof of the hypothesis completely and appropriated the merits to a pretty boy. He decided to go on Weibo and immediately condemn the show The Strongest Genius for plagiarizing his work, which he worked so hard on. But under his post, some fan of Wu Yan has already started causing chaos, blaming him for everything and saying that, in fact, her beloved Wu Yan is much better. At the same time, Dan Le was tossing and turning on the bed, almost squealing with her love for the guy from the show. Her friend sincerely did not understand what was so special about this young man, and the girl told how he solved a world problem right on stage. At the age of 23, Wu Yan already had a doctorate in science, and Deng Lei proudly boasted about him to her neighbors. Hearing that her standards had risen, her friend jokingly advised her to choose Lu Zhou, who had recently proven Zhou's theory. But the girl didn't care at all about the fool who proved something like that, because the hypothesis about twin numbers was a problem worthy of the Fields Prize. Xiao Yunyun was very interested in this and found information on the internet that this theory was proven a month ago at a conference in Princeton. The comments were all about how the contestant had copied most, if not all, of the work. In fact, the hypothesis was proven by Lu Zhou. The girl showed his photo against the background of the decision from that very scientific conference. Deng Lei could not believe her eyes and ears. Yunyun went on to say that the Princeton graduate student who posted the article included the exact time and included a signature from the Federal Math Association. Soon, Lu Zhou received a call from Professor Tang. The man was furious after he learned about what happened. As soon as Luo Wenxuan learned about everything, he immediately went to the Federal Mathematical Association to get the records, after which he contacted several Chinese media outlets. Now he simply had to call the young man and thank him for such help on behalf of the professor. This was the least that could be done. Although this story was troublesome, thanks to Wang Yuping, the rumors would soon reach the propaganda ministry. All that was left was to wait for Lu Zhou's article to be published. The man sipped some tea, imagining how unlucky the people who copied the proof were and what punishment might await them. Soon the girl's team gathered in her boss's office. She couldn't believe that they actually got away with all this. By saying that this was just a show, not a plagiarized article, and that people had blown a mountain out of a molehill, the assistant was trying to defend their honor. Director Zhang was furious. He didn't even want to listen to the fact that Wu Yan was supposedly inspired by the conference, and the two young people proved the theory almost at the same time. At this point, the PR manager intervened, saying that there was no point in making such a statement now. The pressing problem needed to be addressed. He offered to find a mathematics journal, pay for it, and publish Wu Yan's work before the original. The idea was really interesting. He was sure that they would be able to solve the problem with money. The video from the internet does not prove anything. Their conversation was interrupted by a man who entered the office without asking or inviting him. He looked serious. Zhang immediately shouted at him, ordering him to go away, but the man did not react to his words. He silently took out some papers from his jacket pocket. The folder fell onto the tabletop with a bang. It was a notice from the management that the show The Strongest Genius was closed from today. The team couldn't believe it. The director opened the folder, reading the closure order. Unfortunately, this was not an order from his superiors, but from the government, and no conversation with the director of the TV channel will save them. Director Zhang fell into his chair. Now it was all over for sure. His show, his career, and their attempts to fight for an honest name. Around this time, the young man was sitting at home and was very nervous. His cunning plan had collapsed before his eyes. The real Wu Yan was a mean and greedy man. He knew that Lu Zhou was almost unknown in China, and so he simply stole his proof and now didn't know what to do. Suddenly, the young man received a call from his professor, who was worried that the boy might have written his name on his published work. Wu Yan tried to convince the teacher until the very end that he had simply performed at a show and had been inspired by someone else's work and had not copied it. Even though he hadn't published anything anywhere, he was still in big trouble, and the professor advised him to return to Auckland and sort out his status. Frozen in place from deep shock, he could not believe that he could actually be expelled from graduate school. The agent entered the room at the very moment when the young man was dying of grief in the middle of the room. The young man shared with the man his worries that he might be expelled, but no one cared. The agent reminded him that he could just sign a contract and make money here in China instead of returning to Auckland. The man told him not to back down and to keep trying to defend his honor, otherwise his career would be over. There was only one way to restore his reputation. Wu Yan had to write the article as soon as possible and then submit it to the journal, and only then could it be claimed that it was his evidence. The main problem was to change the moments in the solution so that he would not be accused of plagiarism. But the young man had no idea how to do this. His agent reminded him that he was in entertainment, not science. So he should have just changed a few letters and numbers and then said it was a coincidence. Wu Yan was familiar with mathematics and knew that even slightly changing the proof would be very difficult. But he had no other choice. The main thing for them was to make fans believe the words of their idol, who claims that two geniuses simply figured it out at the same time. A call came from director Zhang, who was now supposed to conduct negotiations between the program group and the station. The man was not eager to discuss the topic. He only told them to watch the news themselves, where a response to their statement that it was just an entertainment show had already been published. The TV project was criticized. The article spoke very rudely about the most powerful genius, reporting that the show not only deceived the audience, but also broke the law. The next day, there was already a group of reporters at the entrance of Jinling University, and a girl was asking students passing by about the recent situation. By a lucky coincidence, she came across Chen Yushun. and the interviewer asked her opinion on the recent dispute between Lu Zhou and Wu Yan. First, the girl wanted to be told about Lu Zhou and what the student thought of him. Yushan smiled softly. Her cheeks turned slightly pink, and her voice softened as she called the young man the most handsome and talented student in the university. The student's sensuality and sincerity touched the film crew. They froze, as if spellbound. It was so touching that the girl completely forgot to ask about Wu Yan for the statistics. Chen Yushan didn't even bother to turn around. She called him a weakling and a greedy clown actor as she walked away. For some time, the internet was still discussing the breakup of the group working on the show The Strongest Genius and on the deception of Yu Yan. And the system sincerely did not understand why people were fussing so much. When his studies resumed, Lu Zhou walked slowly towards the university, thinking that the university really wanted to send him to Princeton to get a doctorate. He also thought about how he would have his master's degree by this time next year as he walked towards the library entrance. True, the young man was unable to get inside. A crowd of people had gathered at the entrance. Lu Zhou could no longer study peacefully in his favorite place and went to look for an empty auditorium. As soon as he sat down and started studying, a young professor entered the office. Apparently, there should have been a class here now. The teacher didn't immediately notice the young man sitting in the empty classroom, but he immediately recognized him as Lu Zhou. The young student found it very strange that the man immediately began to become very nervous. Slowly, the empty classroom began to fill with other students. People sat down in the empty seats and prepared for class. After the class began, the nervous professor introduced himself as Wang Shijie, for some reason saying that he was just getting a doctorate in number theory. Lu Zhou became curious, and he was also tired of working and decided to listen to this man's lecture as a rest. At the beginning of the presentation, the professor showed two geniuses who contributed to mathematics. They were Zhou Haizhong, who put forward Zhou's theory, and Lu Zhou, who proved it. Then there was information about the twin numbers hypothesis, but the professor did not have time to edit the presentation, so he said verbally that Lu Zhou had also recently proven it. The man then pointed out the genius student to everyone in the room, revealing the genius's presence in the class. All this was very unexpected and unpleasant. He hoped to sit quietly, but now he was surrounded by admiring students again. The attention he received had already worn him out at Princeton, but there was nothing he could do. He greeted everyone cautiously. At that very moment, everyone who was not too lazy rushed at him, tugging at him, and begging him to share his notes and WeChat account. After the tiring lessons, Lu Zhou went to Mengqi as usual, where he told the girl that he had marked the topics she needed in physics and mathematics. And besides that, he had nothing else to teach her. These words really upset the young student. She asked if he really planned to go and study abroad. The young man explained that he would go to Princeton to obtain his doctorate at the behest of his university. Mengqi sadly asked if he would come back later, and Lu Zhou smiled and said that he planned to come back as a professor. This answer inspired the dejected schoolgirl, and she asked the guy to promise that he would be her scientific advisor. To Lu Zhou's surprise, the girl planned to enroll in the mathematics department, following in his footsteps. After some time, Jinling University held a small mathematics conference for interested students. The professor listened with a satisfied look as the genius of the faculty explained one of the most difficult tasks. Almost the entire board was covered with writing. For him, it was as easy as solving 2 plus 2. He confidently described each of his actions. Although Liu Rui tried his best to keep up, halfway through he stopped understanding what was happening in his life. The other students didn't even try to take notes anymore. They felt as if they had just come to hang out with the company and not to study mathematics. Soon, the young man finished writing the example and turned to the audience. He said that the guys could take pictures of everything so that they could analyze it in more detail later. At about this point, the audience went into collective mourning, burying their hopes of understanding mathematics. The professor came to the board and announced that this example would definitely be on the exam, and along with understanding, the students buried their hopes of getting a diploma. Lu Zhou didn't expect this either. He even felt sorry for his comrades, because most likely, it was his fault that the exams became more difficult. After Lu Zhou became popular, reporters lined up for interviews, and the university president was about to personally hand him a check for 1 million yuan. But the most surprising thing was the arrival of the director of the TV show The Strongest Genius. The man wanted to personally apologize to the young man for the mistake that happened not long ago. The director of the TV channel, Suzhou, said that he had already fired everyone involved in this misunderstanding, and Lu Zhou accepted his apology with peace of mind. After this short conversation, the man gave his employee the command to begin the interview with the star of the day. When all the questions were over, They filmed the presentation of a check to the genius student from the rector of Jinling University. Finally, the problem was solved, and Lu Zhou could finish writing his thesis on the best approximation method in a limited Hilbert space for equilibrium problems. Immediately after he finished the work, the guy took it to Professor Tan for checking. The man was pleasantly surprised by what he had written and promised that he would not torment him with questions during the defense. He and Dean Qin may sit down, but the other members of the committee will certainly want to ask him more about everything. Tang Jiwei said that the defense will be attended by renowned academician Lu Shenjian, a member of international cooperation groups. Also, there will be Xiang Huanan, the deputy of the mathematical community. Lu Zhou was in tears. He just wanted to defend his thesis, but ended up between two mathematical anvils. The defense would definitely not be easy. The young man had to prepare well for the questions of two famous scientists. Liu Rui returned to the room after classes. The guy became much friendlier towards his neighbor. He asked what Zhou was doing. A friend told him that he was preparing for his graduation defense, which would be in a few days. This news upset the young man a little. He had long since realized his mistakes and sincerely regretted that he had considered Lu Zhou his enemy, envied him, and gloated. But now Liu Rui was filled with even more mixed emotions. Noticing this, student Lu smiled faintly and reassured his friend, saying that it was just protection and that he would still be at the university and would treat him to food afterwards. The roommate insisted on treating the faculty genius himself, and they agreed that Lu Zhou would treat him next time. The day of the thesis defense arrived soon, and in the audience, in addition to Professor Tang and Dean Qin, were Lu Shenjian and Xiang Huanan. Lu Zhou was confident in his abilities. He greeted the scientists present and began presenting his work. The story went smoothly. The two teachers listened to the young man silently without interrupting, and soon questions about work began. The first to join in was Xiang Huanan. The man asked about C, a non-empty closed subset in a Hilbert space that is introduced for viscous iterative algorithms like Galpern. Although this was a difficult question, the student answered quickly, talking about the sequence and the point, with the only solution to the variational inequality V. To give a complete answer, Lu Zhou needed a board, and he made a small calculation with which he was able to fully explain the moment from his work. After such a brilliant answer, Professor Lu asked why the student did not further develop the theme that iterative algorithms can be used in quantum mechanics. Lu Zhou hesitated. He didn't expect such a question because the emphasis in his work is completely different. Since, expanding on this topic, one could write a whole paper, the student's diploma answered only mathematical questions and did not touch on quantum mechanics in any way. But Lu Shenjian did not back down, continuing to insist that the guy should have been digging in this direction. Fortunately, Professor Xiang stood up for him. Mathematicians are not required to understand physics. The excuses began. He said that he just wanted to recruit such a smart guy. His observations could inspire Lu Zhou for new research in the field of mathematics. Xian Huanan waved off his colleague. In his opinion, mathematics is self-sufficient without physics. He also wanted to lure the young man to his Chinese Institute of Mathematics. At this point, Tang Jiwei intervened, reminding his old comrade that they already had plenty of talent, and there was no need to steal geniuses from Jinling University. He urged his colleagues to return to the defense quickly, but Professor Xian decided to discard all these formalities. A genius like Lu Zhou had no need for them. The work on functional analysis was praised. He had rarely seen such talented undergraduate students who were able to give such a good answer. At this point, the defense was over. The professors released Lu Zhou, and he would be notified of the results later. Immediately after the young man left, Xian Huanan called Old Man Tang over, offering to help him make this brilliant student his disciple, to whom he could pass on his business. Jiwei didn't care at all where Lu Zhou went. He advised asking the dean of the mathematics department about it, but the cunning fox Qin didn't even listen to his comrade. He sharply and categorically refused the old man, not wanting to let go of such a talented guy. Having satisfied his curiosity, Xian Huanan shared his joy that there really was a genius student who would soon receive a philosophy prize. The fact that young scientists were so successful in mathematics moved him almost to tears. Dean Qin asked one last time if the invited committee members had any comments on Lu Zhou's work. There was absolutely no need to count points. None of those present could give a score lower than 100. Soon the university organized a small award ceremony for one special person. The evaluation committee assessed the work, and Lu Zhou was awarded a higher education diploma and a bachelor's degree in applied mathematics. The professors wished him to rise to even higher heights in the scientific path and become more famous than he was now. The long journey has finally ended, and now in his hands is not just a diploma, but a train ticket to a new, even longer and more thorny journey. After bowing, he thanked Jinling University and the teachers for the guidance and foundation they gave him. Now he could rest a little and think about what direction and with whom he would study for his master's degree. Lu Zhou walked slowly towards the dormitory building with his diploma in hand, thinking that he had to talk to Professor Tang about the upcoming training. Lin Yuxiang came up to him. The girl looked very cute. She dressed especially for him and congratulated him on his graduation. Self-confidence was bubbling over in her. She wondered if the young man was free today. She winked as if she was shooting an arrow of love at Lu Zhou. No one could resist such innocent charm. But the great genius was too stupid when it came to love. He didn't even notice her hints and honestly admitted that he still had things to do today. He walked past his friend, saying goodbye to her, and left Yuxiang standing disappointed and all alone. Leaving his diploma and suit in his room, Lu Zhou immediately rushed to the teacher's room to find Tang Jiwei. But the man was not alone. The young man jumped to his feet. He was glad to see the god of the faculty and immediately hurried to pour him some hot tea, after which he handed the glass to Zhou. As soon as the soon-to-be graduate thanked the stranger, the guy immediately beamed with happiness. He hoped that one day he would be able to work with God. Professor Tang was curious as to why Lu Zhou had come to him instead of celebrating with his friends, and the young man explained that he wanted to ask the man to be his supervisor. But old man Ziwei had no intention of taking the boy under his wing. He believed that Zhou would be able to handle projects on his own. And besides, the teacher had nothing to teach him in the field of functional analysis. Although their university was one of the best in Asia, there was no one here who could help the young man to continue his scientific research. He needed to find a higher platform. The man was afraid of slowing down the boy, but advised him to contact academician Lu Shenjian if he wanted to develop within the country. He was about to send the boy away, but Lu Zhou asked for a favor. He really wanted to take a photo in his robe for his parents. It wasn't a big problem. The professor called Xiao Wang, asking him to help Lu Zhou with the robe and photos. The young man immediately jumped to his feet with a smile. The graduate felt extremely awkward about bothering a stranger like that. But the young man was happy to help and insisted more and more on doing at least this little thing for his idol. In the locker room, Lu Zhou quickly changed his clothes and looked in the mirror, noting his beauty under the system's sarcasm. While Xiao Wan was waiting outside, the young man decided to quickly address the girl with some important words. Not much time passed, but the system managed to change his life greatly. The young man was sincerely grateful for everything she did for him, even though he knew that the girl was pursuing her own goals. It was thanks to her that he had achieved heights that he would never have achieved on his own, and Lu Zhou hoped that they could continue to cooperate successfully. It was a very important moment for both of them. The young man extended his hand to the system. At that moment, they were finally able to get closer. The girl shook the user's hand. She finally accepted him and acknowledged his abilities, although she continued to remain as prickly as ever. After the photo shoot in the evening, Lu Zhou and Liu Rui went to a cafe to eat and drink as agreed. Liu Rui got drunk quickly, as usual, and cried, promising his friend that when he moved out, he would sleep on his bed to keep it for him. But Lu Zhou explained that he would stay there for at least another year. A few days later, the young man came to Lu Shenjian. The professor had been waiting for him all this time and was very glad that the boy had chosen him after all. The requirements for Lu Zhou to receive a master's degree were immediately announced. The guy had to publish 2 works in the field of mathematical physics. The thesis, which he reworked into an article and sent, was considered, but the professor asked him to take his time and gain more experience. He said that he is one of the leaders of the Chinese LHC group and is planning to go to the European Center for Nuclear Research in Switzerland at the end of April. If he can pass the exam, Lu Shenjian will take the boy with him. But until then, he must study particle physics. A few days after this conversation, Lu Zhou sat down to read and study the books needed to complete the system task. For better effect and faster progress, he drank one of the 30 capsules of concentration. Once the action had begun, he could finally begin reading and conducting the experiment. A month later, the task was completed. And although Lu Zhou gained a lot of experience from the additional task, the system was unhappy with how long it took him to do it. But the girl didn't grumble for long. She took out the reward that the guy deserved this time and threw it in his direction. Lu Zhou was outraged by such carelessness because this bottle could break. But as soon as he saw that it was a lithium-air battery, his displeasure disappeared. There were many opportunities to sell this thing for a lot of money, but then he would not be able to explain where it came from. All that was left was to study it himself. A plan to reverse engineer the technology behind the battery emerged fairly quickly, and some of it could even be patented. Getting rich overnight and getting his own lab to disassemble this battery became his cherished dream. He didn't even pay attention to the system nearby. Finally, the guy tore himself away from his ideas and went to read the new problem. But when he learned that he would have to blow up the Large Hadron Collider, he was horrified. The girl nervously waved her hand and immediately changed the task. Now he had to join the LHCb group in China and take part in the pentaquark research project. It made you think, his supervisor of course, promised to take him with him to Switzerland, but did not say anything about allowing him to join the group. The next day, the boy sat in Liu Shenjian's office and begged him to spare him on the upcoming test. They promised him with a smile that they would ask only a couple of questions and gave the sheet of paper with the assignments to the younger one. The first questions turned out to be very simple. The first and second questions were solved in a matter of minutes. But on the third, he began to get so nervous that Professor Liu noticed. Shenjian decided to come over and check if everything was okay with the young genius. And the young man nervously admitted that he was stuck on the last task and asked if the professor was studying string theory. It immediately became clear what exactly the guy was hesitating about. The man told him to write what he thought was necessary and not to worry about his own professorial opinion. Liu Zhu decided to speak directly. He believed that the idea was that the fundamental unit of nature is a very small, one-dimensional string. The understanding of matter is at the level of microscopic particles, and no one can actually see a string. These hypotheses are supported only by some mathematical formulas. Despite his words, Liu Zhou believed that with the development of technology, sooner or later string theory could be tested. The Large Hadron Collider in Europe was built to test standard models, and the guy was sure that one day someone would be able to see a string. Professor Liu praised his student. He did well on the exam questions and was now able to go with him to Switzerland. In addition, their China research group needed interns, and Shenzhen asked if Liu Zhou would be interested. The young man immediately saw this as a chance that he was not going to miss. Even without the system assignment, he would still want to become a member of such a group. In the evening, after a long period of studying mathematics, Liu Zhou prepared dinner for himself and Menqi, telling her that he was leaving for Europe in a few days for an indefinite period. He also said that he would be participating in the LHCb project, although the girl did not understand what kind of work it was. The project was at the Large Hadron Collider, which is located on the border between Switzerland and France, next to the European Organization for Nuclear Research. Han Mengqi had heard of something like this somewhere. She thought about it, but she couldn't say exactly where. She only remembered that it was CERN. She was immediately corrected, saying that the correct name was CERN, after which he asked if he should buy her something as a souvenir. This offer did not interest the schoolgirl at all. She did not need anything that he could buy there. Her mother's company deals in cosmetics and fashion, and Yang Danqing travels to Europe every 2 months, so the girl had everything she needed. Liu Zhou sighed quietly. He decided that he would just buy something for his little sister and ask Liu Rui what he wanted. A few days later, Liu Zhou and Liu Shenjian walked outside Geneva Airport, where they were met by a member of the Chinese group with a car. Yan Xinjue took their things, put them in the trunk, and praised the younger one for his excellent work. The hotel rooms had already been booked for them, and the young man invited them to get into the car so they could get there. Such a bright and interesting machine attracted the interest of Professor Liu, and his friend immediately boasted that it was Greyer who borrowed it. After that, he spoke about how the project was progressing. The head of the European LHCb asked Dalitz to conduct an analysis of the resonant state of the baryon. This is because the discovery of the pentaquark is a foregone conclusion. Since last year, they have been conducting a theoretical analysis in a US laboratory and at the Moscow Institute. As soon as they arrived at the hotel, Professor Greyer immediately approached them, greeting an old friend from the Chinese university. His gaze fell on a young student who had come with Shenzhen, and the guy immediately hurried to introduce himself. He had recently heard about it from his friends at Princeton and offered to show them to the lounges. Professor Greyer is a renowned expert in theoretical physics and has trained many of the brightest minds in the world. Liu Zhou's room was quite nice. A spacious, bright room with a large bed made him happy. Yan came to him with a folder of materials that needed to be read for the meeting that evening, and Syracuse University offered to write 2 independent reports on the analysis. Liu Zhou immediately asked what he would need to do. After all, he still needed to complete the system's quests to avoid getting just 1 experience point. But there were no tasks as such yet. He was told to wait for the distribution of tasks. They needed a mathematician to succeed and get ahead of the US university, The meeting with Professor Liu went very efficiently, and within 10 minutes, they were already on to distributing tasks. Lu Zhou was responsible for processing the data provided to him by academician Lu Shenjian, and Yang Xinju was happy to help him make up for his lack of theoretical knowledge of physics. 3 days later, they were discussing the calculations based on the 27th line, the young man explaining to his new friend exactly how he had calculated everything. His unique thought process immediately praised Xinju. Zhou's report must be correct, and then said that there were 2 pieces of news. The good news was that Syracuse had already analyzed the B1 data they were working on together. But the bad news was that they were 1 step ahead. Lu Zhou's face twisted as he looked at his comrade, unable to figure out where the good news was. Since the center can't accept 2 papers on the same topic, it will accept the one that comes first. And there was simply no time to wait for Lu Zhou's report. They only submitted the application yesterday. It was already too late. The student felt guilty about this situation, but Yan explained to him that no one was to blame. Their opponent was too strong and they had more mathematicians. Soon, Lu Zhou, Lu Xinjian, and Yang Xinju arrived at the conference room, where they were met by a man from Syracuse University. He shook the professor's hand and thanked him for his cooperation, praising the research capabilities of Jinling University. It was a professor from the Syracuse University Department of Theoretical Physics, and he seemed to have specifically reminded Lu Shenjian of their report. A frowning glance was cast at the pair of academicians in front of Lu Zhou. Angry at his superior, everyone who came to the conference slowly went to their places as the start time approached. A girl, a representative of Syracuse University, came on stage and was supposed to present their report. Lu Zhou listened carefully to her and read the documents to keep up with the progress of the speech. There was something wrong with this report that really bothered him, and he thought deeply about what exactly it was. At the end of the speech, it was time for the question and answer part. The girl looked around the room and asked if anyone had anything to say. Lu Zhou was the only one who raised his hand, asking for an explanation of the 36th line on the 4th page. But the girl did not plan to answer his question. She was sure that everything was clearly written there. But the young man did not give in. The speaker was clearly fed up with this, and she shamed him in front of the entire hall, saying that if he didn't understand such fundamentals, then he'd better go back to studying textbooks on quantum chromodynamics. The laughter did not embarrass Lu Zhou. As if he did not hear them, the guy confidently began to explain that he had managed to make a calculation in accordance with their process and received a completely different result. On line 11 on page 5, there may have been an error. Syracuse University used the wrong constant. The girl tried her best to keep a straight face. She said that this minor error should not affect the conclusion of the report. With a smile, Lu told them to remember to change the Dalitz diagram on the key interval and advised them not to be so careless next time. The young lady standing on the stage began to get angry. She assured that it did not matter, to which the young man asked, if it did not matter, then what was the point of them all gathering here? Didn't they come here to prove that the US university's guess is 99.99% correct? The man in charge of accepting the report supported Lu Zhou. Unfortunately, they couldn't accept a report that was in such dire need of improvement. Lu Zhou was satisfied with his work. He was actually able to find the mistake and prove his case. And he also bought time for their group. After praising his student, Shenjian went to laugh at the professor from the US university, while Yan listened with a smile to the younger man's explanation of how exactly he found the mistake. If the people from Syracuse University had not been in such a hurry and had double-checked everything properly, they would definitely not have made such a mistake. Their Chinese group's report will be the day after tomorrow in the afternoon. Lu Zhou was going to go back to his place and finish his work in the evening. They can't lose to a US university. As he was leaving the conference room, Luo Wengshuan called out to the young man. The young man was there with his supervisor. The friends greeted each other with a handshake. They couldn't believe that they had actually met in such a place. After this, Brother Lo introduced his teacher, who turned out to be Edward Witten, the creator of knot theory. Lu Zhou was very glad to meet such an outstanding person, and Edward, in turn, was also glad to meet him. Friends from Princeton told him a lot about the young genius's report, and he regretted that he could not personally attend such a historic event. Hearing that Lu Zhou was interested in mathematics and physics, the man took something out of his pants pocket. Edward Witten handed the younger man his business card, saying that he would be glad to see the young man as his graduate student if he was interested in further study at Princeton. After a pleasant conversation with the professor, Luo Wengshuan invited his friend for a drink. But Lu Zhou apologized and said that he still had to finish his work. After promising to have a drink next time, they said goodbye. And a second later, Lu Zhou was called out by someone in the corridor. It was the same girl from the stage. She was offended at the guy for embarrassing her so much, but the young man did not see anything wrong in his actions. He just pointed out an obvious mistake. This approach made her even more angry, but instead of arguing, the girl just said that she was really looking forward to his presentation. Lu Zhou said with a smile that, although he didn't know what exactly she was expecting, he thought he could live up to her expectations. On the day of the report, a young genius from the mathematics department came out on stage and began to present the team's report to those present. A girl from the Syracuse University room named Corella couldn't calm down. She frantically reread their work, trying to find even the slightest mistake. One of her comrades, Dr. Nelson, came up to her and put his hand on her shoulder, advising her to forget about the whole thing and get over it. His words and decisions were too incomprehensible for Corella, and then the man asked if the name Lu Zhou seemed familiar to her. Then she was reminded that at the beginning of the year, a certain Lu Zhou had proven the conjecture about twin numbers, and that he was also a contender for the Fields Prize. It was the very man who was now speaking on stage. Their opponent was a potential prize winner and a mathematical genius. They had no chance from the start, and Nielsen accepted it. But Corella could not accept such an outcome. The presentation of the Chinese group's work went quickly and smoothly, and the audience loudly applauded the speaker for his excellent report. That evening, Luo Wengxuan finally managed to drag Lu Zhou to a bar to finally have a drink together. The older friend decided to teach the younger one that there is not only math in life but also girls. And today, he wanted to show how to pick them up. Not far from them, Lo noticed Corella drinking alone, and he decided that she would be the perfect example. The man approached her and used the old tactic of telling her that drinking alone must be lonely, but he would be happy to keep her company. Confidence sparkled in his eyes, but the girl was not interested at all. She turned away from him and abruptly refused, after which she rose to her feet and walked around the dumbfounded poor fellow. Lu Zhou looked away, thinking that this half-Romeo would remain alone for the rest of his life. Corella sat down next to Lu Zhou and ordered 2 cocktails, one for herself and one for the genius next to her. She smiled and looked at the young man with a flirtatious gaze, and Zhou, without thinking twice, thanked her for allowing them to win. The girl's face was distorted with anger. She growled at the guy and said that since she had given him the victory, he should treat her. Corella immediately drank the alcohol in one gulp, drowning her grief and broken hopes of being the first to submit a successful report. After that, the girl challenged Lu Zhou to a duel to see who could drink more. The guy agreed with a smile, not at all worried about the result. 20 minutes later, he had to go to Luo Wenshuan for help because the girl got drunk and passed out at the bar and he didn't know what to do with her next. The fact that the boy remained sober after drinking so much shocked him and forced him to admit that, as a teacher, he had nothing more to teach him. He praised Lu Zhou for such success and walked away, leaving the student alone with his sleeping problem. The young man had to carry the girl on himself the entire way to the room, where he had already laid her on the bed. It was hard. Lu Zhou breathed a sigh of relief and left, promising himself not to drink with people who couldn't stand alcohol anymore. The next day, he met her in the hotel corridor and called out to her, asking how the girl was feeling after yesterday. The question was purely out of politeness, but Corella turned around and, seething with anger, sent the guy away. She walked away immediately after that, and Lu Zhou was left standing there in complete bewilderment. He had not expected such gratitude for his actions. Sometime later, he was resting in his room, not having any work to do, when Yan knocked on his door. He suggested that the younger one go and see how the work on which they were writing a report was progressing. Together they entered the research center laboratory where Professor Greyer was. Yan said that they came to see the work on such a large project. Lu Zhou looked at the computer screen with interest. The picture on the monitor seemed very familiar. He pointed to the data on the diagram, saying that it was a little strange. This is not uncommon. The signals received during a collision make up less than 1% of the data, so it could just be noise. The student listened very carefully and analyzed along the way, after which he asked what about the data on the CMS detector. They could look at this data at Greyer's request, but they will not be able to refer to it in their work. In the evening, Lu Zhou sat down to look through the experimental data that he had managed to obtain, but after 5 days he still came to the conclusion that he needed to contact the professor. Having collected all the material that he had managed to accumulate, the young man went to the professor's office. The man gave the younger boy the experimental data from the 12th and 13th years and reminded him that they did not make the collision energy so great. He also advised finding someone more influential to help if the guy really wants to use the Hadron Collider. Before he could do just that, he needed to make his little theory more robust. Professor Greyer offered to help find someone who could help him. The easiest to convince was Frank Wilczek, winner of the Nobel Prize in Physics in 2004. It was this man that the young man took into his lap. He prepared for the rest of the time before the European Convention on Nuclear Research. Liu Shenjian did not find his disciple in the hall, but he did not attach much importance to this, deciding that it would not be a bad idea for him to spend some time alone with himself. Academician Gao Yuanping sat down next to him and said that he had just seen Old Man Liu's disciple behind the scenes. At the same time, the next participant was invited onto the conference stage, and, to Shenjian's surprise, it turned out to be Lu Zhou. The man sitting next to him was very surprised when he heard a cry of surprise next to him. Corella was embarrassed by the attention she received from the scream and covered her face with a book, thus artificially restraining her emotions so as not to disturb those around her. The fact that an intern came out on stage and not just me, completely alone, without assistants or managers, was amazing. The girl's face turned red. He was able to impress her and gain her sympathy and recognition just by participating in the conference. Lu Zhou looked at the number of people in the hall and felt his stress level rising. Having introduced himself, the young man began his presentation. He wanted to share with everyone an interesting phenomenon that he had managed to discover. Two scientists in the room began to discuss him, and an older man admitted that he had told him about the excessive vibrations. After which he offered to bet $100 that the boy would be able to convince his friend that this discovery was not a trifle. Lu Zhou, meanwhile, continued. He built a probability model to analyze the signals received now and in 2012. In the conditions of the two-photon spin channel on the Atlas detector, the results of various variable responses can be determined, and most likely, a collision occurred in this region. And according to the probability of the model presented by Lu Zhou, he could confidently say that a characteristic peak would definitely appear in the energy zone. It may well be the final piece of the puzzle they've been looking for, a supersymmetric particle. The academics who heard this report had their jaws dropped and could not believe what they had just heard. After a few seconds of silence and realization of what had been said, the hall exploded with applause. After the conference, an elderly scientist named Frank said that he had read his paper 2 weeks ago and already then guessed that it would be something significant. His friend still doubted that the possibility of the characteristic peak really existed. Frank thought that they had found a clue that could help them in their research. The second scientist supported his idea and went to work on new theories, but he was stopped. The old professor reminded him of their stakes and demanded his $100. 2 weeks ago, when Lu Zhou was still collecting material, Professor Greyer gave him a flash drive with data from old experiments. It was these materials that served as the starting point for strengthening his theory and developing a comparative model. The elderly scholar Frank, who bet on Lu Zhou at today's conference, was the same laureate Frank Wilczek. Following Greyer's advice to contact him, Lu Zhou began to seriously try to convince such a famous person to help him gain access to the Hadron Collider. The very next day, Mr. Frank's secretary was asked to give him a small folder with documents. When the man heard that the article in his hands was written by an intern, he looked at the assistant with distrust. But as soon as he read the beginning of the report, the old man's legs lifted him out of his chair, and Frank immediately asked how to contact the person who left this. Although the girl didn't have a phone number, she knew the address of the hotel where the unknown intern was staying, and immediately went after him. To his own surprise, this young man's work was really very interesting. Soon, Lu Zhou arrived at the academician's office and sat down on a chair opposite the elderly man. Frank got straight to the point, curious as to what the intern thought he had found, and the young man promptly replied that they were supersymmetric particles. Leaning back in his chair, the man assured with a smile that this was unrealistic. He was firmly confident in his words. The young man had no intention of retreating. He looked seriously at the senior academician and tried to convince him that for the sake of just one such opportunity, it was worth studying the moment he had discovered. Lu Zhou stood up, confident as ever, and bet $100 that there was something there. The center, Frank thought, would never make a fuss over a ridiculous theory. Even the guy couldn't convince him. Still, he was willing to give the student a chance if he improved his theory and performed well at a nuclear research conference by the end of the month. If he could convince old man Frank, the man would in turn help him convince the others. So Lu Zhou decided to give a report. And now, thanks to this performance, the guy not only successfully completed the task, but also received 100,000 experience in physics and an additional 50,000 in mathematics. Noticing the additional reward, Lu Zhou stared thoughtfully at the sign, his expression infuriating the system. She said that she would be happy to change all his scores to something lower if she didn't like it. But the guy didn't stop. After thinking calmly, The student came to the conclusion that the discovery in the energy zone was more valuable than the hypothesis about twin numbers. When the girl opened the user characteristics panel, Luzhou was surprised to see that physics had risen to the third level and was almost equal to mathematics. And yet, if he wanted to further improve his physics, he first had to improve his mathematics, since it remained his foundation. Finally, the most exciting moment arrived. The young man began to spin the lottery wheel. After waiting for the right moment, Luzhou stopped the wheel, hoping to receive a good reward. As a result, he received a sample, a scanner pistol, which was single-use. Luzhou found it strange that it could only be used once. The system ignored all his words, slowly materializing the item. The next second, she threw the gun, and the guy barely managed to catch his precious reward and save her from death. It turned out that this thing can scan the internal structure of an object measuring 1 cubic meter, and is also capable of analyzing the structure and composition of one of 3 given objects to choose from. Luzhou began to evaluate the options. By disassembling the enhancement needle, he could become Captain America, and if he got the recipe for the drink, he could sell it and make money. In the short term, the second option was the most suitable. But there was a third, seemingly useless thing left. Finally, the young man decided to take a risk and chose the third option, scanning the trash with a gun. After the shot, the thing began to slowly disappear in the hand, and the trash began to shine brightly and transform into something else. Very soon, a flash drive appeared in the student's palm, exactly the same as the one with Xiao Ai's artificial intelligence. Realizing that the system did not allow for any loopholes, Luzhou felt himself getting angry, and the system that had gotten into his reflection didn't help at all. It only irritated him even more with its conversations. As a result, the guy lost his temper and yelled at the girl, asking her not to say anything now, because he was simply furious. Having calmed down a little, Luzhou nevertheless read the next task, which consisted of proving Polignac's conjecture. The reward was hidden behind 3 mysterious question marks. The system was clearly not telling its user something. Last time, for proving the hypothesis about twin numbers, the reward was 40,000 experience. Most likely this time the prize will be no worse, and maybe even better. Back in the real world, Luzhou noticed a message from Xiao Ai. The AI wrote that her master wanted to kill her. It turned out that out of 2 terabytes of free space on the disks, almost nothing was left. The young man was most worried about the fate of his personal data that he had stored. But Xiao Ai carefully compressed it and saved it on the C drive. After reading this, Luzhou exhaled and almost lay down on the chair as best he could. He was very afraid that all the data had been lost. Immediately after that, Professor Liu called him. He was going to Beijing in a few days and wanted to take his student with him so that his friend could meet him. The young man thought it was academician Gao, but Shenjin said that this person was someone named Yao. Yao Xintong was Lu Shenjian's friend and scholar, and at that time he was reading Luzhou's article and remarked that he was indeed a genius. His friend sitting opposite him did not expect that the guy, talented in mathematics, would also be good at particle physics. He had never seen such an unusual scientist. The comrade, in the academician's opinion, was mistaken. There was one equally talented young man, and that was Tao Zhexuan. The man didn't think about whether he valued him highly or not. He simply believed that the guy could achieve more than his predecessors. When he saw that Luzhou had chosen Polignac's hypothesis for research, he had a similar thought, and this article only confirmed it once again. However, Yao Xintong doubted that the student would be able to solve this hypothesis. After all, it was far from the theory of twin numbers. The friends decided to bet on whether this talented young man could prove the hypothesis within 2 years. Meanwhile, while Luzhou was reading various scientific articles on the topic of his research, someone persistently called him. A painfully familiar voice sounded on the other side of the speaker. A man was asking if the young man needed a laboratory for his work. Professor Li was happy to help the talented mathematician who helped his research. It was possible to use laboratory number 304. All you had to do was contact Professor Wang Xianfu. Soon the young man came to the research institute and entered the laboratory so epically, as if he had become the main character of a film. The days flew by imperceptibly quickly. Very soon the 20th arrived. It was time to see what was happening. Student was very exhausted and wanted to sleep. He worked on his proof for a long time without rest, and finally everything worked out. Although he initially thought of combining the PDMS material and carbon nanoparticles, the PDMS itself produced a surprising effect. Luzhou turned around and asked his assistant system what effect carbon nanoparticles had, but the girl was not going to help. She said that due to the low level, access to this information was closed. On the way to the lab, the student ran into Qian Zhongming, and his friend immediately asked if Lu Zhou had finished his experiment. It turned out that brother Qian was studying electrode material with his group, and he invited the young man to join their project. The idea was to see if the lithium-sulfur battery was a positive material. Based on the University of Massachusetts findings, this was a bad idea, because if the study was really important, they would hardly have submitted it to a simple journal, especially in such a hurry. Qian Zhongming disagreed with his friend. As long as there was such an opportunity, experiments should be carried out. After exchanging opinions and a few more friendly phrases, the young people said goodbye and went their separate ways. The emergence of new technologies can ruin research projects, but Lu Zhou still planned to file a patent and publish his work no matter what. And yet he was not some kind of hypocrite. The guy was just an ordinary student who was striving to gain as much knowledge as possible. After a long day at the research center, the young man was heading towards his university, thinking about the agent he had recently found to register a patent. Han Tianyu's resume showed him to be quite a reliable person, and his professional expression truly resembled that of an insurance agent. Upon reaching the library, Lu Zhou looked around and decided to fully immerse himself in proving Polignac's conjecture. Having found the book he needed, the young man sat down at the table, and at that very moment someone's familiar voice called out to him from behind his back. The girl quickly ran up to the confused guy. She had been dreaming of meeting him again for quite some time. It was Chen Yushan's elder sister. She smiled brightly, waving her hand at the boy as a greeting. With a smile, the elder called the student Kohai, younger comrade, and watched him smile with joy. They were both happy to see each other. Under the gaze of envious people, the university's #1 beauty invited Lu Zhou to go out for a drink together. Since the beginning of the semester, the girl had been studying in another city. But now it was the holidays, and she decided to return to her home university to visit and see Mensi. Her sister told her that the young man was planning to go to Princeton next year to get a doctorate there. After these words, the girl with a smile began to call the guy Kohai several times. She wanted to talk enough, because in the future she would have fewer and fewer opportunities to call him that. This confused Lu Zhou and he tried to evade it, to which Yushan said that at this rate he would never have a girlfriend. The friend agreed to change the subject only after she was reminded that she also didn't have a boyfriend. At the end of this year, Chen Yushan will go to Wharton. The University of Pennsylvania invited her to study. Lu Zhou suddenly realized that the girl had always been a good student, and that was why she was able to enter such a prestigious university. After dinner, they walked together to the dorm, discussing how the guy had nowhere else to be if not in the library. It sounded like he lived in the library and went to the dorm just to change. Yushan said that since the university was not in Philadelphia, but was near Princeton, he simply had to call her when he arrived. Having reached the place, the young people said goodbye. Lu Zhou wished the elder good luck in his studies. Before leaving, the girl turned around and wished the younger one good night with a gentle smile. Not much time passed after this meeting, and the young man reached a problematic point in his proof. He could not move forward. He was distracted from his thoughts about the dead end in his research by a letter from Frank Wilczek, who said that his students had reached a critical point in their work on the theory of supersymmetry, which had been proposed by Lu Zhou. The guy sent a response as soon as he read it, promising to process the data as quickly as possible and not to spread the word about this work. In Faraway America, in the state of Massachusetts, a Nobel Prize winner was driving his personal car, engaging in a casual dialogue with the driver. Everything was going smoothly with the work at CERN. The next experiment was supposed to be at the beginning of October, and now they wanted to finish the theoretical part by the end of the month. In the middle of their conversation, Frank noticed a letter from Lu Zhou. It made him a little sad. The guy wrote about an additional theory of supersymmetry. By that time, it was already morning in China. The student had sat over his books all night, but he received the letter from Wilczek immediately. The man advised the young man to familiarize himself with Wagner's theorem in quantum mechanics, and then all questions about the hypothesis would disappear by themselves. After a whole day of studying the necessary materials, Lu Zhou really began to understand Frank's additions better. But he still believed that they had discovered, as they say, not a new world, but Iceland. Despite his joke at the end, the young man was not in the best mood. The feeling that they had stumbled upon something other than what they were looking for did not go away. In his own research, he was still at a dead end, and there were also a lot of problems in number theory and group theory. The saddest thing was that Frank had taken an extra dimension outside the symmetry field, which Lu Zhou thought was a big flaw in mathematics. The mathematician's intuition told him that the possibility of solving many problems with the help of dark matter was very great. The guy was so desperate that he decided to ask the system if there was anything like a free solution to his problem. The girl immediately answered positively, But when it came time to say what that solution was, she told him to just jump out of the dorm window and die. Her unique sense of humor went unanswered. Luzhou simply ignored her, thinking about how great it would be if group theory was as simple as number theory. Suddenly, the young genius had an epiphany and came up with a way that could help him solve the proof. All that remained was to try it out. After some time, the young man finally finished his little experiment, and again he forgot about sleep and food while studying. Although the method for investigating the structure of group theory was not suitable, Luzhou was not going to give up. About this time, two friends, Viscount Deline and Edward Witten, were drinking tea at Princeton University. The Viscount read the article about the proof of Polignac's conjecture with interest and told his friend about it. Edward didn't even need to read it to guess that this work was written by Luzhou. He still regretted missing his speech at the conference. His feelings became especially strong after a personal meeting with the young talent in Switzerland. Delling did not immediately understand where exactly his friend met Joe. He thought that the old professor had flown to China, but he learned that they met at a research center. Lately, the old Viscount had not watched the news at all and was not interested in world events. He did not know about what had recently happened right in the middle of a scientific conference on physics. I didn't hear about the LHCb group publishing news about a pentaquark and finding a peak in the energy band that may be a supersymmetric particle. With all these successful discoveries, Edward was only likely to receive the Nobel Prize after Stephen Hawking, and the man did not believe in his chances at all. After a short introduction, it's time for the real sensational news. Luzhou not only attended the conference, he reported on his discovery of the peak in the energy zone. But the most interesting thing happened after that. The center conducted a month of experiments and discovered that this peak really does exist at the collider. Deline didn't expect the boy to be so talented in physics, but what really got him was the fact that his friend wanted to take him when the boy came to Princeton next year. He didn't show it directly. He only said that Luzhou was free to choose. And besides, in his opinion, the young man was much more talented in number theory. After reading the article to the end, Deline was surprised by the unexpected ending and asked his friend if he had ever encountered a situation where he could not write an article. In most cases, one has to worry about how to fill the contents, but Luzhou was faced with a lack of space for all his work. The next day, the student came to study with his supervisor as usual, and that's when Lu Shenjian told him that the plane to Beijing was on the 20th. The 12th conference of the Chinese National Mathematical Society will be held there, as well as the 80th anniversary of the founding of the Communist Party. Not only did people decide to combine these two events, Luzhou also really wanted to see and invite Old Man Yao to join the fun. Remembering that the student was writing a paper on Polignac's conjecture, the professor advised him to submit a proposal for a report if there were new results worthy of attention. The young man was very happy with this opportunity. He hurried back to his place with a smile and began preparing for the conference. It was only on the way out that Shenjin remembered that the application deadline was next Friday and advised his junior to hurry. On the 20th, the two of them left Shanjing Airport, where, as in Switzerland, Yan met them. Luzhou looked so bad from preparing his paper all this time that he scared his friend. Fortunately, the paper for the conference was ready. They loaded their things into the car fairly quickly, and within a few minutes were driving to the hotel, discussing the upcoming conference along the way. Yan said that he came here not just to have fun at a meeting of smart people, but also to support Luzhou. The support was a bit too much for Luzhou, since there would be no serious statements from him. And then the driver suddenly congratulated him in advance. Professor Lu smiled mysteriously, and Yan continued to talk about how one must look one's best on stage. They clearly knew something and were hiding it from the younger one. Very soon, Luzhou entered his room. It seemed even larger than his previous places of residence during his trips. Having left his things in the room, the young man decided to go to a restaurant and have a bite to eat. And in the corridor, he ran into a stranger. The man recognized him and shook the boy's hand, calling him by name. But the student didn't know him and felt terribly awkward. It turned out that he was a graduate student at Aurora University, Wei Xian, who had been dreaming of talking to Luzhou since the Princeton conference. Immediately after their introduction, the young man pointed to the man behind him. It was his supervisor, Professor Ma Chang'an, a candidate for academician of 2017. The man began to praise the outstanding student of the mathematics department with a smile, embarrassing him. After such compliments, the professor immediately began asking the young genius to look at each other's work and exchange ideas. In academic circles, it is very rash to ask others to look at an unfinished work. Luzhou was no fool, he knew this, and so politely declined. After this awkward conversation, the young man headed to the Great Hall of Beijing Normal University. But Professor Lu was nowhere to be found. The thought that he could have offended his elder with his refusal did not give him any peace. But it was useless to think about it now. The student tried to throw them out of his head and leave. On the way, the young man ran into his older brother Yan, who immediately took advantage of the opportunity to introduce him to Professor Yang Zhiguang, a graduate of their university. The man began to praise the student's discoveries, but Lu Zhou modestly said that, unlike the professor's results, which had benefited the entire country, his theories were not worth mentioning. But Zhiguang could no longer be stopped. He continued to babble that Lu Zhou's works were already worthy of being published in textbooks, and that all his friends praised him incessantly. They were asked in a joking manner to stop praising each other. It was already impossible to listen to. The topic was changed to the fact that their university produced very few mathematical talents, and the number of geniuses would depend 2,000 on its student. Lu patted the two talented mathematicians on the shoulders and said with a smile that the future of the country was in their hands. Yan, who was standing next to him, was sure that he would also be praised like that. But all he was told was that he should try his best. Very soon the event began, announcing the beginning of the 10th anniversary of the founding of the Communist Party. An elderly man came onto the stage and the young host handed him the microphone for the subsequent speech. The Zhenshengsheng Award ceremony was announced, and the first winner was Professor Yang Zhiguang. The second winner of the award was a young master's student, 20-year-old Lu Zhou. The young man came out on stage and thanked for the medal and the certificate. But in his heart, he sincerely did not understand what had just happened and how he was able to receive this prize. He was not given time to recover. The man immediately handed the microphone to the young man and asked him to give a speech. It was unexpected. He could think of nothing but to praise his home university and the Chinese Mathematical Society for the award, promising to move to new heights of mathematics. After these words, the student bowed, and a wave of applause spread throughout the hall. People truly recognized him as a worthy winner of the Zhenshengsheng Prize. At the same time, one of the scientists was sitting in his office and did not want to go to an event at his own university. Professor Wang came into his office, and the man immediately asked his assistant to treat his friend to some tea. Scientists discussed the reasons why they did not go to this conference. One of them was that the awards were not given to them anyway, and there was nothing to do there. Then the conversation turned to those two talented people who will be awarded the Zhenshengsheng Prize today. The most surprising thing was not that a 20-year-old student won the award, but that Wang Shichen actually bowed to Yao Xingtong, all so that Ma Chang'an would not win the prize. One of the men heard about this for the first time, and he doubted whether Yao Xintong really returned to China for this reason. The friend confirmed that the professor had indeed returned to tell Wang Shicheng that American academics were considering awarding Lu Zhou the Cole Prize. The conference was interesting not only for this. On the second day of the event, this young man will have to give an answer about the group structure method that he came up with. The comrades agreed that this student was very talented. It was even a little unfortunate that Lu Shenjian had managed to take him under his wing. Professor Wang flared up immediately when he heard about this. He still couldn't forgive his fellow physicist for stealing one of their mathematicians. Then his friend suggested that he tell old man Lu all this to his face, but the man immediately backed down. This reaction amused him greatly. He had expected something like this, and he returned to reading the article in which he came across something incredible. The academician immediately jumped up from his chair. He was interested in where and when Lu Zhou's report would take place. Instead of his friend asking why he suddenly wanted to go, the scientist handed him a magazine with an article by this young man. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou desperately ran away from journalists and bloggers, trying to save his life and sanity. Just at that moment, Yan's older brother was driving. He saw his friend and shouted at him to quickly jump into the car. In just a second, the student jumped into the car and immediately ordered his friend to drive away as quickly as possible. Because of his popularity, the driver began to make fun of the younger boy with a smile, but the boy sighed tiredly, asking him to stop saying such things. Yan said that Professor Lu went out drinking with friends and found out about the reward from Professor Yao, because they are friends. After that, I asked Zhou about his plans for the future, whether he would continue to develop in the field of mathematical physics. Mathematics is like a knife, and the work of a mathematician is like sharpening the blade, but he is going to use the knife as well as sharpen it. Yan supported the boy with a smile. He was looking forward to seeing him on stage in Stockholm. After thanking him for his kind words, Zhou became very worried about tomorrow and hoped that everything would go well. The next day, the young laureate stood on stage and spoke in detail about the specific changes and improvements he had made to Gilbert's work. The report lasted only half an hour, Lu Zhou easily completed it within this time, and soon asked if any of the listeners had any questions about his report. At that moment, one of the scientists in the audience raised his hand and slowly rose to his feet. He was very interested in one particular point where Wilson's theorem was discussed, which seemed to him somewhat crude. The young man quickly replied that he had simply wanted to save space and had deliberately omitted some unrelated steps. Hearing the answer, the man thanked her and sat down, although it was not quite what he wanted to hear. The disgruntled-looking man sitting next to him raised his hand and stood up from his chair, wanting to ask his question. The man spread his arms theatrically and began to express his opinion that Lu Zhou's theorem was something superfluous, so dramatically that people felt very uncomfortable. In the end, he laughed and said that he did not deny the value of the research. But the guy still did not answer his own topic, Polignac's hypothesis. Lu Zhou felt anger boiling inside as his so-called achievements over the year were ridiculed. No one expected to hear this. The man literally mocked the student's stupidity and the pointlessness of his work. It turned out to be Mei Chang'an, who was supposed to receive the award instead of Lu Zhou, and one of the professors stood up to stop him. In the latest issue of the Mathematical Yearbook, it was Lu Zhou who published an article proving Polignac's conjecture. The man turned pale. He wanted to disgrace the student, but he did not expect to disgrace himself. Lu Zhou, meanwhile, announced the end of his report. Having bowed to the audience and thanked them for their attention, the young man left the stage in a bad mood. Having entered the world of the system, the guy looked with pleasure at the 100,000 experience points he had received in mathematics, 1,000 points, and a lucky lottery ticket. In the lottery, he received a nitrogen shield containing 100 units of energy, which can effectively resist kinetic energy for 5 minutes. Lu Zhou looked at him and sincerely did not understand why he needed such a disposable thing. Because he was not a superhero and led a completely peaceful life. The dissatisfied system, in a commanding tone, asked to quickly read the next task. This time, the user had to solve a mathematical hypothesis related to prime numbers. At the airport, before boarding, Brother Yan supported his friend with a smile. He sincerely believed that Lu Zhou would one day become an example for the nation. Despite the unpleasant moments at the conference, the student left Beijing in a good mood, but a surprise awaited him at the airport. Under Lin Yuxiang's supervision, the students unfurled a welcoming banner and greeted their university hero right in the aisle. The girl was promoted to student council president, and she obviously liked him, so naturally she couldn't miss the chance to be the first to meet him at the airport. Yuxiang wanted to carry his suitcase, but Zhou couldn't let her carry his things. At that moment, the professor approached them with a smile. He also came to congratulate the winner of the Zhen Shengshan Prize. In fact, Dean Qin also wanted to pick him up, but unfortunately he had a meeting right now. And the young man felt very awkward from such attention. But Tang Jiwei insisted that, as a model student at their university, he had every right to be picked up by car. Soon, Lu Zhou was sitting in the upper dining hall of Jinling University, surrounded by his favorite professors, drinking to the proof of Polignac's conjecture. Remembering an important point, Teacher Tang asked Lu Zhou to prepare a report on his research results while he was still their student in order to receive a cash bonus. When the conversation turned to research funds, the young man remembered that he had not yet used all the money. Professor Li asked how much he had left, but he never expected that there was almost 1,600,000 and the guy hardly spent it. He almost choked when he heard this and began asking what the guy had bought for himself. Whether he had a printer, the young man had to have a new powerful computer and a good quality printer. There was no way around it. Since these were all considered equipment necessary for work, there was nothing wrong with Lu Zhou buying them. He could spend the research fund on such things. The young man asked if he could pay for part of his purchase from the fund, and part from his own money. The thing was that the computer Xiaoai needed cost 2 million yuan. Over time, the guy sat in his room and took out a brand new, expensive, powerful laptop that the artificial intelligence simply couldn't help but like. As soon as he opened a chat with the AI immediately began to sincerely thank its owner for the new cozy home. It was very gratifying to see that Xiaoai actually liked the purchase. There was only one problem left, the issue of switching servers. He was afraid that the constant switching on, whether it was electricity or equipment, could cause him to accidentally damage something. But the AI convinced him that it could solve that. At that moment, the agent the student had contacted to register the patent called and said that everything was ready. Lu Zhou was also interested in whether the patent was valid abroad. But unfortunately, this required paying an exorbitant amount of money. Having checked the price list for the foreign patent once again, the guy stood up and picked up his suitcase, completely ready for a new trip. Lu Zhou still had some time before his flight. He wanted to walk a little, but he saw Liu Rui near the dormitory. The friend was immediately called out. The young man ran up to him and offered to treat him right then and there and chat since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. They went to the food stand, got some snacks to go with their beer, and enjoyed the warm, sunny day. Liu Zhou shared that he was leaving for America soon, and Liu Rui recalled that his friend was the only one in the entire mathematics department whom he could not catch up with. After a short silence, the friends told each other to take care of themselves and take good care of their health. The next day, Liu Rui and Liu Zhou said goodbye near the university, and there was a pleasant but sad atmosphere in the air. The student stood at the main entrance for some time, looking at the clear sky and thinking about how quickly time flies. Very soon, he was leaving the University of California at Berkeley, where he met Luo Wengshuan, and they hugged. The friend offered to take the younger one to the hotel. He specifically asked the organizers to prepare a room in a 5-star hotel. As they walked, Brother Luo praised his friend with a smile. Not even a year had passed, and he had shocked everyone again. The ceremony was about to take place, but he was already sure that Zhou would definitely receive the Cole Prize. But the student said that he had not received anything like that yet. Although he received written notice, the letter stated that it was being kept secret until the official ceremony. Luo Wengshuan didn't listen to his friend. He continued to insist that he be told all the details and promised not to tell anyone. Having not received an answer, the young man immediately switched to another topic, asking if they were still in touch with the beauty from the bar. Liu Zhou did not immediately understand who he was talking about, but later he said that he brought the girl to the rooms, left her to sleep, and left. His friend was very upset. He clearly did not expect this answer. The day of the awards ceremony arrived much faster than it seemed. Zhou entered the hall with Wang Zhuan and met George Williams. The younger man immediately shook the younger man's hand, telling him how he listened to his talk at the Princeton conference without blinking and holding his breath. It was very pleasant to hear this. He asked if he was also involved in mathematical physics. But George turned out to be an economist. His supervisor, Witten, was not only a mathematical physicist, he also had degrees in economics and history, which he had obtained relatively recently. The annual academic exchange meeting was just around the corner. And at the very beginning, as is tradition, the Cole Prize winners for the year were announced. 2 names were mentioned: Liu Zhou, who solved the twin conjecture and the Polignac conjecture, and Peter Schulze, who solved the monodromy conjecture using his own theory. The conference committee members discussed the issue for over a month and finally came to a rather bold decision. Liu Zhou, sitting in the audience, calmly adjusted his tie, ready to go on stage at any moment. Soon, the name of Peter from Germany was called, and as if that was the end of the sentence, everything inside the hero went cold. And only a few seconds later, as he added Liu Zhou's name to the list of laureates, 2 spotlights pointed at the young man in the hall. The graduate student nearly had a heart attack. He couldn't understand why he couldn't finish the sentence right away. Viscount de Line was in the hall discussing with his comrade a rather bold decision of the Mathematical Society. Never before had a prize been awarded in algebra and number theory at the same time. It was a fine end to his career, and he would have done exactly the same in old Francis's place. After the event, the Cole Award winner was approached by numerous reporters, one of whom was from the Los Angeles Times. When asked what the evening's heroes would spend their winnings on, Peter answered that they would spend them on their wife and child. And Liu Zhou almost answered that it would all go towards a house and a car, but he stopped himself in time. He corrected himself and said he would use the money to fund research to challenge the following hypothesis. The young genius of Jinling University chose Goldbach's conjecture as his next task. After the interview, the young man went down to the restaurant to have dinner, and Schultz approached him, asking if he could join him. Liu Zhou happily agreed, and the man sat down opposite him with a portion of today's dinner. The German scientist smiled as he spoke about his beloved wife and how he proposed to her in his second year after becoming a professor at the University of Bonn. The young couple have been together for 3 years and have a wonderful baby boy. Zhou was pleasantly surprised that such a young man had already started a family. Peter, who was mired in love and relationships, really wanted to know if his new talented friend was going to get married. The question caught the guy off guard, and he replied in confusion that he hadn't planned anything like that yet. While Liu Zhou sincerely regretted bringing up the topic, his comrade continued to cheerfully talk about his experience as a husband. Schultz lay down on the table, looking like the happiest, most in-love man on the planet, talking about the love of his life. After that, he began to talk about their little angel. The man was sincerely pleased with life and advised the younger one to quickly find his happiness. The family would not affect his work and research in any way. Peter was sure that his wife would only further inspire the young man to new great discoveries. The next day after the conference, a lecture was held for everyone who wanted to attend, and Lu Zhou was happy to stay to listen to it. Even though he was writing down everything the professor was saying, the question still came up and the young man stood up, attracting the teacher's attention. The student had doubts about the formula on line 34. He could not understand how the man determined that the function f of s is holomorphic. The professor quickly wrote his answer on the board, after which he asked if everything was clear. Zhou thanked him for the explanation and sat down. The girl sitting next to him, with a very gentle and sweet appearance, quietly asked what exactly the guy had learned from what was written on the board. Gentleman, Lu Zhou immediately began to quietly and gradually explain to the lady everything he could learn from the teacher's answer. Professor Helfgott's idea was not only frightening to look at, but also complex. But the boy believed that the young lady would be able to understand it if she thought about it a little more. They exchanged emails with the girl, whose name turned out to be Vera. She wanted to ask a few more questions to her new acquaintance. Very soon, the lecture came to an end. Everyone present in the hall said goodbye to each other and began to get ready. Vera, embarrassed to the point of madness and all flushed, quietly asked if she could write later, and Lu Zhou said that she could contact him at any time. Meanwhile, Xiaotong walked along the school corridor to the office of the teacher, who, in addition to all his shortcomings, also had the most disgusting character. The girl didn't know why she could have been called to him at all, but she decided not to panic and first apologize, no matter what her fault was. This reaction caused the man to smile slightly, and he gestured for the young schoolgirl to sit on the guest sofa. Due to the recent study issue, Xiaotong decided that she had failed the monthly exam and began to rattle off apologies and promises to improve like a machine gun. She did not listen at all to the teacher, who assured her that her grades were normal and her results were quite good. For some reason unknown to little Xiao, the man began asking her about her brother, Lu Zhou, and wanted to know if he would be back for the new year this year. The school authorities want the older brother to give a speech at his old school, and the teacher smiled and asked the girl to see if he could do it. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou walked slowly from the university to his hotel. Today's lecture was very useful and informative. On the way, he was met by a professor he knew and, with a smile, he invited the young man to talk in his office nearby. Over a cup of tea, the conversation smoothly turned to Goldbach's conjecture, which Lu Zhou had begun to study. The man hoped that he could solve it using an improved version of the boy's method, but he failed. It was impossible to say for sure whether it was the method that did not work or whether it simply failed. This hypothesis turned out to be too complex, and its solution could take decades. In his spare time, Lu studies this, and therefore still believes in the sieve method. He was sure that it had potential. The atmosphere became even more awkward, and he cautiously suggested that the young man teach at Berkeley and work on the hypothesis together. The invitation was very pleasant, but he still had not received his doctorate. It was early next year before he could go to Princeton to do so. The memory of how his supervisor forced him to study for another year before letting him go freelance made the man chuckle quietly. He handed Lu Zhou his business card, offering to stay in touch. The academician was very keen to continue collaborating and to report on his new discoveries in this area. Their conversation lasted quite a long time. On the way to the room, the young man felt his stomach ache from hunger. He had not eaten since morning. The establishment that sold very tasty American spicy ribs, which the guy was passing by, beckoned with its bright signs. But when his order was brought to him, the portion was so large that it felt like it was not meant for one person. When the waitress turned to Lu Zhou, he remembered that it was customary to leave tips in the States. And when he raised his head, both people were at a loss. It was Vera. She worked in this establishment, and the first thing that came to the young man's mind was that she didn't have a scholarship and needed money. He asked the girl about this, but she blushed and became confused, quietly saying that she had a scholarship. Their awkward conversation was interrupted by the owner of the establishment, who called Vera to quickly bring a portion of ribs to the waiting table. Even though the young lady was smiling as she left, Zhou still had the feeling that she was deathly uncomfortable. In his room, the student was sorting through some things at the table, and when he finished, he stretched and sighed happily. The hard days had finally come to an end. At that moment, he received a call from an unknown number. It was one of the professors. He was asking when Lu Zhou would return and whether he was planning to return to China at all this year. Hearing that the student planned to return home straight away for the new year, the man said that there was still a reward waiting for him there. Since he is a graduate student, he can be nominated for the annual award. He doesn't have to do anything, just go on stage and receive the award. Lu Zhou wanted to refuse the bonus to give others a chance, and then the teacher said that he could have gotten 1 million. But if he didn't want to, then okay. He respected all the students' decisions. The information caused a deep shock in the student. He was sure that the reward had previously been 10,000 and did not know that the university had decided to allocate 1,000,000 specifically to him. This changed everything. Lu Zhou immediately told when the conference would end and when he would arrive. But if there was anything urgent, he would return immediately. After that, the guy quietly asked if the 1,000,000 yuan was still valid. And after approval, he jerked his hand sharply, happy that everything was going just fine so far. He soon arrived at Gangneung Airport, where a person from their university met him to pick him up and take him to the award ceremony venue. After a short conversation, the guy helped Lu Zhou load the suitcase into the trunk, and they got into the car. On the way, the driver asked whether the student must have been very tired after the long flight from America to China. Slightly embarrassed, Zhou, in order to put himself in a good light, said that everything was fine. He was not tired at all and was ready to help his alma mater. The young man said that this time the ceremony would be shown on central television, and he hoped that the student had prepared a speech. This approach was organized primarily because of him. Young people need a good role model, the so-called idol. Lu Zhou said that he certainly remembered about the speech, but he thought to himself that he would have to work hard to come up with at least something to say. The driver's words that everyone was counting on him did not help the young man to cheer up at all. The ceremony had already begun, but Lu Zhou still didn't know what to say. He was very nervous and didn't know who to ask or whether he should ask at all. Remembering Xiao Ai, the boy wanted to ask her for help, but unfortunately, his intelligence level was not high enough to generate speech so quickly. The young man looked at the phone screen with disappointment. He had placed too much hope in the AI and had forgotten that he could only rely on himself. There was no time left. The host invited Lu Zhou onto the stage, and all that was left was to improvise on the fly and hope that the brain wouldn't fail. This time, he decided not to talk about mathematics. As in all his previous conferences, he decided to talk about his beloved Jinling University. The appeal was addressed to everyone, both to those who had just enrolled and were afraid that their curiosity would fade too quickly, and to those who had been studying for a long time and whom the student council had forced to come here instead of going home for the holiday. The student talked about his experience of teamwork at a competition, where his friend did not let him down, about working at CERN with Professor Lu and student Yan. The goal was to motivate students to analyze his student life and figure out for themselves what they want from life and university. Enthusiasm and interest in their surroundings, friends, and professors can bring them many magical and unforgettable moments of youth. Whether you're studying in the library or speaking your mind to the student council, it's all a way to find yourself. In conclusion, Lu Zhou said that he really hoped that they could get something out of their university life and not waste these 4 years. After finishing his speech and thanking him for his attention, the hall simply exploded with applause. The students were very inspired by the speech. With a bright smile, Dean Qin handed him 1,000,000 yuan and congratulated him on his successful performance. He sincerely praised the guy's speech. Lu Zhou thanked his beloved dean, but the man said that he was the one who should thank him. On the street after the award ceremony, the student smiled and chatted with the girls who approached him until a familiar voice called out to him. It was the student council president Lin Yuxiang. She approached the ideal that she had been trying to court for several months now and greeted him sweetly. Noticing that the young man's tie was loose, the girl decided that this was an ideal opportunity, but Lu Zhou did not understand this and agreed to her help. But she needed to help him get it back. A little later, the young man came to Professor Tang. The man made them tea and asked when Zhou was going to get married. But the student had no answer. He said that there were teachers who would like to introduce their granddaughters to him, especially the head teacher Lu. But the young man was against the old-fashioned matchmaking traditions. Lu Zhou admitted that even if he wanted to arrange a marriage of convenience, it would not work. And after this sentence, there was a long silence. Both did not raise their heads and did not look at each other. The guy realized that he had ruined the whole conversation, and the professor allowed him to go to his place. After the ceremony, student Lu immediately went to his hometown to spend the holidays with his family and was immediately met at home by his younger sister. The girl hugged her brother tightly and dragged him inside the apartment. She was in a hurry to spend time with him and get her gift. She was alone at home now. Mom and Dad were now at the supermarket, buying fish and other products for today's dinner. While she had free time and no one bothered her, Xiaotong did tests and studied. After reporting on who was where and what they were doing, she asked where her gift was, and Lu Zhou said that it was in the suitcase, and also asked her to take it to the room and pour some water for her elder brother. The girl was slightly offended by the playful request not to eat the whole gift at once, so that he could recognize it when he returned from Princeton. And besides, she would never be able to handle that much at once. While they were talking, The schoolgirl took out a bag of cosmetics that she had bought for her friend as a gift and hid the bag in the closet. After calculating the total cost of her cosmetics and skincare products, she concluded that she could make 1,000 yuan profit on them if she sold them. The girl wanted to share the profit with her brother, but Joe said that she should not think about money now and focus on her studies. He would be able to provide for her. As long as you have excellent results, you will be rewarded with good payouts. The young man shared the news that he now has 1,000,000 yuan. With these words, he inspired his sister to study hard and enter Jinling University, and she promised that for the sake of such scholarships, she would become a genius like her brother. Lu Zhou caringly explained to his little sister that she didn't have to become a genius or worry about anything. If she had financial difficulties, he would help her. Having promised to try, she told him that she had 2 pieces of good news and asked which one he wanted to start with. Her brother was ahead of her. He had already guessed that his smart sister was first in the class in the monthly exam. The second piece of news was that her school, and as Tung decided to say, her mother, wanted him to give a speech to the students. There was nothing good in this news for Lu Zhou, and his sister mistook his surprise for reluctance to go and became frightened. Looking into the round, pitiful eyes of the younger one, the brother pretended to be thinking seriously and could not decide whether to go there for his sister's sake or not. As soon as he said yes, Xiaotong rushed to hug him, looking very happy and grateful. The next day, Lu Zhou spoke to the students at the school playground, starting with introductions and greetings. He began to tell the children about his university with a smile. Xiaotong listened to her brother with a smile and shining eyes. She was proud of him. Her friend asked about him. The girl offered to introduce her to a 21-year-old doctor of science, but the schoolgirl brushed it off, saying he was too old for her. Xiaotong stuck out her tongue and said she wouldn't have given her little brother to her anyway. After performing at school, Lu Zhou walked along Jiangling Street with his father, a common pastime they had when he came home. He wondered if his dad had thought about renovating the house since Tuntun was going to university soon. After the Chinese New Year, Lu Zhou will receive his master's degree, after which he will fly to Princeton, he will have a scholarship in dollars, and he proposed to give his savings in yuan to his family. Hearing that the amount was 1,000,000 yuan, the man choked on air and started coughing. He was in complete shock. It was very awkward to receive such help from his son, because he could still work. But the guy continued to insist on his own. Father's doubts were very strong. He assured that despite how much he worried about his sister, the university was not such an expensive pleasure. Lu Zhou cared not only about his sister but also about his parents. He told his dad with a smile that everything had already been decided and he would give them the money anyway. For a little while longer, the man stood his ground to show himself from his best side, saying that he was the head of the family and he had not yet agreed to anything. But in the end, he still agreed. And with a smile, he allowed his son to do what he thought was right. At the airport after the holidays, Lu Zhou said goodbye to his family. His mom and dad wished him good luck and asked him to be careful in another country. He promised to call when he arrived and went inside, heading to his flight. Soon, the genius student of Jinling University received his education certificate and diploma. It was time to set off on a new adventure. At the airport, right as he was boarding the plane to Princeton, Menzi called him. For some reason, the girl was very interested in when he would board the plane. Lu Zhou didn't quite understand what the girl wanted from him, why she was asking whether he was on the plane or not, and what time the flight was. After receiving the answer she so craved, Menzi immediately hung up, her first thought being that she could rush to the airport. But no one came, and already in America his brother Wengswan met him. The guy hugged his friend around the neck, noticing that he had only lost more weight after the holidays. He put the younger one in the car, saying that they would talk longer on the way to the restaurant. It was only when Joe found himself in the backseat of the car that he remembered that his phone was in his suitcase, and his suitcase was in the trunk. Lo asked what was so important he had forgotten, but the guy decided that it was pointless to stop now, just for the sake of the phone, and that he would get it out in the restaurant. Meanwhile, Chen Yushan was nervously fiddling with her phone at the airport. Lu Zhou should have landed by now, but for some reason he still hadn't answered. She kept looking at the screen, then at the path from the landing strip to the exit. The girl was terribly hungry, but she couldn't leave. While she was starving and tormenting herself, Lu Zhou sat calmly in the restaurant and answered her call with a smile. Who would have thought that he was already in Philadelphia? She so wanted to surprise him, and now he was eating somewhere without her. The girl told him to wait for her and hung up. Joe could only sigh heavily and ask the waiter to bring another set of chopsticks. Immediately after her arrival, Yushan began to scold her kohai for not writing to her and not answering her calls. Manhwa told her about her teacher's flight, and the girl really wanted to be the first to meet him. Lujo introduced his senpai to his friend Luo Wenxuan. They shook hands and told each other who did what. The food had already been ordered, and Wen, with a smile, suggested that the girl not be shy and help herself to the dishes. Hunger was stronger than common sense, and Yushan immediately reached for food with chopsticks, putting it in her mouth, but she was unable to swallow it right away. Her mouth almost started to burn. The food was too spicy, and the girl screamed from the burning sensation. Kohai carefully handed her a glass of water. He was very worried about her. He completely forgot that the girl could not stand spicy food. It took a while, but Senpai realized that it wasn't her glass. She looked at the water and asked whose it was. Then Joe admitted that it was his glass and he drank from it. Yushan blushed sharply and deeply, becoming like a tomato. The girl stood up from her seat and said nervously with a smile that she would go wash her cup. Lujo turned to brother Luo, surprised that he was crying. The food was indeed too spicy, but Wenxuan shouted that it was not because of that, and that he was not crying at all. But in his mind, the young man envied the younger one. After a hearty lunch, the guy said goodbye to the beauty, and Lujo apologized again for how everything turned out and promised to treat her next time. When they were alone, brother Lo asked again if they were dating, but the younger one again said that it was just his senpai. Soon they reached Princeton. Zhou looked around with his mouth open, although he had been there before, but had never gone on a campus tour. Wenxuan took his friend to fill out the paperwork, afraid that he might get lost alone in the huge labyrinth that is Princeton. The registration went very quickly. Lujo was already listed as a student. The employee gave him a student card and keys to a room in the dormitory. The student finished all the paperwork very quickly, and his friend led him towards the exit. It was very curious who Joe had chosen as his scientific advisor, but the guy was still thinking about it and could not decide. At the request of the younger brother, Law recommended Edward Witten to him if he wanted to study mathematical physics, and Viscount Deline if he wanted to study number theory. The hero didn't expect that his comrade would actually be able to recommend something. He was sure that Wenxuan could only think about his ex right now. After a short conversation, Lujo took his suitcase and wanted to go on a solo adventure to find a dormitory. Lo wanted to help him, but the guy convinced him that he could handle it himself, follow the map, and definitely come, but promised to call if something happened. After a long time of searching, the young man finally reached the right building. But as soon as he raised his eyes, all his dreams and fantasies were destroyed. The dorm turned out to be a retro-style building, and it didn't look like anyone lived there at all, except for the ghosts of Princeton University. While the boy was torn between science and the desire to live in luxury, Molina noticed him and greeted her old friend with a smile from the balcony. The girl asked why he didn't call her. She wanted to pick him up. Lujo said that he asked a friend about it. With difficulty lifting his suitcase to the second floor, the student asked where room 211 was and, with the help of a friend, found his new place of residence. Having learned that Joe had not yet decided on a leader, the girl began to advertise her professor, Sophie Morel. The name of the famous scientist really shocked the guy. He couldn't believe that Molina's scientific supervisor was really Sophie. This was her plan. The student still had not lost hope of getting Lujo into her research team. They needed such a talented mathematician. The young man looked at her palm in silence. He still stuck to his opinion and couldn't believe that the girl really still wanted this. With his abrupt refusal, he made it clear that he could not be persuaded. But Molina shouted after him that she would never give up. The room turned out to be not as bad as it seemed at first glance at the house. It had all the amenities and a rather soft bed, on which Joe immediately lay down. He was too confident of his victory, one of the most popular students at Princeton. The young man planned to specialize in number theory and chose the Viscount as his leader. The next day, Lujo came to Delin and said that he wanted to study under his guidance. The man was very happy about this and hurried to tell about his research group. The young man politely declined. He already had his own research topic that he wanted to focus on. The young student was given complete freedom. The Viscount only asked him to tell him the topic of the work, although he could not really help with Goldbach's hypothesis. Nevertheless, he was looking forward to new victories and new proofs from his star student. Naturally, in addition to his own research, Lujo also had to help him with his work as a teaching assistant. The young man assured his supervisor that he would cope well with the role of a teacher. The man did not even doubt his abilities. In addition to all this, the elderly academic prepared a small gift for the mathematical genius, who had been waiting for his moment in the desk drawer all this time. The Viscount heard about his family's situation and therefore decided to help financially. He prepared a form and told him to take it to the finance department in order to receive tuition fees in the future. Later that day, Lu Zhou was sitting in a cafe with a new acquaintance who suggested he get into investment banking and could recommend a couple of good places. But Zhou was not interested in work. All that occupied the thoughts and heart of the genius was research. The comrade was surprised by such an answer. He considered finance very fascinating for mathematicians. He was happy to be in finance himself, and even wanted to go to business school, but his father forced him to go to Princeton. Initially, the young man was interested in mathematics, but it turned out to be too difficult, and he switched to history. Unfortunately, Princeton is the only Ivy League school that does not have a business school, which upset the student even more. Their conversation was interrupted by a girl who was walking towards the table. The friend decided that Zhou had a date, and decided to leave so as not to interfere with their meeting. Lu tried to convince him to stay, but the guy didn't want to be a third wheel. He said goodbye to his new acquaintance and promised that they would see each other later. The stranger who came on a date turned out to be Melina. She silently looked at the young man and sat down next to Lu Zhou. She wanted to talk about her project, since she already knew that the guy had chosen Professor Deline. The girl could not believe that he was really not interested in their work. This topic was already starting to get a little tiresome, but he still decided to explain why he considered this an unrealistic undertaking. He asked for a couple of seconds to think about how to prove the Riemann hypothesis. To begin with, one would have to build a completely new theoretical basis and use it to solve such a difficult theorem. Molina jumped to her feet and shouted that this was exactly what they were doing now, but she was unable to answer the question of whether she was ready. This spoke volumes. Lu realized that they didn't even have the foundation ready yet, let alone solve the entire Riemann hypothesis. The situation was becoming increasingly awkward, and she brushed it off, saying that she and her boss could easily do this for the rest of their lives. And then the young man firmly asked her not to drag him along. He still has other things to do, like Goldbach's conjecture, which he's working on right now. This news made the girl very happy. She was not mistaken when she assumed that he had also gone crazy and began to ask about the method he wanted to use. She suggested a couple of very well-known ideas, but Zhou proudly declared that he was not going to use any of them. Full of confidence, the young man stood up and declared that he would develop his own method to prove it, at which point he looked very cool and handsome in Molina's eyes. 3 weeks have passed since then. Professor Deline gave his student a year to achieve results in the research, and all this time the guy was working on it. Lu Zhou wanted to drink more coffee, but he was distracted by a call from Luo Wenxuan. He was waiting for the younger one at the gate to go choose a car. They came to a center owned by some rich guy from the Middle East. He could help with the paperwork and deliver some modifications. Zhou hoped that this man was an acquaintance of Brother Luo, but it turned out that this was not the case, which meant that the guy would not get a discount. The cars here were much cheaper compared to other places. Wang Xuan recommended a Porsche, but that car was too expensive for the junior. He was more interested in getting a mid-size Ford SUV so he could save on expenses and not spend all his money. After buying the car, Luo Wenxuan was worried that the younger one wouldn't be able to get there on his own. But Lu Zhou convinced him that he remembered the way and had a navigator. They said goodbye, and in exchange for a promise to treat them to dinner, Brother Lo asked to introduce him to several beautiful girls from the University of Pennsylvania. Immediately after this, the hero hurried to call his senpai. Yushan answered him with a smile, glad that he finally remembered about her. When she heard that he was in Pennsylvania, she immediately hurried to pay for the coffee so she could go down to her beloved Kohai. Once outside, the girl was very surprised to see Zhou's brand new car, which he had literally just bought. Yushan took the young man's phone to get directions to a good restaurant nearby, where they could have dinner. A short time later, they were sitting at the table drinking drinks. The girl was talking about her situation in school. Her supervisor was working on a Walmart project, and now she had a lot of work. After she had spoken out, she asked why her Kohai had bought an SUV out of all the cars. Zhou said that he just liked it. The car was big, rough, stable, and then he faltered, blushing slightly, after which he added that such an SUV is suitable for people like him, and it is very similar to its new owner. The girl laughed and said she thought he would be better suited to a Mini Cooper, a fairly popular small car. Upon returning to the dorm, Lu Zhou ran into Molina in the hallway. She thought the guy had come back from a date, but he replied that he was buying a car. In his room, the guy sat down at the computer, and Xiao Ai reported a new letter from Vera from Berkeley, whom they ran into at the conference. The girl wanted to ask for advice regarding a previous topic and one equation. Zhou was pleasantly surprised by her resourcefulness. He would definitely take her as a student if he were a professor. There was another incoming message, this time from Frank Wilczek regarding their work on signals and experiments. This short message with a request for a personal meeting made the young man very wary. Something clearly went wrong. They soon met at a nearby cafe. Frank apologized for being late and keeping the young man waiting. Immediately after the man placed an order with the waiter, he asked the younger one for a flash drive to transfer documents from the laptop he had brought. Joe couldn't understand why the old man couldn't send him this simple data by email, so he was shown graphs that should have clarified the situation without words. These were the latest experimental data from CERN. The graphs were distribution curves and statistical diagrams of the collisions they had managed to collect. The level of trust dropped, and no matter how many times they ran the experiment, they could never reach the same level. Also, during the end-of-year work, he didn't even show up in the area they were researching, which is why the trust level dropped. The recent theoretical physics conference in Brussels had been a big event, with 20 minutes spent on the subject, and Frank was sorry the boy had missed it. And even though it didn't matter, the man allowed him to take these graphs to study them in more detail and understand everything for himself. As a sign of respect, Wilczek took off his hat and said that it was a pleasure to work with the young talent, and he was sincerely grateful to him for his work. From a scientific point of view, it is easier to build a physical model to explain why there is no supersymmetric particle than to find one. Luzhou listened attentively and silently to the old scholar, and finally replied that he was not yet ready to give up. These words amused Wilczek. He smiled and wished the young man good luck in his future work. On his way back to the dorm, Joe ran into Molena, who was jogging, and he looked so depressed that she assumed he had been abandoned. His ambiguous answer gave her reason to think that he really had broken up, and now she might have a chance. Sitting in class the next day, Lou couldn't stop thinking about Goldbach's conjecture. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had missed something. He hoped that he could catch hold of something he had been far from for too long, and re-examine and remember some basic things, hoping that it would inspire him. One of the students at this time reported that the teacher had made a mistake. The professor admitted it, but said that despite the mistake, he could come to the same conclusion. He began to write the continuation of the solution on the board. The students followed him attentively, wondering if this was really possible. The words about the same result, but in different ways, gave Luzhou the final piece of the puzzle. This sudden realization not only inspired the guy, but he seemed to fall into a scientific ecstasy. He finally found a way out. Around this time, Edward joined his friend Deline for lunch, wondering why his graduate student had been nowhere to be seen lately. The Viscount explained that the young man was studying Goldbach's hypothesis and asked for approval for a 2-week vacation. Many were sure that he was working on Professor Deline's research project. Even Edward did not expect that the guy had gone freelance. Although the friend invited his student to join his group, the guy was not interested, so he did not insist. He believed that geniuses like Luzhou were better left to their own devices rather than being forced to do anything. In the middle of their conversation, a message came from Lou. He warned that he would be forced to be absent for a long time, and it could take more than a month, but promised to give a satisfactory explanation. Delling read the message and sighed quietly. He wasn't sure if the guy would succeed, but he didn't agree with his research method. Shutting himself off from the world was not always a good choice. He could end up in a dead end. The Viscount would gladly support him if it came to academic meetings and conferences. But despite everything, he continued to support his decision. The proof of the twin numbers hypothesis was truly astonishing. At one point, Luzhou even created an illusion for Delling, which touched him even more than the decision itself. It was as if for a moment he saw Grothendieck, his dead teacher, again. For a split second, he rose again on the stage in the guise of a young genius. These words surprised Edward very much. The man did not expect that the old man's heart had such touching feelings for this young man. More than 2 months had passed since that conversation, and Luzhou had been a recluse in his room working on Goldbach's conjecture all this time. Despite all the difficulties and sleepless nights, he finally achieved a result in his hypothesis. Everything was ready and looked just fine, but the guy didn't know how such mathematical hypotheses were considered. He was also interested in the question of how the system would react to the fact that his proof was not accepted or approved for decades. This topic interested him so much that he decided to test it and see how it would work out. He composed a letter with his work and sent it off, eager to see the true face of the system. On the other side of the screen, the man checking evidence and articles was about to go to sleep when he suddenly received a new message in his email. The article was from a man named Luzhou, with the beginning of Euler's problem of Goldbach's conjecture in the title. He had another sleepless night ahead of him, checking and evaluating a promising new article. The next day, one student met his professor at his office and right in the morning shocked him with the news that he had seen a proof of Goldbach's conjecture on Arcsif. The man didn't like this very much. There were a lot of empty, unreviewed articles on that site. He would have been much happier if the guy had read classic works. But the young man did not back down. He insisted that the work written by last year's Cole Prize winner could not be just anything. Now the professor was shocked. He did not understand why Lu Zhou published his article on Arxiv and asked his student to bring it quickly. When the guy brought a stack of papers, the man began to silently and quickly read the work with the proof of one of the most serious hypotheses. After some time, the scientist admitted that he himself did not really know whether Lu Zhou was right and whether the proof was correct. Despite this, no mistakes were made in the work. The young man used a completely new method, in which signs of the sieve method and the circle method were noticeable. Besides this, the guy also introduced group theory. Something similar was already in Zellberg's work, but not so pure and thoughtful. The professor alone could not assert whether the proof was correct. It was necessary to find out the opinions of others. Around this time, Lu Zhou entered the system's spiritual world and looked at the tablet. The task was completed with high marks. Now it was clear that to complete the task it was enough to do the work correctly and publish it. Now he could not worry that he would get stuck at some level. From this moment on, a new game between Lu Zhou and the system began. He came out of his room just as Molina was returning to her room. Noticing the guy, the girl was so surprised that he was still alive that she even screamed. She thought that he had been eaten by fans, to which the student quietly replied that she was exaggerating. He had only not left his room for a month. It was very hard to believe what she heard, but she was more interested in his project than in his health. And Joe said that he had solved the hypothesis. Not immediately, but the information shocked Molina even more. She screamed so loudly that she deafened her friend for a few seconds. She didn't even believe his words and thought it was an April Fool's joke. But while she was checking the calendar, Lu Zhou went on with his business. When asked what he planned to do next, the young man replied that he was going to have breakfast. He went down to a cafe near campus and ordered himself spaghetti with meat, extra spicy, and a cup of mocha with milk and sugar. While the guy was waiting for the order, one of the professors called him, either asking or claiming that he had proven it. The reaction was so unexpected that Lu was a little taken aback, and he said slowly that if we were talking about Goldbach's conjecture, then he really had solved it. He was more than 90% sure that he had indeed proved it, and that he had proved it correctly. After Hua Luogan's death, the number theory community in China suffered a decline, which greatly upset and worried the man. Regret over underestimating the young talent of Jinling University overwhelmed the professor. He did not expect that he would solve Goldbach's conjecture. I really wanted the guy to become a professor at Shwimu after he graduated. But Joe said he wanted to work at Princeton for 2 years first and then return to his university. Surprisingly, the teacher did not object. He supported the young man's aspirations. Jinling University was indeed a good place. After breakfast, Lu Zhou was called to see his supervisor, Viscount Deline, who frankly said that Goldbach's hypothesis was beyond his field. His opinion won't solve anything and won't be able to help, but he will arrange an hour-long report with the Institute for Advanced Study. All the student would have to do was prepare a presentation and a speech. But there was just one problem. There were no conferences coming up. The professor said it didn't matter. He would help his student put together his own. It would take place in Lecture Hall number 1. A few days later, a conference was held at Princeton, and many people came to hear the proof of the conjecture. One of the famous professors sat down in the empty seat. He was seriously inclined to criticize the work and expected only perfect answers. Lu Zhou waited backstage. He was very nervous, and when it was time to go on stage, he took a deep breath and exhaled, instantly calming his nerves. All the emotions subsided, and in his soul there was a calm before the storm. The young man said that he was ready and went on stage. He thanked everyone for coming, and then warned that he had divided the content of the talk into 2 parts, one on the group structure method and the other on the proof. The explanations were written with the assumption that everyone had already read the article, and were therefore focused on the key ideas and steps. The group structure method is an abbreviation for the general structure method of group theory, and it uses the concepts of cyclic groups to study the infinity problem. One of the spectators, who was sitting next to the professor, asked him what Lu Zhou was talking about. He could hardly understand the meaning of the words, but the man did not answer him. He was completely absorbed in the report. Not far from them, in other places, sat Viscount Deline and his friend. He was amazed by the talent of the young man on stage. He reminded him of himself in his youth. Deline recalled only the shameful moments of their youth, to which his comrade replied that only in moments of despair can one find inspiration and get out of a dead end. After that, they returned to the topic of the report. They both did not understand Goldbach's hypothesis, And then the Viscount advised asking Faltings about it in more detail. The friend was amazed. He could not believe his ears. Faltings himself came here in order to hear about the proof. As they chatted, the speech came to an end and the audience burst into applause, drawing the attention of the two elderly professors back to the stage. All the worries were just a waste of nerves, and Viscount Deline admitted that he had never really been worried. He had always believed in his student. Lu Zhou bowed to his audience and listeners. The proof of the hypothesis and all his steps towards it were before their eyes. Even the professor, who was skeptical at the beginning, applauded the young genius. It was truly something that took your breath away. At the end of the presentation, a person on behalf of the university came out on stage to the guy and presented him with trophy champagne. In the near future, a commission will meet to independently evaluate his work. But for now, he had to observe tradition and open the bottle right on stage. Zhou was in a good mood and was happy to open a bottle of champagne to celebrate his success in proving it. After the cork was pulled from the bottle and the drink spurted out, the atmosphere in the room was festive. For the second time in this decade, scientists had witnessed a historic moment. Immediately after this, it was time for the interview. The young man patiently and with a smile answered all the interviewer's questions until his strength finally left him. After the last answer, the student advised him to interview his supervisor, Deline, and went off to his place to rest. Quickly running away from the crowd of people, Lu Zhou went into the restaurant and ordered a huge portion of steak to finally eat. But even that was not given to him by the manager, John Morgan. The man wanted to lure the outstanding talent to his Columbian University by offering him a job as a professor. But Viscount Deline was not going to let his protégé go so easily. To settle the issue of working at Columbia once and for all, the man told Lu Zhou that Princeton had decided to give him a doctorate based on the results of his dissertation. After discussions with the Princeton Institute for Advanced Study, it was decided that they would send him an offer of a teaching position along with his degree. The confused guy did not immediately understand that in a few days, he would have a chance to become a full-fledged professor. A week later, Zhou was invited to the office. His proof and application of group theory in his dissertation was stunning. His article will be published in the next issue of the Mathematical Yearbook, and from that day on, he is officially a Princeton professor. At the same time, in the newspaper office, one of the journalists saw an article about how Goldbach's hypothesis had been proven, in his racist words, by a monkey. This was a very important and big news. They felt that they should not only take an interview, but also help to become a public figure. The raging imagination of the scumbag reporter quickly generated an idea for the headline of the article. The monkey proved Goldbach's conjecture. Only after a friend reminded them that they could be sued did the man smile weakly and say that he supposedly lacked inspiration. Their female colleague reminded them of how, at the end of 2015, a professor from Nigeria solved the Riemann hypothesis and wrote to the Clay Institute. But they still haven't responded. The Daily Mail interviewed the man, but there were no articles. So she looked at the information on the two hypotheses and suggested that the situations might be related. The company's chief racist thought he was smart and began to correct his friend, saying that what he remembered related to a different hypothesis and that Goldbach's problem was related to prime numbers. Then, the calmest of them mentioned that Lu Zhou was white, and these two situations could be considered racial discrimination. All three fell silent. An awkward and uncomfortable silence hung in the air. This is a really difficult question. The silence was broken by a girl. She had a brilliant idea and her friend supported her. They should announce this big news to the whole world. At this time, in distant Nigeria, Professor Enoch was answering a question from his student about whether the Riemann hypothesis could be used to solve the Goldbach conjecture. Both theorems were prime number problems. The man claimed that he could solve Goldbach's problem in 3 hours. And, what's more, Hilbert's 23 questions were a piece of cake for him. At this point, the proud man's class was over. He gave the students a homework assignment. They had to write a report proving Goldbach's conjecture using his system of functions. He was sure that it was enough to give them the method and explain it, but the students did not think so. When Professor Enoch returned to the staff room, he had a visitor, a gentleman from the United States, reporter Larder from the Washington Times. This racist journalist wanted to talk to him about the Riemann hypothesis, which he had sent to the Clay Institute at the end of 15 and which had been ignored. He claimed he came immediately after the issue came to his attention, but Enoch was not thrilled with his guest, who could simply read the work on Arvix. Larder came closer and began to convince the distrustful man that he had come here to help. And not with money, but with revenge. He talked about how the academic community rejected him just because of his skin color, how unfair it was, and that he could help if Enoch guaranteed to prove Goldbach's conjecture from Riemann. The man assured that he would really cope with this simple task, which made the journalist very happy, and he promised to sort out the visa and travel expenses. From the recent lottery rewards, Lu Zhou received a brainwave sample. He will be able to collect brainwave signals and process them into audio, images, or text. Thinking about his new thing that could read minds, the guy went into his room and was stunned. It was a complete mess. There was no way he could clean it up on his own. There was nothing else to do. So he decided to call Wengsuan for help. Although his friend didn't like the idea, in exchange for the promise to pay for 2 dinners, the young man nevertheless agreed to help the younger man tidy up the premises. While they were rummaging through piles of books and notes, Brother Luo found a fresh newspaper with an article from the Washington Times, and the curious Joe immediately wanted to read what it was. The article talked about some guy who could prove the Goldbach, Li Sheng, and Polniak conjectures in 3 hours. But it was obvious that he didn't know the difference between the Riemann and Dirichlet functions. There was also a small note attached with an invitation for Lu Zhou to come personally. The date was today, meaning the call was for tomorrow. After the guy thought for a couple of minutes, he decided that he had to respond to this invitation and be present for 3 hours of the genius's work. But Luo Wengsuan had almost no confidence. He thought it would be better to spend this time preparing for his first lecture at Princeton. Lu Zhou couldn't just let such a spectacle pass by. The man had only spent 3 hours to solve the problem of the century. He simply couldn't allow respected scientists to be insulted. The next day, Larder and Enoch sat and waited for the presentation that the journalist had specially arranged for his guest to publicly prove, for example, Goldbach's conjecture. Their goal wasn't even to convince scientists. No, they wanted to prove to black rights groups that Enoch had been treated unfairly. But the Niger scientist was too nervous. He seemed not to listen to his new friend. He stood up and asked for money to go eat. Larder warned him that he should return quickly and make it to the presentation, which was about to begin, and gave him money. At the same time, Lu Zhou was walking to a meeting and decided that he was also hungry. He decided to eat a burger. When he came in, Enoch was trying to prove to the employee that the prices should be completely different and what the poor guy was doing wrong. The seller's face expressed a lot of emotions that he was experiencing now. Listening to all these moralizing lectures about the system of equations, according to which a steak should cost $1.50 or $2. Enoch was indignant, trying to convince an employee who had nothing to do with the price change that their menu should not have imaginary numbers. According to his claims, any high school student in Nigeria can solve this equation, but they in Princeton can't properly set prices. The salesman's patience was wearing thin, and he started grumbling, telling Enoch to either order or leave and not hold up the line. And that's when Lu Zhou stepped in and placed his order. While he was waiting for his food, he decided to chat with a black man about the prices on the menu and the system of equations. It is necessary to make a simple equation. In this case, the addition of a coefficient is considered. It is impossible to simply combine 2 incompatible equations and find imaginary numbers in them. The employee of the establishment supported Zhou, but Enoch could not accept it. He was too sure that there were imaginary numbers in linear equations. The argument continued. Lu Zhou sincerely hoping that he could convince his opponent that he was wrong and that there was no need to even take the route to resolve it. After a hearty lunch and a good discussion, the young man came to the Princeton corridor where Larder was greeting guests. He clearly did not expect Zhou to appear, but without breaking character, the reporter expressed hope that today they would all be able to laugh and get to know each other better. 20 minutes passed, but Enoch still had not arrived. Larder asked the guest to wait a little longer, promising that he would return as soon as he had dealt with personal matters. The man from the Human Rights Department was already dissatisfied. He doubted that Professor Enoch was taking this issue seriously and not just wasting his time. It was time to begin the scheduled performance. Lu Zhou stood up and said that, with the permission of those present, he would begin this meeting while the hero of the day was away. Larder's chest went cold. He didn't expect the guy to act like that, but Lu didn't see anything wrong with it. After all, they invited him themselves. Taking the podium, the young man began his speech by saying that he understood their mistrust of him as the Princeton elite, and they did not trust either the morality or the education of the so-called elite. It is understandable why they would be more interested in hearing the forgotten, unrecognized voices. But today, Zhou wanted to talk to them about something else, and reminded them that he is a Chinese scientist. He asked the self-described politically correct guests if they had considered his opinion when they read the white guy's article in the Washington Times. Larder knew his whole plan was falling apart before his eyes. He kept calling Enoch non-stop, calling him the rudest name possible. Today, Lu Zhou did not intend to use specific mathematical symbols, but he did not deny that something difficult for an unprepared listener would flash by. He wrote the Riemann hypothesis on the board and what equation it would turn into if this hypothesis were true. He could have written a dozen more like this, but this is the most common one. It was precisely this hypothesis that was discussed, and in response to Enoch's work, the Nigerian put forward an interesting point that Hardy and Litwood had already spoken about in the 20s. After these words, the young man drew the attention of the audience to the fact that he was talking about the generalized Riemann hypothesis, which was different from the simple hypothesis. These were two different things. Lu was worried that his explanation might not be simple enough, so he decided to make it even simpler. Prime numbers in Riemann's problem are used for multiplication, and the same numbers in Goldbach's conjecture are used for addition. The reason Riemann's theory is more important to most people than Goldbach's is that many people use prime numbers for multiplication, and yet the two hypotheses are not equal or even in the same system. All mathematics is shrouded in the Peano axiom system, but not all problems in it are so obvious. 1 plus 1 and 1 plus 1 equals 2 are actually different things. Lu Zhou was nothing special, according to the guy. He just stood on the shoulders of great mathematicians. There was no need to remind him of the contribution that, for example, Chen made to the sieve method. Helfgott's work opened a new door for him into the world of mathematics. All these people were heroes in history, but even their work cannot be summed up in just 3 hours as Professor Enoch wanted to do. With these words, Lu finished his speech and thanked for his attention. Larder's entire plan collapsed in the blink of an eye, the man almost breaking his phone, clutching it in anger. When he returned to his office, he found an audio message sent to him, in which he could clearly be heard negotiating illegal things. In order to maintain confidentiality, Larder always traveled alone on business trips. It was unlikely that Enoch's office was wiretapped, which meant the traitor was within his team. But if he was inside, then it would be impossible to get his recording, which means he became someone's target this time. At the same time, Lu Zhou was walking down the street with a satisfied look and twirling in his hand a device for reading and formatting thoughts into any file. Soon, he was sitting in a cafe near campus with Edward Witten, discussing how the guy was now the reason people couldn't post their work. Lu Zhou agreed that it was indeed not very good, but there was nothing he could do about it. All that was left was to tell the professor about his plans for the future. In the near future, he plans to study computational materials science. This theme has great potential, and Lu was sure of it. It is reflected in its plasticity and unpredictability. Witten recommended that he contact Professor Paul Chirek, but Lu wanted to do it after returning from China. Their pleasant conversation was interrupted by a call from an unknown number to Lu Zhou's phone. The guy immediately took his smartphone out of his pocket. Having warned the man opposite, the young man answered the call. He was very interested in who could be calling him after such a circus at the recent conference. But this had nothing to do with the events of an hour ago. Zhou was receiving a call from the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences, which is directly connected to the Nobel Prize. This call shook the doctoral candidate to the core, and thoughts immediately began to pop into his head that he was being nominated for an award. And he turned out to be half right. He really is nominated, not for the Nobel, but for the Crafoord Prize, and he will soon receive an email. After the call, Lu Zhou apologized to Professor Edward and said that he urgently needed to return to his office. An official letter from the Swedish Royal Academy actually arrived on the computer, which means the call was not a prank. The money-hungry young man's mouth began to water as he thought about the amount of money he could get with this prize. 2 letters said the Royal Academy planned to hold a meeting to confirm the results and award the prize. Professor Tong called very suddenly. Zhou did not expect him at such a late hour. Before he could speak, the man deafened him with his shout, asking if he had really solved Goldbach's conjecture. He was very interested in when the genius of their faculty would return. The university was not rushing him, but his diploma was waiting for him. Lu Zhou warned that he would return at the beginning of June, but first he needed to fly to Stockholm to collect his bonus. A few days later, the young doctor of sciences flew to Sweden. The mood was simply wonderful. A well-deserved reward and recognition of his efforts awaited him. The taxi took him to the Stockholm Hotel, where academician Staffan Normark of the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences, who was responsible for the daily trips here, was waiting. When asked for an apology for the long wait, the man said that it was not at all scary. Scientists are generally peculiar people who are often late. One of the best rooms had been prepared for the Academy's guest, and Staffan was happy to take him to it. The young people chatted casually about nothing and reached the desired room. Lu Zhou received his key and learned that there would be an important meeting tomorrow. They said goodbye and Normac left, leaving the young man alone with his luggage and the fatigue from the flight. The guy walked into the room. It was very nice and cozy. The room really was one of the best in the hotel. The view from the window was the best the guy had ever seen. He decided to take a photo and upload it to social media. Looking out the window, Zhou thought that this country was really good, but home was much better. He couldn't wait to finally go to China. The awards ceremony began the next day, and in the field of astronomy, the winners were Roy Kerr and Roger Blandford. Together, they went up on stage and were presented with prizes and medals one by one. Lu Zhou waited for his turn backstage. He thought that after all the awards he would get used to the intense excitement. But that was too naive. Soon the presenter announced the award in the field of mathematics. The young man adjusted his suit, preparing to go on stage. A few more seconds of shaking and intense excitement later, Crawford Prize winner Professor Lu Zhou from China walked out to applause. The award was presented in a very bright and festive atmosphere. The young man was sincerely congratulated on such a loud and great achievement. The handshaking was more of a tradition than a genuine impulse. But after that, all the excitement seemed to disappear with a wave of the hand. Zhou looks at the medal and certificate, smiling all the time. After something like this, he simply has to take a vacation and go home. When the award ceremony was over and only the latecomers remained, the guy was about to return home, but he was surrounded by reporters. It was really amazing. The lists of names were announced only yesterday, and the journalists already knew all the participants. Well, the first question about how the first Chinese scientist to receive such an award feels, Lu answered that he was happy, excited, and grateful. Chen Jinggrun's theory has inspired China's younger generation to take up mathematics, so the interviewer was curious about the significance of this science for Lu Zhou. Then the question about the meaning of science was asked by the young man, and the girl answered that, in her opinion, science changes the world. And she was right. The point is really to change the world, and the point of mathematics is to change science. Lu Zhou was saved from reporters and endless questions by the banquet. The young man sat at the table and watched with interest famous scientists in the field of number theory and more. Unexpectedly for him, the great academician Faltings personally approached him with a slight smile. The man congratulated the young man on his prize. Just a month ago, only 3 mathematicians had been able to surpass him, but now there were 4. This news made Zhou cough. He had 3 opponents who were equal in intelligence. He didn't expect this. After congratulating him, Faltings wished him a good time at the banquet and went to his room to do his research. The senior scientist's words made the boy think deeply. Zhou didn't even know how best to react to something like this, when another acquaintance approached from behind. It was academician Wang Yuping from Yanqing University, a young man who didn't expect to see him here. Still, it was a good opportunity to communicate with great minds, and the man could not miss it. Like a father who had not seen his son for a long time, he noted that Zhou had grown up very quickly and had even won the Crawford Prize. Although he, as a representative of Yanqing University, felt aggrieved, Lu Zhou singled out 3 talented people from there that he had heard about frequently recently. Professor Wang told him with a smile not to be modest. This little boy still had a long path full of achievements to the heights of mathematics. The young man planned to return to China in 5 years at the latest, and old man Wang did not lose hope of recruiting him to his university. But, unfortunately, fate was against it. The environment of Jinling University was much more suitable for Lu Zhou. Despite this, the guy was willing to give lectures at Yanqing University from time to time. A little later, father and Xiaotong were sitting in the living room, flipping through TV channels for lack of anything better to do. They came across an interview with Lu Zhou straight from Sweden, from the award ceremony, and the man decided that his son had won the Nobel Prize. Little Tongue immediately understood the catch and hastened to convince her dad, saying that it was the Crawford Prize. But the man was no longer listening to anyone. He dialed his son's number to clarify everything with him personally, ignoring the looks of his family. The worried ancestor's call came into Lu Zhou's phone just as he was in a taxi. For a moment, the boy was deafened by his parents' scream, and the fact that his surprise was revealed ahead of time upset him even more. The prize was not the Nobel Prize, but the Crawford Prize. After these words, he said goodbye to his father, and the new hero had already arrived at the gates of his university. The director immediately shook the young man's hand, congratulating the young genius and thanking him for such great glory to the university and their country. Together with the dean, the 3 of them entered the university grounds, discussing along the way that they wanted to offer Lu Zhou the position of honorary professor. It was a very pleasant and unexpected offer, and besides, the whole process would not take much time, and he would have time to return home and see his family as planned. Liu Rui was standing nearby. Joe was very happy. He warned Dean Chin that he would go to meet his friend. There were no objections. The man only asked to come to the auditorium tomorrow to give a lecture on Goldbach's conjecture. But the young guy had already run away to his best friend. Liu Rui was just reading an article about this hypothesis when he was approached and forced to look up from his phone to the man in front of him. Seeing Lu Zhou, the boy cried out in joy. He was very happy to finally meet his former roommate. But what shocked him most was not the sudden appearance of the young man, but the fact that he had proved Goldbach's problem and had become a laureate of the Crawford Prize. It was all true. The genius reacted as if the above did not have any special weight at all, and was just an ordinary day in the life of any student. Liu Rui was no longer surprised by anything. He exhaled and resigned himself, after which he invited his friends somewhere to eat and drink to distract himself. Only after being so drunk that one could actually let go of such amazing news. But Joe was not very happy about this prospect. The next day, now Professor Lu Zhou gave a lecture to the students about his proof. He explained step by step what he did and why, what function he used, how he transformed forms and equations. After a long monologue, the young man walked down the corridor, sincerely hoping that he had been able to teach at least something, since he was not sure that everyone had understood the essence of the report. Not far from the auditorium, he ran into a man in the corridor, who sincerely praised Professor Lu's speech and work. The meeting was very unexpected. Lu Zhou greeted him with a smile, saying that his introduction to algebraic number theory was very inspiring to him. The scholar admitted that he was writing another new textbook and would like to use Lu Zhou's speech in his work, and the younger man was very happy about this. At that moment, a courier found him and handed him a letter that looked like international mail. The young man thanked him and began to read the sender's name. It looked like documents from an international patent organization. Now all that was left was to write an article and promote the technology. But before that, there was something else very important. His younger sister's entrance exams worried the girl a lot. No matter how hard he tried to calm her down and tell her what to do, the anxiety did not subside. Finally, the supervisor's office was opened. Lu Zhou supported the younger one with words one last time, advising her to rely on her own strength. His words made her feel, albeit a little calmer. Xiaotong exhaled and went to the room allocated for exams. The older brother shouted some funny advice after her, and the excitement completely disappeared. The girl laughed quietly and hurried on. This scene reminded Joe of how his parents saw him off to exams, and now it was his turn to see his little sister off. The young man bought ice cream and sat down near the school. While he was waiting for Xiaotong, Mengqi wrote to him, asking him to support her. The girl also had entrance exams today. There was no doubt that his talented student would cope with the tasks. He wrote her words of encouragement and wished her good luck. A few days later, the entire Lu family stood in front of the computer to check the results of the Tong Tong national exam. The girl scored 620 points. This was a very high and remarkable result. The graduate almost strangled her brother in her arms from joy. To celebrate the success of his beloved little girl, the father took a day off from work and ran out for a bottle of alcohol. Now that Xiaotong had enough points to enter Jinling University, Zhou asked her with a smile if she had already thought about her major. The little girl, who had a character not unlike her brother, decided that she wanted to get into finance because it sounds like a lot of money. The guy was silent for a while and then joked that alchemy was also not bad because it was connected with gold. Xiaotong even believed him, until her brother admitted that he was not serious. When the girl ran off to play, Lu Zhou sat down to organize materials for the interview. But this topic interested Tong Tong much more, and she ran back to her brother. Now that he was a professor at Princeton, he had to take on at least one student. And Tong Tong was also wondering if it would be possible to conduct the interview at home. A smug and proud Zhou said that many very busy professors use Skype for this purpose. But generally only the very stubborn ones hold face-to-face meetings. Seeing a cute photo of a girl, Xiaotong screamed for her brother to choose her, but she was rejected. This is not a date, and the appearance parameter does not work here. The younger one was very interested in how to choose students then. But instead of answering, she was kicked out and sent to continue playing games. The little troublemaker, as the boy called her, was gone, and now he could get on with his work. There were 10 resumes in total, and not a single student had a GPA below 3.7 on a 4-point scale, all courses A or above. The percentage of water content was very high. Lu Zhou didn't know what to be more surprised about. Luckily, in this sea of people there was one real talent, Vera Puluj from Berkeley, a girl with whom he had already communicated and knew very well what she was capable of. He decided to take her on as one of his potential students and scheduled the interviews for the morning so that Xiaotong wouldn't interfere. And for those who had just passed their exams, there was no such thing as morning. He left the list of sending the invitation letter with his assistant Xiao Ai and went to bed. A month later, Professor Liu returned to Princeton and met Edward Witten in the university hallway. The man was very happy and said that while he was gone, they had made an incredible discovery. These were gravitational waves, a discovery that was truly astonishing and would make even a man like Liu Zhou envious. Ligo had invited Edward to help analyze experimental data. And since the younger man didn't have a project at the moment, the man wanted to recruit him. But Liu Zhou already had his own plans and politely declined. Instead, he wanted his comrade to introduce him to Paul J. Chirek. Very soon he was already sitting in Paul's office. The man was very interested in why the young man became interested in computational materials science. The young professor admitted with a smile that mathematics is a very interesting thing, and he wants to make it shine in other areas as well. This point of view flattered old Jay when he argued with the professors at the Institute for Advanced Study, who constantly insisted that mathematics should be pure. And they are right. But Liu Zhou believes that the tools gained from pure research can be used to solve other problems. He wanted to study batteries, and so he went to a senior colleague to ask for some equipment in his laboratory for this purpose. The man was glad to help the young talent and went to get the keys to the laboratory. He advised the guy to be careful and take care of himself. Better broken equipment than a broken genius. Sometime later, in the editorial section of Nature Chemistry, one of the staff members saw that someone had solved the problem of lithium dendrites. His friend was very amazed and could not believe that someone else had solved this problem. He went to the computer to see everything with his own eyes. If this is indeed true, it will usher in a technological revolution in the battery industry. Whether this revolution will go for the better or for the worse, a tense silence fell over the office. The author of the article was a Princeton mathematics professor who had recently won the Crafoord Prize in Sweden. But, strangely, the man found only one of his articles. The comrade recognized him and believed that academician Liu would not mislead people. He thought that if there were no problems, then they were simply obliged to send the article for review. The best place to send it was to Professor Mungi Bawendi of the MIT Research Group, an expert in batteries. Moreover, he was a reviewer of Liu Zhou's previous work, so his opinion should certainly carry weight. Academician Mungi was sitting in his office, calmly drinking coffee, when a time bomb arrived in his mailbox, an article about lithium dendrites. The article was not about a new idea, but the performance in the pictures was amazing and looked real. The man wanted to see who wrote it. It was almost impossible to believe that even if this method affected the battery life and performance, the defect would not be hidden. Mungi Bawendi jumped to his feet. If this method really worked, he would be a witness to history. Around this time, Liu Zhou was having a conversation with 3 students he had personally selected, and he honestly admitted that their abilities were far from what he wanted to see. He will only allow them to participate in his research after they pass a test at the end of August. The project will be with them until the end of their master's degree, and their results must be worthy of publication. Whoever failed the test would bring him coffee until he could pass it, and Joe the Hedgehog was sure that they would be able to satisfy him. One of the future master's students asked with interest what the essence of their professor's project was, and it turned out that the work was related to hail. Liu Zhou, being a good teacher, made a list of 6 books for the children to read before August. He would also give them the appropriate topics. The young man was sure that after this literature, young talents would pass his test without any problems. Right after the 3 left, the phone rang. As if the caller knew exactly when Zhou would be alone. It was Xiaotong, the girl screaming very loudly into the phone that she was able to enter the university she wanted. Liu Zhou's ears hurt terribly after this. He was already almost deaf after the conversation with his father yesterday. And now there was the little girl, and yet he swallowed it and congratulated his sister. The girl said that she wanted to ask her beloved brother for something, and the guy decided that she was talking about a gift and said that he would send her anything. But what he didn't expect was the announcement that Xiaotong wanted to come to Princeton and stay with him for a while. Her older brother genuinely didn't understand what was so interesting about this place. But after a little persuasion, he agreed to meet her at the airport. A few days later, the girl was already in the United States. She looked for Joe in the crowd with her eyes, but he was nowhere to be found. And then she decided to call, not even noticing the person behind her. A hand was placed on her shoulder, which frightened the girl so much that she screamed loudly. And when she turned around, she saw her brother. Tun Tun was offended and turned away from him. She was angry, because she was almost scared to death when he touched her so unexpectedly in a foreign country. But she didn't stay offended for long. A second later, the graduate began looking for someone else with her eyes, wondering why her brother was alone. Ignoring Lu Zhou's sarcasm, Xiaotong said that she had to check if he had found a beautiful girl. The guy did not respond to these suspicions, only said that he was able to take care of himself and the imaginary girl himself, after which he pulled his sister towards the airport exit. The girl screamed again, jokingly asking how he could drag his sister around like that, as if she were part of his luggage. Already in the car, the young man told her about his plans for the day and warned her that there was nothing interesting in Princeton and that they were going to Philadelphia to go shopping. Toon said that she really wanted to go to the student town because he didn't take a girlfriend nor admit how he lives here, but her words were ignored. After some time, already in Philadelphia itself, Lu Zhou noticed familiar faces on the side of the road. They were waving at him, and the guy decided to stop. It turned out to be Chen Yushan and Han Mengqi. The girls walked closer to the car, both of them very happy to see their old friend. Neither Zhou nor Mengqi expected to meet each other, but for various reasons the girl, for example, should not be in the States at all. Xiaotong immediately climbed out of the back seat and asked what kind of relationship they had. But her brother gave her a flick and said that he was her tutor. And that was it. Lu Zhou invited the girls to get into his car. The younger sisters immediately found common ground and got along at first sight. After he and Yushan greeted each other, the teacher turned to his student, asking if she had chosen a university yet. There were too many applications for mathematics this year. Jinling University became very popular this year, and Mengxi was very ashamed to admit it. Instead of the desired faculty, the girl entered applied chemistry. This made her very sad. But Zhou advised her to let go of everything today and have a good rest. The older sister's enthusiasm was very contagious to her friends. She promised that she would show everything to her sister and her friends. She was very happy to see them all for the first time in a long time. Mengqi and Xiaotong became friends very quickly. They talked a lot. And in the store they picked out clothes for each other. Yushan helped them. After a hearty and delicious snack, they got back into the car. The whole group was having a good time. Even Lu Zhou was happy to listen to their chatter. A whole month passed in such a relaxed and cheerful manner. Xiaotong's vacation was coming to an end, and it was time to return to China. The older brother could not stop worrying about his sister. Only now, seeing her walking alone on a plane to another country, did he realize that she had long since grown up. At the same time, Molina came out of the airport. The girl had just returned from a trip abroad. Seeing Lu Zhou was very unexpected. She even thought that he was waving his hand at her and had come to pick her up. So she rushed to the car on the wings of joy. Having given the guy a high five, the girl hurried to put the suitcase in the trunk. She was chirping with joy that he had come for her. Zhu sat and sincerely did not understand what was happening here. He literally froze for some time, after which he exhaled from hopelessness. A second later, Molina was sitting in the passenger seat with a smile and a slight blush, and it finally seemed to her that something was wrong. Her friend looked suspicious. And here, instead of being thrown out of the seventh heaven straight onto solid ground, Lu Zhou honestly admitted that he was actually here because he was seeing his sister off on a plane to China. In his room, the young man tried to understand what had happened to his girlfriend, since she had jumped out of the car so quickly and had not even thanked him for giving her a ride. He quickly pushed aside unnecessary thoughts and plunged into the world of the system to see what rewards he received for the completed task. For solving the problem of lithium dendrites, he gained quite a lot of experience, and the level of materials science and biochemistry improved significantly. Moreover, mathematics rose to the 5th level, and physics was at the 3rd. His affairs were getting better and better. His words fell on deaf ears. The system pulled out a strange translucent cube. These were the fragments promised to the user as a reward. Lu Zhou looked closely at the strange thing, asking the girl what it was. Now she spoke up, mocking the guy's mental abilities again. But he didn't even take offense at that anymore. The next task was to increase his assets in the laboratory from now until the end of the year. As a reward, he would receive experience points, which could then be exchanged for yuan. Zhou immediately agreed. The next day, it was time for the test. Lu Zhou gave time to write it, and when it was over, the alarm rang loudly. The professor smiled and asked his students to return their test sheets so he could see what they had written. One of the students complained that they had been given too little time, but the teacher tried to convince him otherwise, saying that what was important to him was not the quantity of answers, but their quality and their knowledge. Both boys were very confused and afraid that their answers would still not be enough. They waited silently, holding their breath, while Lu Zhou read. A few minutes later, Professor Lu congratulated them on passing the test, and that they would no longer have to make coffee every day. The boys were loudly happy. Even though Vera had passed through half a month ago, now it was time to talk about their teacher's research project. The Hale conjecture, also known as the Collatz conjecture, states that any given positive integer, after being continuously operated on for a limited amount, falls into a numerical trap. Simply put, no matter what number n we take, sooner or later we will get one. It is like a black hole. The Collatz conjecture will be an assignment for students for the next 3 years. Lu Zhou did not ask them to solve it completely, but at least to produce work worthy of publication. The professor wrote the first part of the formula, a long equation, on the board, and his students immediately began to write everything down. The mathematical community is pessimistic about this problem, but there is still progress in it. And what was written on the board was the first brick to solve the conjecture. The teacher told his curious students about their future work with a smile, motivating them for future achievements. His explanation was interrupted by a knock on the door. Lu Zhou immediately opened the office door, seeing Paul J in front of him, breathing heavily after running. In the professor's hand was a newspaper with an article from Nature about the work on lithium dendrites. And was he the same Lu Zhou whose name was written here? He chattered nonstop, asking the younger about all the details of the work, about how he did it at all. Lu Zhou remained silent, looking at his students glowing with curiosity. Because of this, the young man was very confused. He said that he was busy now and would not be able to explain quickly. It would be better if Paul came to the conference and listened to his speech. Chirag left the office with a smile to go about his business, which he had not managed to finish due to the shock, promising that he would not miss it for anything in the world. After his departure, Lu Zhou was finally able to return to his disciples, and they continued to discuss the Hale hypothesis. A few months later, there was a conference at which a man gave a talk based on the work on lithium dendrites. He bowed before the guests, introducing his report. He began with a story about how a professor from Princeton solved the problem of batteries. 6 months ago, people might have laughed at the concept of lithium air batteries, but now the man was urging them to acknowledge that a new era had arrived. Lu Zhou, who was watching his report, smiled. This promised to be something quite interesting. Suddenly, one of the listeners stood up and loudly declared that he had a question for the speaker. It was also interesting to learn about the problem of the reaction between the lithium anode and nitrogen in the air. In his opinion, they are not making a battery, but a rocket. The speaker shrugged, saying that his interns also ask such questions, but real scientists do not ask. But think about the solution. They do not have time to fuss, like he did with amateurs. This literally offended the man, continuing the theme that everyone already knew without him, that it was impossible to connect the negative and positive poles together. Theoretically, it is impossible to separate pure oxygen from air, but with the help of mathematical modeling, many potential products can be obtained. And if they can develop a membrane that can screen out oxygen molecules, they could solve the lithium air battery problem. The man continued to talk, and Lu Zhou sat there and couldn't remember when he had spoken to him. He had been isolated for the past few months and hadn't met anyone. The scientists sitting nearby actually believed this man when they discussed the possibility of funding this project. Even the academician who had recently spoken out in criticism began to lean towards believing the speaker's words, all because he had skillfully manipulated the claim that Lu Zhou had confirmed everything. Lu Zhou himself sat and could not believe that he had actually fallen into something like this. He sincerely did not understand how these smart people could take the word of a man on stage. What if he was a swindler? Raising his hand, the young man rose to his feet and calmly stated his name and testified that he had never said anything of what the man was saying. The speaker was at a loss, unable to utter a word, backing away and trying to find an escape route with his eyes. This became a great pretext for another quarrel. The critic was the first to jump up from his seat. He screamed, accusing the man of cheating and trying to squeeze money out of them all. No matter how hard the man tried to convince people to listen to his excuses, the audience did not want to hear anything. They exploded with screams and hatred, driving him off the stage. The spectators rose to their feet and began to rage, pushing and pushing. And Lu Zhou realized that it was time to leave this complete chaos before he was trampled. The next day of the conference, it was his turn to present his report on the solution to the lithium dendrite problem. There were more people than the guy expected. He stood at the microphone and was wildly nervous, thinking that he needed to somehow pull himself together. Looking at the time, Zhou exhaled and finally began his presentation by explaining that his paper was filled with detailed descriptions of its properties and methods of operation. Since he was sure that most people had read it, he did not want to go into details. He wanted to talk about what he thought would interest them more, how he discovered it. The audience began to applaud. They were very interested in this lecture. Lu Zhou raised his hand, gesturing for them to be quiet. At the beginning, the young scientist decided to talk about the initial stage. Lithium ions acquire electrons and are deposited on the current collector. Using a scanning electron microscope, he observed the formation of crystals in the electrolyte, which can be viewed as a spherical core, a three-dimensional sphere. Next, Lu Zhou began to write down the very first equation, which helped him solve the first moment in his project. One of the scientists no longer understood what exactly was being discussed. He turned to Professor Bawendi, who was standing next to him, and asked if he understood anything at all. After the elder's positive response, the young academician realized that he still had a lot to study in order to understand this aspect. After a long time, Lu Zhou came to the end of his presentation. He turned to the audience, saying that if there were any questions, he was ready to answer them. For the first half-minute, the whole hall was silent, which made the young man feel uneasy. He felt how strong excitement was returning to him. But soon a wave of applause came. The scientists were very pleased with the report, and Zhou's heart became a little calmer. He smiled faintly. The man from China slammed his notebook shut. It was really too hard to understand. The young generation is very smart. Professor Li, who was standing next to him, was also taking notes, and he looked at his friend, wondering if he had understood anything. The best thing to do was to answer that he didn't understand anything. The guy turned around and headed into the unknown. Academician Li said with a smile that he definitely wouldn't be able to get an audience with Lu Zhou now. The guy would be busy for a few more days and wouldn't have time for his old friends. It was high time for dinner. The man dragged the younger one along with him, saying that dinner with a respected professor in his person was also a worthy occupation. His friend smiled, agreeing to go out to eat, and Li took him to try the famous Boston lobster. A few hours later, Lu Zhou was sitting in a restaurant eating those same lobsters when a strange man approached him. The CEO of the Belgian company Unicor, Mark Greenberg, politely introduced himself to the young scientist. Having sat down next to the young man with permission, the director immediately got down to business, for which in fact he had come here. But when he asked about plans to sell a patent on his work on lithium dendrites, Professor Lu responded with a curt refusal. He wasn't particularly interested in the price either, and how much they could offer was at least $10 or $20 billion. The lithium battery industry was just starting to develop, and no one knew how big the market would grow. But Lu Zhou was willing to take the risk. Mark put the question of acquisition aside for now and asked how much the license would cost, and was told that they could sell the license for $200 million on the world market, excluding China. For 3 years, their company will have exclusive rights in the global market outside the Republic of China and will not have to transfer the license to a third party. But 3 years was too little. The man was ready to agree to 5 years, but no less besides. They received a license for the LFP material for only $10 million. But they can't be compared. LFP is just cathode material. He knew perfectly well that for every ton of material they produced, they had to pay another $20 million. Realizing that the guy could not be convinced, the CEO offered $400 million, but Professor Lu finally gave in and they agreed on a 4-year license. All that was left was to resign themselves and acknowledge their opponent's victory. They shook hands, wishing each other good future cooperation. Mark handed the young man his business card to keep in touch and went to discuss it with his superiors, leaving Zhou alone. As soon as he left, Lu Zhou broke into a sweat and began frantically converting $400 million into yuan. Trying to figure out how much he had just traded, the phone vibrated in his pocket. The ringing brought the young man out of his state of shock, and he immediately took the item out of his trouser pocket. The number was not identified, and at first the young professor decided that some other company was calling him. But he was wrong. As soon as he picked up the phone, a painfully familiar voice was heard from the speaker, speaking in his native Chinese. It was Professor Li. The boy was very surprised to hear his good old teacher, with whom he once worked in the laboratory. The man was eager to meet his old assistant and ask a few questions about his presentation in Boston, and they agreed to meet at the hotel restaurant. Lu Zhou had nothing against his desire to bring a few friends with him, and after the call he began to wait for the professor. After some time, Teacher Li came with 2 men and began looking for the young man in the hall. The young man waved his hand with a smile and called out to the man, and he was finally seen. Shaking hands in greeting, the professor happily noted that his former star student had become amazing. It was very pleasant and at the same time familiar to hear this. Lu Zhou did not focus on it and looked at the 2 noble-looking people, asking the teacher if he would introduce them. To Mr. Li's right stood the head of China's Ministry of Energy, the famous Lu Kaiman. The man shook Zhou's hand and said that he came here on his own, not on behalf of the ministry, and asked to be called simply Mr. Liu. The man on the left was Li Shuan, dean of the chemistry department at the university where Professor Li worked. It was very pleasant to hear praise from the dean. And after these words, Lu Zhou invited everyone to sit down and ask the reason for their visit. Mr. Liu spoke first. He said that they came to ask for permission to use the negative electrode material. They were afraid that he might sell the technology. The technology cannot be sold. And he recently sold the patent to Unicor. That is what Lu Zhou said. Then the man asked what about the corresponding permission from the Chinese government. The young scientist assured them that, as a patriot, he had taken care of this issue and his cooperation would not affect the Chinese market. He would sell the patent in China to any company at a reasonable price. It was hard to believe that a man from the ministry and the dean of the chemistry department had come here just to find out about this. Only now did Lu Kaiman admit that there was another reason. The original purpose, why he wanted to meet him so much. After his breakthrough in lithium batteries, they would no longer have problems achieving the government's planned target. So he wanted to consult on the development strategy of this industry. This was very embarrassing. Lu Zhou considered himself a simple mathematician who was inappropriate to give any advice to the government. The head of the ministry assured that his opinion on the future of lithium batteries is very important. They want to combine everyone's opinion and wisdom to create a suitable plan. Lu Zhou asked not to be taken seriously and expressed the opinion that lithium-sulfur batteries have good potential, despite many problems that still need to be solved. But lithium-air batteries have no future even if the theory works. At this stage, it is not achievable. The conversation ended quite pleasantly. Mr. Liu thanked the young talented scientist with a smile for his valuable advice. He was seriously going to consider it with his team. A few days later, Lu Zhou was standing by the window chatting with his friend, whose name was David. They were discussing the issue of computational chemistry, a genius of mathematics and a genius of massively parallel computing systems working together to build a new structure. Their common joke was that 100 years later, students all over the world would curse them, because it was the two of them who would meet on the pages of textbooks. Still, Lu Zhou was not convinced, and he told his friend that when he had more concrete ideas, he could find him at Princeton anytime. Recalling the cooperation contract with Unicor, David asked about it, and the young man said that he had already signed a letter of intent. The main advice was to think about taxes. The US would be happy to grab a few tasty morsels for itself while this money was coming in, and considering the total amount, it would be about 100 million. Lu Zhou was horrified. He asked about a way to at least reduce the tax, and David happily advised him to set up a patent management company in the Cayman Islands. As long as the flow of funds is between offshore companies and the money does not end up in the States, there will be no taxes to pay, and the IRS will not pursue. Lu Zhou liked this idea very much. He asked his friend to recommend him someone, and David handed him a business card of a company, Real Professionals. As long as you give enough money to the right people, you can easily solve more than 90% of problems. In this world, everything is solved with money. Once in his room, the guy called this company, saying that he needed an offshore patent management company to cooperate with foreign companies. The girl asked about the expected scale of the business, and Lu Zhou said without hesitation that the income would be over $100 million. This news shocked the employee so much that she was confused. This situation was an emergency due to big business and asked to give her time to consult with her superiors. Immediately after this, the girl called Director Wolf, saying that a gentleman wanted him to take his funds seriously. The man immediately picked up the phone and explained to the client that if he wanted to create a company with a large turnover of money, the banks would require him to provide a report on the company's activities. This situation became more complicated, and Joe was already getting tired of all the fuss. He asked to send him 3 options for solving the problem and their prices by email, because he did not want to talk on the phone for a very long time. The next second he was asked where he was, the company wanted to come and talk face-to-face to provide a special individual program. The man said he would be in Boston the next day to talk in detail about everything with Lou. And they also needed another day to show the project with the proposal. This approach confused the young man a little, but he was assured that everything was fine. Their clients were very rich owners of large companies, and that was why they were so active with them. 2 days later, Lu Zhou was sitting in the hotel restaurant having breakfast, waiting for the company to call and for them to come and discuss his little problem. And soon he received a call. The guy advised them to ask the security guard for directions to the hotel's restaurant department, where he was waiting for them. Soon, a man and a girl, the same receptionist, approached the table. They greeted the young man and sat down opposite him. Professor Liu offered them coffee with a smile, and they began their discussion with light, informal conversation, After that, the company representative provided the contract and apologized for the fact that they checked his affairs on the internet without his consent. Joe did not mind, because everything that could be found about him was in the public domain. The guy spent several long minutes studying in detail the contract given to him for the formation of an offshore company. In total, they had to pay $500,000, but it was possible to pay in installments. The first deposit would be $200,000. Joe was satisfied with everything, and they decided to sign the contract. The man also advised the young man to cooperate with their lawyers to sign a contract with Unicor without risks. Such a giant can set many traps. This idea really fired him up. He began to paint the firm's best lawyers in all colors, but Lou interrupted him. First, they needed to sort out one case and then the other. Realizing that now was not the best time to advertise, the representative only added that their firm would not disappoint him, whether he was a lawyer or an accountant. After exchanging compliments, the man wished them a happy cooperation and extended his hand to Mr. Lou. Joe shook his hand and then asked how they knew about the contract with Unicor for intellectual property, since he had not yet disclosed the matter. The answer really surprised the guy. This question has long been popular in major media, even on Twitter. The press in his country promotes it everywhere. While the young man was in shock because he had not noticed the elephant under his nose, the company representative stood up and said that he still needed to organize the staff. After saying goodbye, Joe immediately went online to see what they were writing about his future contract. It was hard to believe that he had missed the news about this. They hadn't even signed anything more than a letter yet, and Unicor was already starting to brag. The guy put the phone down, deciding to forget about it for now. He hoped that the company would get the contract soon. After all, Christmas was coming soon. It was time to go back to Princeton. 2 days later, Professor Lou held the signed contract in his hands, and now $400 million were in his pocket. I had to think about what to do with the money. I was thinking about buying a super battery for Xiaoai, or buying my father tickets to Beijing so he could buy 2 houses there. Having not come to a single decision, the young man decided to log into the system for now and look at his awards. They shocked him so much that the system was afraid that he would have a heart attack from overexcitement. He decided that the girl was taking care of him, but the system, as usual, began to deny it and hid behind the unwillingness to look for the same stupid owner. Joe spent all his points won on raising engineering and energy to level 2, biochemistry to level 3, mathematics to level 6, and spent the rest on physics. After that, he decided to play the lottery with a small chance of winning, but he received a special reward. It was even worse than Coca-Cola, and the system laughed at him for a long time. The next task was to analyze carbon nanospheres under a modified PDMS film, and although it seemed vague and difficult, Joe loved the challenge. Sometime after this, the professor's weekdays returned to normal. He received a call from a very tired Yushun. She was swamped with work and would not be able to come to her boyfriend for Christmas. She suggested that he invite other friends, and after he said that all 2 of them had gone home, she recommended that he invite the graduate students he had recently hired. After saying goodbye to the girl, the young teacher wrote to his young students, inviting those who had no plans to come to his home for Christmas. On Christmas night, the 4 young men were sitting in Joe's living room, in front of the fireplace, drinking and chatting about everything. Under champagne and melancholy, Professor Lou said with a smile that the next year would be completely new, to which Hardy replied that this was complete nonsense. Qian Ye remained silent, not even knowing how to comment on this. It was already too late to say anything. His friend had already offended the teacher with his words. Evil Joe said that new students would arrive next spring, and he hoped that they, as seniors, would set a good example for them, a clear hint about their ability and obedience. Hardy got it especially badly. The teacher hoped that the boy would be able to keep up with his colleagues, otherwise he might accidentally forget his name when the newcomers arrived. The frightened student vowed to focus on this topic. Joe believed him and wished everyone the best in the new year and success. After the holidays, hard everyday life came again. A professor of mathematics wrote an equation of 3-dimensional space to solve the problem of defining a system. First, it is necessary to create a mathematical model and analyze it. Then he will be able to suggest what can be used for synthesis. But the young man did not advance further than this. In the end, the guy was completely confused. His head was already starting to hurt from the fact that each possibility was worse than the previous one. His train of thought was interrupted by Vera. The girl knocked and with difficulty entered the office with a huge list of students that the dean had given her. Professor Lou thanked the girl and picked up one of the lists to look at it. Meanwhile, his student noticed the equation. She was interested in what was written on the board, to which she was told that it was nothing interesting, just a small riddle. the solution to which he never found. Vera asked if she could take a marker, and after permission she began to write something, changing the three-dimensional structure, which seemed strange to her. The innovations shocked Lu Zhou so much that the boy's jaw dropped. He looked at the board and could not believe his eyes. He immediately took a photo of everything the girl had written. Cursing in surprise, inspiration, and a solution came to him suddenly. Putting on his jacket, the guy told his best student that she had helped him a lot, and now he was leaving for a couple of days, and she should look after his office. The girl, who didn't understand anything, didn't object. She just listened about what else needed to be done and where to send people if someone suddenly started looking for him. Before leaving completely, Lu Zhou stopped, and with eyes shining with happiness and respect, told the girl that she was a genius. A week later, in his house, the guy was working on his personal project, commenting on his actions out loud for the entire room to hear. All that remained was to improve the resulting mathematical model, after which a research group would be needed to conduct experiments. That same day, a guest came to see him. The bell attracted Lu Zhou's attention, and he quickly went out, opening the doors and looking who was there. The man who arrived at the door turned out to be Wolf, a representative of the company that is helping him open an offshore company on the islands. Zhou let the man into his home, exchanging a few pleasant and insignificant phrases about the past Christmas. Walking inside together, the young man offered his guest something to drink. This simple, hospitable gesture always lifts the mood. The conversation was about how they helped Lu plan the company's organizational structure and also included a list of future expenses. If the client is satisfied with everything, then their company will rent an office in Philadelphia and hire staff based on the standards in the document, which completely satisfied Lu Zhou. The guy also asked to arrange a time for the leaders to come to Princeton to meet with him and discuss everything. After discussing the work, Lu asked whether he would have to pay taxes on his income if he opened his research institute using a Cayman Islands company. Wolf cited Microsoft and Google as examples, which pay nothing and even enjoy benefits on foreign income from intellectual property. After this, Lu Zhou asked to find him clients in the field of material science who were on the verge of bankruptcy or who lacked funds, a request that greatly interested Wolf. After the client spoke about his desire to acquire a research group, the man said with a smile that he would take it on and solve everything. Although their core business is patents, their lawyers offer a wide range of services, and they also had the best lawyers in the United States. A week later, Vera was working in her office when her professor approached her with the advice to speak at a conference in Berkeley so that her thoughts would not get confused from sitting in the library. The girl immediately became nervous. She had never given a report before, but the teacher supported her, saying that she did not need to worry about the expenses. There was also advice to overcome stage fright as soon as possible for her own good, if she had any, and Vera finally agreed. There were 3 days left before the deadline. Lu said that she could skip these days and fully devote herself to editing her article for the speech. The lady listened to him silently. This touched the girl very much, and she wanted to thank her supervisor. No one had ever cared for her like he did. Lu Zhou was grateful for such words and sent her to tidy up her work. Vera bowed and went to her room. The last thing she wanted was to let the teacher down. After she left, the young man immediately received a call on his personal mobile phone. The guy looked at the screen and reached for it to answer. The caller was Wolf, who said he had contacted the company's consultant in Philadelphia, and the company's placement had also been completed. The man has already sent his resume and office address to the professor's email. He will show him this man when the young man arrives in Philadelphia tomorrow. Immediately after the call, Joe curiously opened the file in his email, looking at what kind of professional consultant was there. According to the document, the girl was a professor at the Wharton School of Business, with a double degree in international trade and business administration. The candidate was very good, and the next day Lu Zhou was waiting for him in a cafe, discussing on the phone a meeting with a research group whose institute he was going to buy at a good price. At about the same time, a girl came up to the table. It was that same professional. She apologized for being late because the roads were not cleared of snow. They immediately began discussing their cooperation with the company the girl represented. Her advice interested Joe, and he promised to think about it. The lady also noted that her client was not yet familiar with the Chinese market. She had a report on the Chinese anode materials market, but she was not sure whether he was interested in it. This report was free, but if he is interested and wants to continue working with her and developing a strategy, then it will be for a fee. Lu Zhou spent some time reading the materials the consultant provided him, and then praised her professional work. His words flattered the girl and made her smile. Despite the fact that she was already an expert and knew her own worth, the young man really liked her work. He hoped that in the future the girl would be able to work directly with his company, and promised that his manager would contact her somewhere in February. This arrangement suited the young lady perfectly. They shook hands in honor of their future happy cooperation. A few days later, Lu Zhou flew in to meet with Wolf and his future research institute partner, and the men greeted each other at the entrance to the building. The young man had to change his plans and arrived earlier than the agreed time, but it didn't really affect anything. They wanted to get down to the matter at hand when someone called out to them. To the point of pain and an unpleasant feeling in the stomach, a familiar man approached and addressed Mr. Wolf, asking about who should buy their institute. Taking a closer look, Lu Zhou immediately recognized him as the man who had tried to deceive people by claiming that he had personally communicated with him and asked for money on his behalf. Anger took over. The young man turned sharply and, smoking with rage, told Wolf that they were leaving right now. Then the man fell to the ground and hugged Lu by the leg, tearfully begging him not to leave. He shouted and asked to wait at least a minute, promising to sell the institute for only $5 million. Even though he really was a professor at Cornell University, Zhou wasn't going to listen to him. He wanted to leave as soon as possible. But the man, like a tick, clung to him and wouldn't let go. In Mr. Wolf's opinion, the situation was critical. He wanted to get something out from under his cloak. This frightened Lu Zhou, and he still agreed to give the swindler 5 minutes to justify himself. There was a cry that the man was ready to sell the institute for only $5 million, the lowest possible price. And he didn't need anything in return, just the opportunity to keep his job. It was very hard to believe the words of this man. He even asked ironically if he was staying to continue deceiving sponsors. This hurt the man because he had never spent funds. All the money went to experiments. He exaggerated only to attract attention to his work. This, albeit a little, convinced Lu to give him another chance. If the man really wanted to stay at the institute, he had to be honest and not deceive anyone with sincere mistakes anymore. The new companion swore that this would be so. Lu Zhou asked Wolf to provide them with the acquisition contract to sign, and a piece of paper was handed to the Cornell University scientist. The deceiver signed his own name, Sarit. Professor Lu asked his assistant to return without him and remained at the institute to talk about research. Sarit led his new boss into the office and Zhou introduced him to the essence of his project. But there was another reason why he bought the institute. He couldn't do it right now. After introducing the topic, the young man took out a flash drive and connected it to his work computer, and Professor Sarit immediately asked what was on it. The young scientist explained that he did not need to know what it was. The main thing was that he had to conduct a series of experiments to check the calculations of this material. If he could, his name would appear in the article. He also added that this image was obtained from a combination of carbon nanotubes and fullerene material. Lu Zhou could not, or rather did not want to, give more information. It was very interesting to see how they would connect them together, to which the young man patiently replied that if he knew himself, then he would not need Sarat and his research group. Having handed over the flash drive, he also added that people from the company would contact the scientist in a few days, and he himself would contact him by email, and he would come every month and check the results. Zhou planned to spend these few days in Berkeley, and if anything was needed, Sarat could visit him. And that was the end of the discussion of work issues. As Lu walked, the man remembered something else. He suggested renaming everything to Lu Zhou Institute, since this place now belonged to him. The young man said that this was all the result of Sarit's labors, so let the original name remain, and then left. Already leaving the building, Lu laughed. He would never have given this institute his name, only to use it to deceive people again. Moreover, it seemed as if they were not investigating the materials, but him himself. The next day, there was a conference at which Vera was supposed to speak. Lu Zhou sat down next to a scientist he knew and began to discuss his work on the Hale hypothesis. The young colleague tried to somehow solve this problem, but he could not. He believed that if Lu could not solve it, then no one else could, and it would have to be left to the mathematicians of the future. After Zhou admitted that his students were doing all the work and he was just giving advice, his friend asked him why he was coming to the conference. The reason was his students, who just happened to be here today. The young man was sure that his student would leave a good impression. The timid and shy Vera, whom the young man remembered, just decisively walked onto the stage to give her report. The young lady took the microphone in her hands. The thought that her favorite professor was waiting for good news at Princeton, giving her confidence in her own abilities. Taking a deep breath, the girl began her speech about the solution of the analytical function in the unit circle, about what form it takes and what happens to it. This topic really surprised Brother Luo. He didn't expect that his student was actually doing such research almost by herself. This work didn't look like the work of a graduate student. Lu Zhou replied that she just needed to be forced. The girl was very talented, The man sincerely believed that his friend was joking when he said that he had shifted this difficult hypothesis onto the shoulders of the students. By this time, Vera had already finished her report. After the applause, Lu Zhou stood up to go and praise his best beloved student. Before leaving, his friend called out to him. He wanted to say something else very important before saying goodbye. He added that he was going to announce his relationship with the girl immediately after she graduated from university. Lu did not even understand the meaning of the words connected in the sentence. During this time, Vera managed to run outside. She only went out to call Professor Lu Zhou and tell him about the conference. The only thing that stopped her was that her teacher might be very busy with his research right now. The doubting girl was scared to death by a young man who appeared from under the ground behind her. It turned out to be Lu Zhou, and he answered Vera's question with his own question about why she came here. The professor smiled and praised his student for her wonderful performance, and the girl hugged him tightly. She was very happy to hear this. It reminded him of his relationship with his sister. The young man stroked Vera's hair, talking about his hope that one day she would give a talk at an international conference of mathematicians. At the same university where the conference was taking place, there was a room with sofas where they sat and talked about what should be done at such events to expand scientific connections. The girl sat silently and listened. Lu Zhou looked at her and thought that although Vera reminded him of Xiao Tong, they had completely different characters. It was the first time he saw such a timid girl. Suddenly, a young lady approached them, introduced herself as Hannah, and said that she had long dreamed of meeting Professor Lu. The girl, who was interested in mathematical physics, was planning to apply for a master's scholarship at Stanford next year, so she approached them now. Since she had always admired the professor, she asked if he could write a letter of recommendation for her. Zhou said with a smile that it was not difficult, but he could give her one chance. The rest would depend only on her. The girl was full of determination and confidence. Seeing that the girl was ready, the professor asked Vera to test her on functional analysis at the bachelor's level in another room, where there would be paper and a pen. The girls went into the next room together. Hannah wasn't worried at all. She really believed in herself and her strength. When they left, an old acquaintance, Francis Bewendy, approached the young scientist and they greeted each other. After the old acquaintances shook hands, a curious Lu glanced at the man next to Francis. The man introduced Elon Musk to his younger colleague, who immediately extended his hand to greet Zhou. One of the sponsors of this conference was Mr. Musk, who came here especially for Lu Zhou from Palo Alto. Realizing that the conversation would not be about mathematics, Bewendy decided to leave them. Elon immediately began a light conversation about mathematicians and scientists before the main question. Despite his love for physics and the difficulties of mathematics, the man still greatly admired people who understood it. But Lu Zhou interested him the most. He also wanted to thank the young talent for the results of his latest research, which were very helpful. Finally, it was time to talk about the issue for which Elon Musk wanted to meet with the young man. While he was studying economics at the University of Pennsylvania, he thought about the future of humanity and the problems it would face. He eventually came to three conclusions: energy, the internet, and space exploration. The man asked what, in Lu's opinion, would be the key to solving these problems. Based on Zhou's answer, Elon realized they were on the same page. The main issue was resources, and he was happy to share his team's plan. The idea was really interesting, especially the investment of $10 billion in building a material science institute. But the only way to get that money would be if Lu Zhou joined. The young man's mood immediately soured, and the idea no longer seemed attractive. They just wanted to use his name to attract investors. Professor Lu apologized and refused to help in any way. Elon tried again to lure him with money and research funding. Having strictly dotted all the I's, the young man said that he was a professor of mathematics, not material science. And besides, none of his research required such large funds. It was unpleasant to hear. Mr. Musk regretted not being able to get such a big name to attract investors, but he still left open the possibility of joining in the future. Finally, the man left, and Zhou could be glad that he could be alone and think about his own things for a while. But the happiness was short-lived. Vera and Hannah arrived almost immediately. The girl wrote the test in about half an hour and was able to solve everything correctly. After congratulating the girl, Professor Lu asked her to give her email and the name of the professor she wanted to see. He would be happy to write her a recommendation. Warmly thanking the mathematical genius, she handed him a pen and a piece of paper so that he could write down everything he needed. He also added that he hoped to see her name at an international mathematical conference in the future, after which he wished her good luck. After Hannah left, Lu Zhou stood up and told Vera that they were also going back. But on the way, someone called him. It was Mr. Wolf. Their company found a suitable manager on request with good work experience. The guy scheduled an interview for 2 o'clock in the afternoon in a cafe tomorrow. The next day, he was sitting and reading the resume of White Sheridan, a man with a PhD in management. He had a great track record and a long tenure at Verizon. But Lu Zhou wondered why he had left such a high-paying job. The story turned out to be not so interesting. White did not feel professional success. He felt more like a lawyer. Even though his job was almost the same in the new company, the salary was much higher here. Dreams are important, but dollars will always be more important. Lu Zhou liked the manager's honesty and self-confidence very much. He agreed to take him and slowly rose to his feet. To congratulate him on his new job and express his hope that the company's development would improve under his leadership, he extended his palm for a handshake. White stood up and shook his new boss's hand, assuring him that he would do a great job and would not let him down. After this meeting, they parted ways, and a few days later, Lu Zhou entered his father's house in his hometown. Only Xiaotong came out to him. The girl greeted her brother, took her gift, and ran back. She didn't even hug him or talk to him for a little bit. The girl was alone at home. Her mom and dad left at night. They said they went fishing. When asked about exams, my sister immediately began to get indignant. She was already a student on vacation, and besides, she considered herself a genius. The topics in class were too simple for her. This news made Joe very happy. He praised the baby, and then heard a question about how he himself lives abroad. The elder one shared that everything was going great in his career, and in his everyday life too. And that's when the question about his daughter-in-law came up. Very soon the parents arrived. When dinner was ready, they sat down at the table with the whole family. Lu Zhou told them about how he lives in a private house with a fireplace. Xiaotong's eyes immediately lit up. She really wanted to see his new home as soon as possible. Her brother invited her to come and visit in the summer. The fact that her son had bought a house had made his mother very upset. But he had reassured her that he would simply sell it when it was time to move back home. The woman suggested not selling it, but renting it out so that Xiaotong could live there later. But the girl said that even if she went, she wouldn't get into Princeton. The non-scientist parents found it hard to understand why Penn State would be a better choice for their daughter. And Lu Zhou explained that Princeton had no finance major. In the midst of the conversation, the young man's phone rang. He stood up to answer the call and walked away from the table, telling the family to continue eating. Everyone was wondering who could be calling at such a time before the new year, and only Tun Tun knew that it was definitely not a girl. It was Professor Tang. He wanted to know when the guy would arrive in China. The rector really wanted to meet him, and when he found out that he was already here, he told him to stay at home and not rush off to Jinling. The man didn't know how important it was or why the rector needed Lu Zhou, but it definitely had to be something good. This sounded really important, and the young man promised to come on the 15th before returning to Princeton. After this call, Xiaotong went into the room, wondering if her brother would be busy again now, and she was right. 10 days later, Lu Zhou arrived at Jinling University. As the president and Professor Tang wanted, he stood at the door of the office and was slightly nervous. The young man straightened his tie and jacket. He could not figure out what could have happened that he was needed so suddenly. It seemed strange. As soon as he was allowed to enter, Lu Zhou opened the doors and walked into the room cautiously, feeling awkward. The two men, surnamed Lu, shook hands in greeting, and the rector asked not to be called the leader. After thanking them for coming in person despite all the inconveniences, Zhou said with a smile that everything was fine, and he himself was going to visit his university. Academician Lu said he consulted with a group of experts after their meeting in Boston, and they concluded that lithium-sulfur batteries were indeed better. The country made a decision with great potential, and it was all thanks to Professor Lu's advice. But that was not the only reason he was invited. The rector needed help. They want to develop low-cost batteries with higher capacity. But there are many theoretical challenges in the industry, especially in terms of safety and recycling. Lu Zhou really wanted to help, but he didn't understand lithium batteries well enough. And after all, the problems weren't entirely related to his research topic. According to the professor, the project will be dedicated to solving technical difficulties in the field of energy. Many people will work on it, and they need it. He put his hands on the young man's shoulders. If he suddenly looks for a new direction, he will try to prioritize lithium-sulfur batteries. This confused Lu Zhou. He was not yet entirely sure whether he agreed or not, but he was clearly more for than against. Remembering that they were still standing, the rector suggested that the young man sit down to further discuss cooperation in a more comfortable environment. They plan to build a materials science research institute that will focus on lithium-sulfur battery technology and will also receive government incentives. There were guarantees that at least 30% of the results that Liu Zhou could achieve in this work would belong to him. It was also very interesting what would happen if he financed his own work in this government project. In this case, the conditions will remain the same if the institute is located on Chinese territory and all the results will belong to it. Next came the question of the researchers. He only needed to provide a legal agreement for an internship for their university's chemistry school. Their conversation was interrupted by a man entering President Liu's office, carrying a proposed high-tech development zone in the Shanlin University campus. Liu Zhou didn't expect to see this man. He was a little confused, wondering who this man was. It was Xiao Zhao, Secretary Liu's assistant, who had come to help set up the young man's laboratory. After greeting, the man showed the proposed area. They planned to complete the second stage of the plan within a year. All the office buildings nearby were not suitable, so Liu asked for help in finding a piece of land so that he could build the necessary building. Zhou picked out the place he needed on the map, selected the size and location, and confirmed everything with Xiao Zhao. Immediately after the issues were resolved, the man left, and the two Lius were left alone again, with only the researchers' problems remaining. Despite the hectic day, Liu Zhou felt that he had to do something for his homeland. He was glad to help, and they decided to end it here for today. Having said goodbye to the rector, the young man left the university and ran into another old acquaintance in the courtyard. Dean Li approached the former student and asked to speak with him alone for a while. The elderly scholar was very curious about what Liu Zhou, who had been working there for over a year, thought of Princeton, a haven for the world's brightest minds. Regret washed over the young man, because Princeton freshmen are no smarter than the students who passed their entrance exams, and the Chinese are not lagging behind in school education. But from freshman to master's level, the difference increases enormously. Princeton was truly a world-class university. Liu Zhou had an idea. He wanted to build an institute for advanced studies similar to Princeton, but Dean Li thought it was unrealistic. He thought they should give it a try. He wanted to call it the Jinling University Computational Materials Science Research Institute. The dean admitted that they wanted to open a department of materials science. He offered the guy the position of head, but Zhou was afraid that he would turn all the chemists into mathematicians. Speaking of people, Liu mentioned that he was short of people and would be happy to recruit chemists. And with a heavy heart, the man promised to look. Advertising brochures and forms were even distributed to freshmen, among whom was Mengqi, who did not yet know about Liu Zhou and therefore scolded such a decision. Only when they were told that there would be no need to do hard work and that their mentor would be an outstanding graduate, a genius in mathematics, Professor Liu, Menzi's friend was wondering if she should take the risk and try to take part in it when her attention was drawn to the fallen pencil the girl had been playing with. Having always dreamed of being mentored by Zhou, Mengqi couldn't pass up the chance and asked for a copy of the resume. Time passed, and one day Professor Li, with a heavy heart, signed the university graduation documents for his favorite student, Qian Zhongming. He and his friend Liu Bo wanted to transfer to Liu Zhou's Materials Research Institute, and their teacher had no choice but to let Qian go. But he didn't try to stop student Liu, and when the young man hinted at this, the professor said that if he changed his mind, he could stay here for another year. After a little protest from the younger Li, he handed them their signed statements, telling them to get lost. When they came to Liu Zhou, the first thing they complained about was that Professor Li had asked them to leave, and their friend expressed regret that the guys had gotten into trouble because of him. Brother Qian smiled and asked not to call him elder anymore, since he was here to learn from Zhou now, and not the other way around. They exchanged a few more compliments, after which Zhongming said that he could only study materials science with Liu Zhou. After that, they were finally able to get down to business. The project they will be working on involves solving the shuttle effect problem in lithium-sulfur batteries. Zhou already had some thoughts about the solution ideas, but everything was very vague. There was still something very important, the problem with the equipment. Here, Professor Liu had good news. He had already taken care of everything and his friends had nothing to worry about. He has already contacted Unicor and ordered a batch of equipment through their contacts, and also asked Starsky Technology, with which he cooperates, to hire specialists to monitor the purchase. But he still needed someone reliable to sign the contract there, and Liu had to ask Chen about it. Fortunately, his friend didn't mind and already had experience in this matter. A few days later, Liu Zhou attended an important meeting of great minds related to the government. Liu Kaiman, the head of the ministry, stood up and announced the start of the meeting immediately after everyone had gathered. At the last meeting, Beijing's top leadership made decisions to develop the lithium-sulfur battery industry. But they still need the wisdom of everyone who can help to make the decision. This symposium would be aimed at solving this problem. but Lu Zhou thought that it would be useful for everyone present to listen to what others had to say instead of expressing their own opinions. Immediately after Director Lu's words, Professor Wang Haifeng from Zhu University raised his hand and decided to say his 2 cents. He said his research group had produced a highly ordered nanostructure of carbon-sulfur material that could be used as a carbon framework. The costs are low and the energy density is quite high, much higher than current lithium batteries. The man suggested focusing on the development of sulfur-carbon composites. After his short speech, academician Yu gave the floor. The man's face was very worried, and Leader Lu asked him to continue his thought. According to the scientist, he participated in the development and considered the discussed material. But it turned out to be ineffective. The actual batteries have a much higher sulfur content. They can be used in phones or computers, but for cars and larger electronics, carbon sulfur is not the best option. Wang Haifeng confirmed that there are indeed defects, but in his opinion, all of this can be eliminated through experiments. One of the academicians spoke up, saying that there was no one better than Professor Lu in this field. And judging by his face, the young talent had something to say. It felt like he was starting to sweat. Lu Zhou didn't want to take part in this at all. He just wanted no one to pay attention to him. There was nothing to do. The young man nevertheless joined the discussion. He believed that both ideas discussed today were good, but these were simply two paths, and one could go down both at once. He wanted to do it in such a way as not to offend anyone present. But the academician did not let up. He insisted that Lu choose only one road. Giving up, Zhou cursed silently and said out loud that he thought the direction of the hollow carbon spheres was best. Everyone in the room fell silent and began to look at each other. No one could understand his point of view. According to academician Wu, this is too new a concept and it has hidden dangers. This technology will be difficult to apply on an industrial scale. Lu Zhou believed that reducing the amount of active material particles could reduce the degree of micronization. The sphere can be coated with lithium, and in theory, the problem of expanding the volume of the active component can be solved by means of a buffer framework. Adamantly, Wang intervened, saying that it was just a theory. Lu Zhou defended himself. Scientific research is always a risk, and money will not decide whether it will be successful or not. Academician Wu stopped them before the meeting turned violent, calling on everyone to remain calm and harmonious. The professor who provoked Lu's response also expressed concern, wanting the young genius to reveal his original ideas and be unabashedly sarcastic. Zhu responded in his favorite and typical manner, asking to bring him aboard and allow him to answer from a mathematical point of view. He stood up and quickly began to do calculations, talking and explaining his thoughts along the way. The man fell silent. He could not believe that this abnormal child was actually writing and talking. People watched him silently. Lu Zhou understood that no one present understood his words. The situation was repeating itself. It was very depressing. The next day, Lu was sitting in his office and talking to Qian on the phone. The first batch of equipment should have already arrived to Jinling after their call. White came into the office. Zhou sighed heavily, asking his friend to observe etiquette since he was not in America, and then asked him the reason for his arrival in China. Because of the young professor's technology, competitors are paying their company high fees, and the man came to fulfill the agreement and talk about profit. BASF Group. Nichia Chemicals paid $50 million and $70 million for the production license. In addition, for each ton of anode material, they must pay $1,500. They had already received an advance payment of $100 million, and half of it belonged to Lu Zhou. The young man asked to pay for the equipment costs and transfer the rest to his account in China. After that, the young man made tea, and they sat down on the sofa, starting a conversation about the upcoming work. The guy admitted that he wanted to solve the problem of the shuttle effect. Then a friend offered to invest in a new research project, but Lu sat there looking like he was a great billionaire, and White really thought he needed investment. The man could not believe these words because there were so many risks in this business. Almost like gambling, he could invest more than $400 million. The offer was indeed very exciting. But the young man did not want to take the so-called chips from other players until he lost all of his own. Perhaps, from the point of view of investing all his capital, it was not the most wise investment. But Lu Zhou looked at the problem from a different angle. At this point, they ended the conversation, and a few days later, Lu was sitting in a cafe talking to Professor Li about the new equipment they had purchased. In fact, the young genius could spend hundreds of millions on this experiment. It is impossible to save on equipment, and he also wanted to buy a supercomputer. It was simply impossible to find the words. The dean changed the subject to the question he wanted to ask. Lu explained to him what the rules were in his lab and who could use the equipment. The old man was as happy as a child when he learned that he could be the first to conduct the experiment and switched off. He was a real fan of his business. Immediately after the call, someone approached Joe. This stranger was looking for Lu Zhou, and he was very lucky to approach the most suitable person. It turned out to be Yan Shu. He had seen a video interview with the young professor and heard a lot, but always dreamed of meeting him in person. After the introduction, Professor Lu explained that the main task would be to collect data on the effect of the surface area of hollow carbon spheres. A polyaniline copolymer should be used as a precursor, and polydiallyl dimethylammonium chloride should be used as a vapor-generating material. This work would take a very long time, and Lu Zhou knew this. He was worried that Yang Shu had no place to live, but the man had a house here. He was abroad for a very long time, living at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology for about 5 years from the moment he entered. As they talked, Lu Zhou remembered that he forgot to ask during the interview why he came back here when he could have stayed in Silicon Valley with his resume. Unfortunately, a doctorate there no longer had any value. He could not find a suitable position for more than 2 years, and most scientists were starving to get any money. There were a couple of other reasons why he came back: his family and his desire to teach at Jinling University. But it was hard to get a job there, and it would take a long time. Lu Zhou really took a liking to this man and said that as an honorary professor, he would help a talented person like him get a job there. After some time, the young man received a letter from White Sheridan stating that he had already sent a copy of the relevant documents for signing. Immediately after this, a letter arrived asking when he would return to Princeton. The guy realized that his vacation had dragged on too long and replied that he would fly in a couple of days. It was very joyful to see this message. Vera really wanted to meet him as soon as possible. She had a small surprise for the teacher in the form of her own idea for solving the hypothesis. Lu Zhou had already returned to Princeton and was very nervous when he entered the office because of the surprise of his students. If only it would not turn into a rout. As soon as he entered the building, the sound of festive firecrackers began to sound, and a lot of confetti flew towards Lu. They wanted to congratulate their teacher on his return. This greatly surprised Zhou, and Vera immediately rushed to justify herself, saying that she tried to convince the guys, but they really wanted to do it. Hardy originally wanted to buy champagne, but you can't drink alcohol at Princeton, so he had to give up on the idea. The professor really appreciated their enthusiasm, but it was clear that he was not thrilled. The students sensed the awkward atmosphere and said they would clean up the room right away. 2 new students stood behind them and watched silently. Finally, it was time for them to introduce themselves. One of the young men was Jarek from MIT, and the other was an old acquaintance, Wei Wen. He couldn't remember him right away, but when the guy reminded him about the competition and the interview, he immediately understood who was in front of him, but clarified that he wouldn't treat him better just because they were both Chinese. The teacher asked Hardy and Tai Yue to take their new brothers to the library to pick up some books. After everyone left, Vera finally revealed the real surprise: the work she had done while Lu Zhou was gone. As a professor, he was very proud and pleased that the girl not only understood the essence but was also able to work on her own ideas. But as a scientist, he had several questions. On the 13th line of the 4th page, she defined a holomorphic mapping, and Lu asked his student what that meant. The girl explained that this bounded holomorphic function on the complex plane shows that the function q of x preserves a constant value and proves the equation. There was no problem at this step. But on the 11th line of page 7, Zhou noticed that she had used 2 equations and had come to the wrong conclusion. After rereading her solution, Vera was very upset. She really had made a mistake and promised that she would think about it some more. The teacher supported her, saying that she had done a good job. He was also giving a lecture on Wednesday, and he hoped she would attend as his assistant. She would help him from time to time. The girl doubted, and then the young man put his hand on her shoulder, saying that this could inspire her. He shook that he was inspired in the same way by the lecture when he solved Goldbach's conjecture. Besides, she had already given a talk at Berkeley, and compared to that, a lecture at Princeton was nothing, and certainly nothing to be afraid of. Their conversation was interrupted by Hardy, who ran into the office with a letter in his hand, saying that it was very exquisite and written for Lu Zhou. It looked like a love letter. With a quiet sigh, the professor said that if he joked about his personal life again, the student would have an unforgettable vacation working on his research. Taya ran right after his friend. He hoped to have time to stop him, but the professor did not see anything terrible in this. He would have been more scared if Hardy had not done something stupid. The letter was not a love letter, but from the American Chemical Society, saying that they wanted to award Lu Zhou the Roger Adams Prize. Hardy's stupidity paid off. He didn't know what it was, and Jarek told him it was one of the highest awards in organic synthesis. The young man approached his now teacher, asking if he planned to teach a class on computational materials science. He was eager to apply for that program. If the guy could complete his tasks, Lu promised to reveal a couple of his secrets. But it wasn't worth waiting for much, and Jarek thought that he was being too modest. But it was not modesty, but a fact that he had so far only one example of applying the formula he had created. But it was not yet applicable to other areas. A theory that cannot be generalized is not perfect. And no matter how strong it is, this is the goal not only of material science but also of computational chemistry. Hardy interrupted the sad moment and said that a mathematician winning a prize in chemistry was a great moment and something to celebrate, and all attention was immediately diverted. A day later, they held a party in Lu Zhou's courtyard to celebrate the Adams Prize, and even Professor Delling came to congratulate his colleague. He was lucky, although he was late. He arrived right in time for the barbecue, which was just ready, and they walked together into the yard. Besides Lu's students, there was also Professor Edward. Some were sitting on a blanket by the pool, some were chatting on the sidelines and waiting for the food to be ready. The Viscount handed the bottle of red wine to the young genius with a smile and said that a 20-year-old boy should celebrate with his friends. He didn't have to mess around with an old man like him. In fact, if the professor hadn't reminded him, Lu Zhou wouldn't have even remembered that he wasn't even 25 yet. Jarek came up to him with a bucket of ice and wine glasses, and Hardy told him where everything was in his teacher's house. Soon, Lu Zhou approached Viscount Delling and handed him a glass of wine. The man invited him to sit down and praised his disciple's barbecue. It was very nice to hear such praise, but he would have been happier if Hardy had been praised for his achievements in mathematics rather than in cooking. The senior professor recalled how Zhou had described mathematics in the past. It is pure and more an art than a tool. Mathematicians should leave their materials to chemists and physicists. As soon as he approached them, Edward immediately challenged Deling's opinion. He considered mathematics a great tool. It should be applied to other areas. The evening passed calmly and cheerfully. The next day, Lu Zhou had his first lecture. First, he introduced himself to the students. Since this was their first meeting, he invited the students to ask him 3 absolutely arbitrary questions in order to get to know each other better. The student asked if he was the same Lu Zhou who published the article about the modified PDMS film in Nature, to which the professor replied that it was indeed him. Next, they asked him what the first thing he bought with the money he got for the patent was. But the guys were disappointed when they found out that he bought a research institute, not a Porsche. At this point, question time was over and it was time for the lecture. Lu asked to open the introduction page. Today they will start right from there. After the class, an elderly professor approached the young man. He listened with a smile to his impressions of the first lecture and communication with students. He wanted to talk to him about academic matters, but the young man wanted to go to his room and rest. And on top of all that, his phone rang and he definitely had no time for discussions now. Professor Saraut called and had bad news. They had done some experiments, but none of them showed the reactions that Zhou had predicted. The young man asked to send him the results, to which he was told that they had already been sent and that they were calling only because a student had accepted the letter and signed for him. When Lu returned to the office after the call, the doors were open, which meant that someone had already been there. Vera had arrived before him and was already studying. She returned first because her teacher was talking to another professor. This lecture was difficult for her. Teaching is not the same as research. Lu Zhou stroked the younger girl's hair. He saw how well she had done and suggested that next time she not help, but give a full lecture herself. This made the girl very nervous, but the teacher supported her, saying that she had already spoken at an academic conference, and these were just lectures. After their conversation, the young man began to look for the package that was sent to him from the laboratory. Vera pointed to the box on the table that Hardy had recently brought. Lu Zhou smiled and asked the girl to thank the student on his behalf and headed towards the table with the research that was important to him. There was a note on the parcel from Professor Saraut with the recipient's address. This was indeed what he was looking for. He told Vera that he was going to the lab for a few days to conduct an experiment and asked her to call him if anything happened. A research institute is a good thing when it comes to a lot of experiments. But Lu Zhou was always better off working on his own. So, working, his days and nights passed. The guy, out of habit, forgot to sleep and eat, devoting himself entirely to the experiment. And on the 3rd day, he passed out right at the table. Finally, he succeeded, although he was still far from solving the shuttle effect. But this is a huge progress in his work. Vera was very scared when she entered the office and saw a living corpse instead of a teacher. Lou calmed her down with a smile and asked her to send the article to the magazine while he rested a little. A few days later, when he had had a good rest, he invited Wei Wen and Jarek into his office, and they had passed their exam well. According to Lu Zhou, Brother Wei had a good understanding of Hilbert space and advised him to work in the field of mathematical physics. Jarek was good at Fourier transforms, a very promising area that has a wide range of applications in theory and industry. While they were discussing with the students the future directions that would suit them best, Vera came knocking into the office with information about the article. Jarek became curious, and the professor told him that this was the lithium battery shuttle effect, which still had a lot of work to do, but it could be seen as incremental progress. He felt a little sorry that many people did not realize that it was in this direction of research that the real treasure lay. Time passed quickly and unnoticed within the walls of Princeton, and now Lu Zhou was already at the San Francisco airport. He had arrived to collect the Adams Prize. He was met by Surratt, who made an unfortunate joke about parking, which caused mistrust on the part of others, and led the professor to the car. Along the way, the man congratulated the younger boy on his Roger Adams Prize in chemistry, saying he was one step closer to Stockholm. Next time he would probably go there for the Nobel Prize, but Lou thought it was too early to talk about it. Very soon they found themselves at a hotel in San Francisco. Professor Surratt was inviting Lu Zhou to go to a dance party that was going to be held there soon. But to his surprise, the young man was not going to go there. He wanted to stay in the room and sleep. Besides, he did not know how to dance. After that, Lou went to look for the recreation area where they were told to come, but he was not told where it was, and it was problematic to search for it throughout the hotel. In one of the corridors, he ran into a familiar-looking man, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. They greeted each other, and the young man asked who he was. Stanley Whittingham introduced himself and said that he was from Binghamton University in New York and was interested in research into lithium batteries. Next to him was ExxonMobil CEO Darren Woods, who shook Professor Lou's hand as an introduction. Because of global warming, his company is looking to invest in new energy fields, which is why he was also interested in lithium-sulfur batteries. Lu Zhou thought to himself that making excuses with global warming was too ridiculous and answered the next question about progress in the negative. This greatly upset the man, who was confident that solving the problem of long-lasting batteries would benefit the entire world, and offered funding. This was followed by a polite and gentle refusal, Lou saying that Darren should think about investing in other, more promising labs. When the conversation reached a dead end, the hero apologized and said goodbye to his new acquaintances. He really wanted to rest and went on to look for a restroom. Stanley and Darren, who remained in the corridor, wondered how far this genius had come. After all their questions, Joe did not ask a single question about their project. The elderly businessman did not expect this at all from the conversation with him. It seemed to him more and more that they had underestimated this young man. The following days, the American Chemical Society held a meeting, and Lu Zhou gave a presentation to the assembled people. With the help of accurate calculations, it is possible to calculate new potential materials and save a lot of money and time. His presentation will be exactly about this. The young professor turned to the board, writing out his solution and simultaneously explaining to those present the principle of his work and what he had been able to discover. Suspicions gradually began to appear in Darren's head that he had actually bought his doctorate. He did not understand at all what the young man was writing and saying. Usually, the semi-academic reports were much easier to understand. Even Professor Stanley understood little. At the end of his speech, Lu Zhou shook the chalk dust off his hands and turned to the audience, summing up his long and difficult speech. The hall burst into applause. Even those who did not understand anything of his words clapped out of politeness and respect for his talent. After this speech, the young man sat down in his seat and White approached him. Lou thought that the man wanted to talk to him about the business that his company was doing. Sitting down opposite the young man, he admitted that he had actually come simply to deliver bad news. Mobile Chemical is looking to get involved in the lithium-sulfur battery business and has even recruited Professor Stanley, a renowned scientist in the field. These people had already found Lu Zhou, so he knew about it. But he didn't ask them anything, and the guy didn't know what step they were already at. He didn't understand why he had to ask them anything, and he also didn't understand why White's firm was being so cautious. This caused the man to let out a quiet sigh. The young man didn't realize how crazy the market prospects were. ExxonMobil is also researching carbon-sulfur composites and hollow carbon spheres. Communication is necessary to create academic value, and besides, the results of the work were his own. Lu Zhou could not understand why White was against publishing the articles. The man admired him, but their competitors had invested $50 million in the professor and his research, and Zhou reassured him that he had never considered White and company as competitors. At this time, in the cafeteria of Jinling University, Meng Qi was having lunch with a friend and watching the news about a conference that was held in San Francisco on April 11th. This year's Roger Adams Prize in Chemistry was awarded to a young talent from Princeton University, Professor Lu Zhou, and the girls were amazed by this news. The friend wondered if Menzi had seen him, and the student said that she had met him before, and that he was more handsome in real life than on TV. They could not be amazed by Lu Zhou's genius. The mathematician had also succeeded in chemistry. Meng Qi quickly finished eating and got to her feet. She needed to return to the laboratory. On the way, the girl thought about how her teacher had received another award. And even though she had grown up in the research team, she didn't know when she would be able to help Lu even a little. Suddenly, a strange and unfamiliar man approached her. He was looking for the research institute and Professor Yan to talk to him. Although Menzi showed the man the right way, she still noticed his very strange behavior and did not dare to follow him despite the fact that she needed to get there. The man ran to the right place. He was a spy sent by Wang Haifeng to monitor the progress of Lu Zhou's group's research. He was quickly discovered, and one of the researchers approached him, asking if he had come to apply for a job at the center. The man didn't have a resume with him, but he did have a doctorate from Z University, and he justified himself by saying that he had come here simply to look around. The institute employee said with a smile that the guy's university was not bad at all. They were very strong in material science, although not as strong as Jinling. Salary was not as important as long-term research, and the director had won the Adams Prize, and his deputy had a PhD from Massachusetts. It was truly an outstanding project. The man felt the pressure. He was an ordinary graduate student who worked long and hard for pennies for Wang Haifeng for the sake of his doctorate. He couldn't stand it any longer and didn't want to fall for the greedy old man's tricks again. So gathering all his will into a fist, the young scientist asked if they were ready to hire a person with a master's degree. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou and his institute at Princeton were in trouble. One of the scientists, Ricardo, was leaking important information on the structure of carbon molecules to competitors. Professor Lu didn't think they had a disaster. They could just sue ExxonMobil and make them pay, but Seraut thought differently. They would have to hire really expensive lawyers to get anything. But the young man was very confident. He was going to ask SkyStar Technology to handle this matter. His subordinate understood perfectly well what they were telling him, but he didn't know what to do next, whether it was worth continuing to compete with such a cunning giant in this direction. Even though they had 10 times more people, Lu Zhou was confident that this was just a small problem along the way. His team would definitely overcome it. Professor Stanley was genuinely pleased with the intelligence of the young Princeton genius. Even though he had not published all of his results, he had done a great deal of work that they could now use. According to the old man's assumptions, the material is a byproduct of PUS, and it is likely that it will be the key to solving the problem of lithium-sulfur batteries. They were only a little behind Lu, but now, having adjusted the direction of the work and hired 20 more people, they were confident that they would finish much faster than their competitor. ExxonMobil's CEO was happy to promise that their company would continue to support the scientists' work. And now it was time to meet the hero who worked for them behind enemy lines. But the hero didn't keep them waiting long. They ran into him as soon as they left the office. Ricardo complained that he had been sued, and Darren promised that the company would solve this small problem. A few days later, Lu Zhou received a call from Yang Shu, who was serving as his deputy in Jinling while the head of the institute was busy in Princeton. He had two pieces of news for his boss. The first was good. They were able to complete the experiment, and the idea of synthesizing PUS-1 using glucose was more than successful. This was the first step to obtaining the material of the PUS-2. The man had already sent all the necessary data to Lu Zhou's email. But there was another piece of news, bad news, which was that a researcher with very good abilities and knowledge, with experience in writing articles and reports, approached their institute. However, he has a controversial past, as he was a student of a scientist from Changjiang, Wang Haifeng, who was one of the most famous scientists in the field of materials science. Until Lu Zhou appeared, he was the best, and now he is jealous of him and may become a potential competitor in the Chinese market. Do they need such a person's disciple in the team? The young man himself did not know what to say. He advised Yang Shu to decide for himself. If he really considered him a capable scholar, then it would be better to hire him. As he understood, the man could greatly help in their research, so why not take advantage of it? The deputy understood the boss's thought. The fate of this man now depended on him. The man jumped up, starting to beg to give him a chance. He was ready to start with the position of an intern, but he was scared for nothing. Yanshu was glad to accept him into the team, although he did not trust him completely. From tomorrow, he will become a member of the Computational Materials Analysis Department. Luzhou, meanwhile, was planning his next move when he received an email with the test data report. He jumped to his feet, overjoyed like a child. Finally, the time came for the long experiments in confinement that he loved so much. Joe left his office to Vera and ran home, saying that it was only for a couple of days. On the way, the young man dropped into the library, taking several books in order to better understand and conduct an ideal study. Then he returned home and sat down to work, but time passed and there was still no progress. The guy continued trying and did not even plan to give up. And so, instead of a couple of days, a whole month passed, and the beloved professor still did not leave his hole. The students gathered together to visit him and check if he was alive at all. Hardy couldn't believe that anyone could actually spend a month locked up. He certainly couldn't. But even if he tried, his skills wouldn't improve. He was sure it was all down to the IQ difference. His friends were amazed that he could so sincerely admit that he was dumber than his teacher. It took a lot of courage, but the boy took it as a compliment. They continued to stand on the threshold and could not decide who would ring the doorbell and be the first to disturb the genius, until the door itself opened in front of their noses. Luzhou slowly crawled out onto the threshold, looking more like a corpse dying for the second time from overwork. None of the students had ever seen him in such a bad state. The brat standing at the front door surprised him greatly. They tried to justify themselves by saying that it was all Hardy's idea, who was afraid that the teacher had been poisoned by carbon monoxide. According to Vera, the students really miss his number theory classes, and besides, classes are almost over and it's time for him to prepare for exams. Lou didn't even notice that more than a month had passed. Joe apologized to his best graduate student and asked her to take care of all these issues, but he waved away the offer to take a break. He had one last step left. He urgently needed to go to New York. And the teacher asked if there was anyone there with a driver's license who was familiar with New York roads. Hardy and Jarek raised their hands, but Professor Liu chose the second one. Hardy became indignant, saying that he also knew how to drive a car. The elder's answer offended the young man. Joe did not trust his driving skills. It was time to go, and even the beginning rain would not stop him. They traveled for a little over 4 hours. All the while Luzhou slept, and his disciple was worried that he had slept so little. A man with slicked-back blonde hair approached them, addressing the hero as an old friend. Glad that he had finally come to him, Liu shook Shaw's hand in greeting. Even the man noticed his comrade's disgusting state, but the guy brushed it off, saying that he simply hadn't slept enough. He wondered how Shaw had learned of their arrival in advance. But his friend replied that he simply knew that Joe would show up sooner or later and had taken them to talk elsewhere. But in fact, he didn't really need help. He came to see Anton, even though he didn't know whether it was appropriate or not. Shaw said that everything was fine, then turned to Jarek, asking if he would go with them. And seeing his uncertainty, Teacher Liu himself invited him to join. The Anton that Luzhou was looking for turned out to be a supercomputer. It was really huge, the size of an entire room. The young man watched it with bated breath. His friend was very proud of his little boy when he saw his comrade's shocked face. But his true thoughts remained to himself. The young man was thinking about what would happen if Xiao Ai received this much power. After the observations, the young people went into Shaw's office and over tea chatted about how the computer was really expensive, but the scientist didn't need cars or a girl. He happily invested everything in Anton. After talking a little about his beloved car, they moved on to the reason Liu had come all the way from Princeton to New York. The young professor said that he wanted to conduct an experiment on a theoretical model of the structure of the electrochemical interface. Now he needed a supercomputer to improve his theoretical model. Shaw immediately said that he did not need money, and he would lend the equipment with one request. There is no need to add his name specifically. But he was very keen for the name of his research institute to be made public so that the entire chemical community would know about Anton's. The two friends were eager to start the experiment, and they went to the lab to start and make everyone acknowledge Anton's strength and power. The first results had to be waited for as long as 9 hours, during which time the tired Luzhou managed to fall asleep and was woken up by Jarek. Immediately after waking up, the young man inquired about the results. They were not quite ideal. At this time, Shaw returned to the office. He believed that his friend's mathematical model was too complicated. It would be better to simplify it. Chu himself understood this very well, but it was too difficult. His colleagues suggested working on it together and perhaps finding another solution. This went on for 3 whole days, during which time they conducted 31 experiments, but still did not find a solution to the situation. Shaw was exhausted. He was very upset that nothing was working out. Lu Zhou felt the same way. Plus, he also felt guilty for the money his friend had wasted. He offered to cover the costs, but the senior refused. Maintenance needed to be done so that Anton would be in top shape for the 32nd experiment in 3 days. It was time for a little rest for all 3 of them, Lu Zhou, Anton, and Shou. They agreed to meet in 2 days. While the hero was thinking about the experiments in the corridor, the system activated and reported that he had successfully completed the task, which meant that someone had gotten ahead of him and completed a successful experiment. He thought that Professor Stanley had probably beaten him to it when the system appeared and congratulated him on completing the task and becoming famous. She suggested the user not to think too much and quickly spin the lottery. He got a doubling of the rewards received for the task. Thanks to this, he now had a 4th level of materials science. He could complete the experiment and the theoretical model of the structure. After leveling up, inspiration was in full swing. Lu was very happy and decided to go back right now and write it all down. Shaw was surprised to see his friend again only half an hour later. It turned out that he simply could not leave now without writing everything down. Otherwise, it would be a loss for the entire community of chemists. Sitting down at the table, he immediately wrote out a completely new scheme of functions with the Hartree equation, which should definitely work. It was necessary not to explain and describe the wave function, but to work with the probability density, and when all the particles were calculated, it would be possible to determine the physical properties of the material. After a long time, he finally finished and threw the pen on the table. Joe looked more like a happy child who had finished drawing. It was one of the happiest moments finally. After long and hard thoughts, they finally approached the finale. He wanted to immediately gather people back for the experiment, but Lu stopped him. Anton and he needed rest, as did Shaw and the staff of his institute. It was impossible not to agree with him. The young man really needed rest. Joe was even not against them starting the experiment earlier when the researcher arrived. In his office, the hero saw a letter from Professor Stanley. He behaved too arrogantly and invited him to a banquet in honor of their breakthrough. But Joe was not going to go and asked Xiao Ai to refuse. The next day, Shaw's team, together with Anton, successfully completed the 32nd experiment, which was a real breakthrough. The problem seemed to be in Lu Zhou's mathematical model, but in the end, the theoretical model of the lithium electrolyte solution interface was successfully completed. Now that the work was completed, all that was left was to write the article. The young man was going to go and do it, and sent his friend to celebrate with his employees. But Shaw was not going to let the younger one go so easily. He stopped him. His colleagues surrounded them and began to persuade him to stay in the same way. Professor Lu had no choice but to agree, and he made such a face that he instantly made the whole company laugh. Meanwhile, at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in New York, Professor Stanley, his staff, and the director of ExxonMobil were celebrating the breakthrough in their research around a table. After the toast, the academic asked for a moment of attention. He began to say that this was truly a great moment, and in such situations there are always selfless people who silently make their contribution. And of course he wanted to drink to Lu Zhou. It was so hypocritical. But no one present was embarrassed by this fact. Ricardo, a traitor to Saraut's research group, approached Stanley, congratulating him on his breakthrough and successful results. The question of whether his name would be included in the article worried him greatly. The professor reassured him and sent him on to enjoy the banquet, while he thought to himself that he would not take him into his work. Time flew by at the party until quite late in the evening when Stanley received a call from his lab. The news was bad. The carbon molecules were not as active as they thought. The professor did not expect this. He was seriously scared and decided that this was some kind of stupid joke. He even reminded that today was not April Fool's Day. But the situation was really serious. They tried a lot, but the result remained the same. They created batteries instead of powerful accumulators. It was impossible to tell Darren Woods about this now, otherwise the situation would get even worse. Stanley ordered them to silently continue the experiments, and he himself frantically thought about what to do. Suddenly he remembered that he hadn't read the letter from Lu Zhou yet. He was his last chance. But the young man wrote that he wouldn't come and put a happy smiley face at the end. The man was indeed too self-confident. Now he could only think of a way that would allow him to surpass the boy again before he published his article. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou celebrated their successful experiment with the Shaw Institute staff, chatting about girls and parties over a glass of champagne. 90% of the research institute was people of science and engineering, so he often invited girls from the Columbia University sorority to his parties. It is easy for such people to make mistakes and burn out due to concentration. They need rest in the form of dancing and pleasant, simple conversations with beautiful people. Their conversation smoothly turned to Lu's offer to transfer to Columbia. But the young man, with all his respect and admiration for the place, believed that Princeton was a better fit for him. After that, the conversation smoothly moved into the scientific realm. And here the two friends were again discussing their intentions for using the tools to solve more specific problems. Anton could still be useful to Lujo, namely in molecular dynamics, modeling of the interaction of carbon-sulfur composites. He knew how expensive it was and promised to thank him later. A few days after the experiments, the young mathematical genius completed his article and published it in JAX. Around the same time, Sarat called him. The man was very upset and felt guilty for not living up to expectations and losing to Stanley. Professor Lu tried to console him. The problem really wasn't as big as his colleague thought. And besides, their competitor was the father of lithium batteries. But the man did not stop worrying. He did not understand why his boss was so calm, no matter how much they consoled him and explained to him. Lujo said that what he originally conceived and what Stanley later took over had nothing to do with lithium-sulfur batteries. By changing a few things to get the article published faster, they would have probably already noticed their mistakes. So they still had a chance to win this race. After these words, the young man asked Sarat to withdraw the lawsuit against Ricardo. After all, this guy had helped them a lot. It was inappropriate to hold on to him any longer, but the researcher misunderstood him. He decided that this was how his brilliant boss wanted to make him a double agent. This conclusion left Lu at a loss. Three great scientists in one part of the vast country were discussing the article at that moment. They did not consider it a big problem, but the theory itself was too incomprehensible. In any case, they needed a personal presentation of the idea and a report. One of the three ordered to send an invitation for discussion. A dispute began between grumpy old men about where it would be better for a mathematician to present a discussion of a chemistry issue, at the Institute of Mathematics or the Institute of Physical Chemistry. Then one of the friends suggested the simplest and most effective method, which their ancestors had used. Toss a coin and see what comes up. A few days later, Lujo was saying goodbye to the rector of Columbia University, and the man smiled and suggested that the younger man stay a little longer. But the young man was not sure that Professor Eisgruber would be very happy that he was there for 2 months as a visiting teacher. The scientists agreed on a rather positive note. Before parting, the academician announces that their university has prepared a gift for Lu in the form of the title of honorary professor. It was very unexpected and very pleasant. Lujo accepted this title with honor, after which he announced that he would go first. They said goodbye to Professor Bollinger, shaking hands, and the man wished the younger man a safe journey to Princeton. Jarek, who had been with his teacher all this time, agreed to go right now. They had a chance to avoid traffic jams and make it to lunch. But their plans were interrupted by a young man who rode up to the couple and came out, asking the professor to listen to him and forgive his sins. This man turned out to be Ricardo. Lujo did not recognize him, but when the young man introduced himself, the professor did not understand why he came, because the lawsuit had already been withdrawn. This was the very reason why he came. The guy began to beg not to withdraw the lawsuit. He wanted it very much, he even cried, and the reason was not important to him. But Lu didn't listen. He said that after the withdrawal, the court would not accept the claim again on the same case, and then walked past, getting into the car with his student. As soon as he entered the office, Hardy met him. He was very glad in words about the professor's arrival and always believed that he would not leave Princeton. Immediately after this, his friend demanded money for winning the bet, which set Hardy up and showed that it was he who actually thought that the teacher had left them. Vera walked up to Lujo and handed him a folder containing all the documents she had been sorting through while her beloved teacher was away. There really were quite a few of them. The young man thanked the girl for the work she had done and began to look through all the papers that had accumulated. Among them were 2 letters from the International Congress of Mathematicians and from the Max Planck Institute for Solid-State Research. Everyone who was in the office at that moment was very curious about what was inside, and Lujo happily decided to satisfy the curiosity of his friends and his own. The letter spoke of an invitation to Professor Lu to the Institute of Physics to conduct a seminar on his article in JAX, which would take place in Europe. And after the reading, the teacher sent his students on to work. The young teacher's lunch was already on the table. He was eating a sandwich and thinking about why the Physics Institute was asking him to give a lecture on chemistry. And he decided to ask Viscount Deline about it. The young man left Vera in charge as usual and went off to look for his mentor, while his students began to tease their friend in a friendly manner. At this time, Deline was just eating his lunch when his young protege came up and sat down opposite him, preventing him from eating in peace. Lujo said that he received a proposal for a talk from Max Planck and handed the letter to his senior colleague to consult and ask whether it was possible to give the talk at Princeton. According to the Viscount, the rector would be happy with the idea, but it would be better for Lu himself to go. Young people need to go out more and communicate with other professors. The words really made sense. The young man promised to think about it. Before leaving, the senior teacher asked him to send his regards to Faltings in Europe. After Deline left, the boy remained to think about his words. It was indeed a very difficult decision, but his thoughts were interrupted by a familiar old professor. Edward was glad to see the young genius back from Columbia University. He asked him about the invitation from the Mathematical Union. It was indeed so. He was invited to give an hour-long talk, and the guy had already even decided on the most likely topic. He wanted to give a presentation on the Collette's conjecture, together with his talented students. They all had good skills, especially Vera. And how could it be otherwise with such a leader? His elder friend was eagerly awaiting the results of this report. After a short conversation, Lujo left and left the old man alone with his lunch. Finally, the time came to take on a new task from the system. The girl in the sea of consciousness no longer hoped to see such a busy young man again. Lu's new task was to organize a plan for the students and help them complete their thesis, with the number of awards directly dependent on the students' work results. Zhou was a little put off by the program's treatment of students as vegetables, but he accepted the mission anyway. Having said goodbye to the system, the guy managed to leave the world before the girl lost her temper because she was being left again for what was clearly a long time. At this time, Professor Stanley burst into the conference hall of Binghamton University like a hurricane. He was beside himself with rage and was looking for Ricardo. He blamed him for not being able to achieve the desired result in his research when the phone rang. It was Darren, an investor in the scientist's work, who was very unhappy that the battery he had invested in could not be produced, and Stanley tried to shift all the blame onto Ricardo. The lawsuit was withdrawn, indicating that he was definitely a double agent, and the professor's ally promised to file a lawsuit with the legal department later. At this point, they need to stabilize their position in the scientific community. They could not lose the trust of other investors. Darren also said that Lu Zhou had changed his goal and was no longer working on lithium-sulfur batteries, and Stanley urgently needed to start a new experiment. Returning to the Princeton Genius's office, Lu Zhou talked to his students about the International Mathematical Congress, to which he had been invited to give a talk. This time, he wanted them to come out with him and tell people about the Hale hypothesis. No one believed in its solution, but he wanted them to prove otherwise. Their research has only reached 30% of the total work, which means they will have to work hard this year. Lu promised to help them in everything. He was very sorry that he devoted so little time to his students, was busy all the time, and could not help them with their academic issues. Jarek corrected him. He believed that the professor did not forget about them, citing his own example. But Zhou ignored his elders and asked for forgiveness for this. That was all there was to organizing their work for the year. His first 3 students were very motivated to finish the work and show themselves. After that, the teacher called Wei Wen to go out and take a little walk with him. He wanted to explain something to him and talk to him. And Jarek went to do his research. Tai Yue and Vera discussed the issue of their work. They can't rely on the teacher for everything. They had to solve a huge part of the hypothesis in a year. At this time, Lu Zhou was leading his junior student to the office of his old friend, Luo Wengsuan, who was just connected with Wen's direction. Unfortunately, the mentor did not have a suitable project on functional analysis of Hilbert space, but he could recommend someone who could help. Entering the office, Zhou smiled and praised his best friend, who was a very talented student of Edward Witten. Brother Luo didn't believe a single word of what his younger comrade said. He stood up from the table and walked over to the 2 young men. Now he was checking articles. Theoretical physics was a thing in which nothing new appeared, and the scariest thing was to work on an idea and then find out that it had already been proposed. Unfortunately, he has not yet finished his doctoral dissertation. His mentor's demands are too high and he cannot satisfy him in any way. The only thing that changed was the topic of the work. The young scientist changed it to an even coherent state of a harmonic oscillator in a finite-dimensional Hilbert space. Hearing about what was happening in his friend's life, Lu Zhou began to doubt whether he should even hand over his disciple to Wengsuan. But leaving now would have been rather stupid, and the professor introduced Wei Wen, a graduate of the Department of Applied Mathematics at Yanjing University. The young man immediately bowed before his elder, as was customary in China. But Lo, who was unaccustomed to this, asked him to drop such formalities and asked why he was there. Now, the genius of mathematics revealed his cards. There were two reasons why he brought his student here. The first was that his friend was almost 30, and he still had not finished his dissertation. Pretending not to hear these words, Swan expressed his gratitude for the second reason, that he would now have the mathematical genius to work with that he so badly needed. The first week flew by at a leisurely pace, and one day Lu Zhou received a call from his institute, informing him that they had finally created a lithium-sulfur battery. His theory with glucose as a precursor worked, and they successfully synthesized carbon nanospheres with a specific surface area. They then mixed hollow carbon spheres with sulfur using chemical precipitation and assembled the battery, even testing its performance. It would take too long to talk about the rest. Professor Yang sent all the data by mail, and Lu immediately opened the letter with the document. Sulfur ions embedded in hollow spheres were able to desorb normally from the surface, and could also enter into an electrochemical reaction. Now all that was left was to call the manager to apply for an international patent and prepare the document, which would create reliable patent protection. First of all, the young genius, of course, sent all the documents to White's office for verification and confirmation. Only after that, they could begin working on the patent together. The editors of scientific journals could not believe their eyes. They reread the article as a group, and Bowendi checked the article for authenticity in the laboratory. Only Stanley and Darren were incredibly upset. They lost to Lu Zhou. The young man got ahead of them and created something truly brilliant. The professor could not give up. He begged to give him another 6 months to find a solution. But his comrades saw no point in this. Not to mention that during this time new types of pus too may appear, and then Stanley's work will no longer have any meaning or benefit. After all the complications with the article and patent were over, Lu Zhou was in a park near Lake Carnegie in Princeton, watching students with a quadcopter. True, this was not at all a joy for the young man. If Professor Chirek had not asked him to look after the students, he would never have come here. While the boys went to get their experimental toy, a girl, a journalist from Time magazine, Julia Drake, approached the professor. After she handed over her business card, Julia asked if the young man had any free time, and if she could borrow his time for a while. The girl asked what prompted the math genius to switch to chemistry. Lu explained that there were many parts to his work other than chemistry, and math was one of them. The topic of batteries simply interested him. That's how he came to it. And then the topic turned to Starsky, the company with which the young man cooperates. The scientist gave a rather high assessment to his partners. They help him a lot. And in response to a question about his plans for the future, he mentioned physics. A few days later, Lu Zhou arrived in Germany to give a talk on his discovery in the field of chemistry and materials science. At the airport, he was met by a whole crowd of scientists, led by the president of the society, Martin Stratmann, who happily rushed to introduce his colleagues. In front of him stood in a row Professor Klaus von Klitzing, Gerhard Edel, and Faltings, the very one to whom Viscount Deline had asked to convey his greetings. The old academicians, like little children, couldn't wait for Lu Zhou's presentation and came to meet him, take him to the hotel, and talk to him personally before the start. As soon as they got into the car, the interrogation began immediately. The scientists were interested in how he came up with these formulas and where he got his inspiration from. He was inspired by the Schrödinger equation, which was followed by a question about his paper and the difference between theory and non-empirical calculation. The genius already wanted to tell in detail about everything related to this topic, but he was stopped, asked to leave the details for the report. There was a whole week left before the presentation. The guy wanted to see interesting places, and they promised to take him to Max Planck's laboratory. He was also interested in one question from the time he received the invitation. Why did the letter come from the Institute of Physics and not from the Institute of Chemistry? It was a pretty good question. One of the professors replied that next time they would play blackjack and not flip a coin. After some time, the young mathematical genius was indeed taken to Max Planck's laboratory, the largest of them, where many projects on chemistry and physics are carried out. Most of the projects here are carried out by research groups, which can be completely different. The approach to work here was very different from America. On the way, they came across an interesting building. It was the Institute of Plasma Physics. Professor Klitzing was ready to bet that the young man would never guess what was there. There was something much more fantastic than the collider, this building of controlled thermonuclear fusion. The man invited the young man to look. In just a couple of minutes, they approached this large guarded room, at the entrance to which stood a guard. There was nothing secret here, so they could easily enter with the professor's pass. Access control was mainly needed to keep out violators. Even Klitzing couldn't get into the truly secret places. But it wasn't some grandiose project that only one country could complete that was stored here. In the middle of the room stood a large machine, the heart of this building, the plasma orbit. This large thing reminded Lu Zhou of a pretzel. The orbit, replaced with a spiral stone 7X. The structure itself was located in the eastern city of Greifswald. The scientist suggested that his junior colleague take him there after the report. An experiment was currently being conducted there, and it was hard to even imagine what the whole thing would look like. 7 days later, Lu was preparing to deliver his report to scientists in a conference room at Humboldt University when the president approached him. He supported the young genius and expressed hope that today they would all witness history and remember this meeting for a long time. When he came out into the hall, Professor Stanley tensed up. He was waiting for the boy to tell how exactly he defeated him and what he was actually researching. It was very joyful to see Lu Zhou, whose name has been thundering all over the world lately, and the talk on the theoretical model of the structure of the electrochemical interface began. The young man talked about the properties of the ground state of multi-particle systems, simultaneously describing all his actions and equations. Throughout the lecture, Professor Stanley, the father of batteries, sat and sincerely did not understand what exactly the younger man was saying. It was a very strange feeling. The long presentation was coming to an end. The young man finished writing the theorem, according to which it was obvious that his conclusion was correct. The result exceeded the expectations of the audience. Professor Ertl believed that this was new chemistry, and Stanley admitted his defeat and the different levels of their knowledge. From a mathematical point of view, Lu Zhou tried to create a theoretical model from the collected data, and today he was going to talk about it in more detail. The next day, there was an award ceremony for a young scientist who had done something truly significant for our world and civilization. The German Chemical Society has decided to award Professor Lu Zhou the Hoffman Medal to thank him for his contributions to the development of theoretical chemistry. After this ceremony, there was a banquet, and the young genius came to it. He happily talked with one of the professors about his homeland, about the beautiful country of China. He promised his colleague that he would take him to Jinling University one day. He assured him that it was a great place that was definitely worth visiting. Professor Ertl approached them. He was very glad to see his two colleagues. They greeted each other. Realizing that they wanted to talk to each other, Klaus Mirren decided to leave them and said goodbye. Immediately after his departure, Ertl congratulated Zhou on his medal. He promised to recommend Professor Lu's candidacy to the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences for the Nobel Prize immediately after the banquet. It was impossible to fully guarantee that the young man would receive it, but he sincerely believed that he was worthy of the nomination. But Zhou asked not to talk about it, otherwise the whole surprise would be ruined. Patting his young colleague on the shoulder, Ertl began to assure him that there was no reason to worry about the nomination. It would be nice if the young man received the Nobel Prize at his age. He advised the young man to share his joy with his friends and fans, since he was only in his 20s. And these words made Lu think. Sitting in the hotel restaurant, he looked at the breakfast on his plate and was wildly bored with the food of his homeland. The dishes in foreign countries seemed monotonous to him. The boring gray breakfast was diversified by a call from Rector Shu. The young man thought that it could be something urgent and immediately picked up the phone. He had already heard opinions from academic chemists, all of whom believed that, based on the results of Lu Zhou's research, a Nobel Prize would not be an exaggeration. He was also interested in the young man's opinion on computational chemistry. Lu said that it was a good direction that could reduce the workload and reduce research costs. The professor sincerely believed that chemistry would follow the path of physics and become a discipline based on experiments. After these words, the rector said that he planned to build a supercomputer. On this topic, they ended the conversation, and after the call, Xiao Ai reminded him about the lecture at Humboldt University this morning. He barely made it and met a girl in the corridor. Introducing herself as Hu Ying, she said that she was studying here. The girl looked very embarrassed and modest. It was obvious that she was nervous. The young lady wanted to improve her skills in applied mathematics. She really hoped that the great mathematician would help her. Despite her subtle hints to exchange phone numbers, Lu Zhou stood his ground and said that books were the most important thing, and he wrote her a whole list. All the books he signed can be found in the library of Humboldt University. After that, he wanted to leave, but Hu Ying did not let him go. She gave him a letter. At first, the guy thought it was a love letter, but it turned out to be from the Chinese embassy in Germany. A so-called Hu Mingdi, the ambassador to that country, wrote to him. He and his wife were very interested in his successes and wanted to have dinner with him. And Hu Ying turned out to be their daughter. She was also the president of the Chinese Student Union at this university. She began to tell a lot, but the young man interrupted her. asking her to continue this evening. Saying that he was in a hurry to get to the reception, Lu quickly left there, exhaling. He thought that while he was not busy with anything, he would return to the hotel and write a letter to the rector. That evening, Lu Zhou was met by the embassy's driver Sun Hong, who had been sent there specifically to take him to the meeting place. They shook hands as a greeting and introduction, after which the young man walked into the official car. Before the trip, Zhou asked the driver for one favor. He had to send a letter to the president of Jinling University. Sun Hong smiled and promised to help immediately after he took Mr. Lu to meet the ambassador and his family, and gestured for him to get into the car. Very soon, they arrived at a private house, at the threshold of which stood two people, and they were definitely greeting their dear guest. It was Mr. Hu and his wife. They came closer, greeting the young genius. Lu Zhou was embarrassed by such a reception, and out of politeness said that he could get there by taxi. Immediately after exchanging pleasant words, the man introduced his wife, her name, Wang Dexin, referred to a famous Chinese poet of antiquity. The woman was pleasantly surprised that the professor, in addition to mathematics, was also familiar with ancient poetry. And while talking about poetry, they went inside. Soon, dinner was set on the table, and it consisted entirely of the traditional cuisine that Lu Zhou had been dreaming about for the past few days. The young man looked at the baozi he was holding with chopsticks and felt like he was at home, which was exactly what he missed the most. The food prepared by Madame Wang was simply superb, and the young guest kept praising the baozi she had worked hard on all evening. The conversation was easy and relaxed. The ambassador talked about his work and about traveling with his wife. Zhou didn't even notice how the topic turned to marriage. It all happened so suddenly that Professor Lu choked on his baozi and coughed, and he gently and politely hinted that he was not interested in marriage at the moment. As he suspected, Hu Mingde immediately offered to introduce him to someone and mentioned his daughter. But the young man carefully changed the subject. And although the man said that Hu Ying was just a casual aside, Lu Zhou could tell from his face that the conversation and testing of the waters were very serious. Fortunately for the young bachelor, the topic quickly turned back to the scientific mainstream, and Mr. Hu advised him to pay attention to the national conference for awarding science prizes. A friend told me that at a conference in January next year, the name of the brilliant mathematician Lu Zhou might well be mentioned. It was very unexpected, the young man thought about the ambassador's words, but over the next few days everything was forgotten. The hero met Klitzing again. The professor introduced him to his friend, Ralph Kerber, who has been working here for a long time and has watched how the plasma orbit and the project as a whole have grown and developed. After shaking hands with the respected scientist, Lu Zhou said that although he was not involved in the field of thermonuclear fusion, he was very interested in the machine. The man, he said, thought Princeton math professors were better than physics professors, and his flippant words offended Klitzing. The friend put his hand on his shoulder. He knew that the old man was a kind soul and was not really offended by such statements. Ralph really liked the idea. He wanted to conduct a new victim and show the experiment. Fortunately, their desires coincided, and Zhou could not wait to see the orbits work live. Soon they came to the observation room where a normal experiment was being conducted. The room was impressive and as protected as the main entrance. There was a large glass panel across the entire back wall of the room, and it was the only place where you could see the real view of the 7X. The thing in front of him was of incredible size. This spectacle was worth a trip to Germany, according to Ralph. It cost more than €1 billion, not including research. Preparations for the experiment completed, Professor Kerber invited his friends to return to the observation room to watch him from a safe distance. He invited Lu Zhou to sit in front of one of the monitors, where the data and processed images would be collected and he could see them in real time. Immediately after this, the experiment began. The scientists took turns observing the important and leading moments. And when everything was normal, ignition occurred. The resulting picture was incredibly beautiful, and inside the plasma, at its peak, the temperature would exceed billions of degrees. There was no material yet that could withstand the scorching energy equivalent to the temperature at the center of a star. And the young man wondered how it was contained. It turns out they use a magnetic field to contain the power in a confined space, keeping it all away from the interior walls. Now it was only draining for a few seconds at a time. The longest was about 6 seconds. The equipment was starting to cool down and the data was coming in. Lu Zhou was slightly disappointed at how quickly everything happened. The problem was that the diverter was not installed, and they could not discharge for longer. Maybe in 2 years, when they install it and water cooling becomes available to them, they will be able to reach 30 minutes. But for now, it is time to go to the rest area. Already at the table, they talked about how the machine's potential was enormous. But the funding was too huge, and the results did not please either the scientists or the government. Unfortunately, only when they can solve all the problems will the result appear. But so far, they have not been able to find a solution to any of the fundamental problems. Technically, they needed a larger electromagnetic field to contain the plasma, but that required more current and a way to prevent the wires from heating up. As long as they had a stellarator, some of the problems could be avoided, but a material that could withstand extreme conditions was a much better theory. Ralph would like to lure Lu Zhou into the ITER project. They needed mathematicians, but unfortunately he had absolutely no time. But he promised to think about the problems. It was hard to guarantee that everything would work out, but even this was enough to encourage the physics professor, who eagerly awaited new achievements from the genius. A few days later, the young man returned to Princeton and immediately went to see Professor Witten, going into his office. He was immediately congratulated on receiving the Hoffman Medal, which is truly a great honor and a reason to be proud. Lou said he had seen old Faltings but felt he didn't like him very much. But Edward was sure his old friend felt that way about everyone. He also said that, in addition to meeting with the old and nasty professor, he was also in Greifswald and was in their laboratory. The senior colleague was shocked. He had been to Germany twice in the last 2 years, but each time he had missed the chance to see the experiment. Finally, the young man told the reason for his visit. He was looking for Lyman Spitzer's manuscripts about the stellarator. The professor said that they were in the Firestone Library. He also advised consulting with scientists from Stanford, Caltech, or MIT. Since no one was working on this at Princeton, Lu Zhou thanked him and said that he would think about it. But until he decided on his own direction, he wanted to read the manuscripts and get inspired. After talking a little about how his students were now helping Luo Wenxuan, the boy said goodbye and went off in search of inspiration. Late in the evening, the hero sat in the park under one of the street lamps and read Lyman Spitzer's notes in the fresh air, while people hurried about their business. Despite the large number of strange figures, these texts helped him write his work, The Law of Plasma Motion in a Stellarator. Rector Shu called him. He thanked the young man for the letter he wrote. Now they had money to build a supercomputer. Moreover, the contents of his letter were published in the Renren Daily newspaper, and the man advised asking someone to send him a copy to read. While he was talking on the phone, Molina approached him. The girl smiled and warned him that she did not come here because of the Riemann hypothesis, so that he would not be scared. One look at her showed that the girl had made no progress in her work, and she sat down next to him and asked how he had solved Goldbach's conjecture. The young man smiled softly before setting a difficult goal. You need to start with something easier. Even he would not be able to solve Goldbach's problem right away. This really interested my friend. She was very curious about what smaller goal the genius had set for himself, but she didn't expect to hear that it was a theory about twin numbers. Molina was in shock, and this he called a lesser goal. She was ready to throw him in the lake and drown him there, right then and there. Soon the young man had a newspaper with his letter in his hands. He thought that he needed to be very careful in the future, otherwise he might make a mistake and blame himself. Yanshu didn't keep me waiting long, he called, and told me about the progress of the construction of the institute. The foundation had already been laid. He offered to send a report on how things were now, but the report is not the same as seeing it with your own eyes. Lou asked a friend to take a photo next time, but the projected construction time is too long. He insisted that they should move there immediately after construction was completed, but his friend reassured him, saying that the dean of the chemistry department would not mind if they stayed longer. Their institute had no other research projects, and the scientist asked his boss if he had any ideas, and Joe promised to let him know if he had any. So far, the only thing he had worked on was the Navier-Stokes equation, or rather the specific application of these equations to plasma. Recalling his work, he also advised his friends from Jinling University to pay attention to superconducting materials. He believed that there was no need to change direction. One could simply look for a solution not in metals but in what they were currently working on at their research institute. The best thing would be to call Sarat and talk about it in more detail. He could even repeat everything that Lu Zhou had just said. The next day, Lu Zhou was conducting an interesting experiment in his office. Vera leaned over next to a strange flask on the table, watching what was happening. Her teacher responded rather strangely, saying that he was looking for inspiration, while the liquid in the flask, meanwhile, became less and less. He prepared a bottle of liquid and warned the girl not to come close, otherwise she could get frostbite. And then a student in the middle of the office sneezed loudly. Hardy and Wei-Wen walked inside. The first guy was shivering and complaining that the room was a bit cold. No one expected such a reaction. Joe only used a little liquid helium, This scared Hardy even more, and he tried to escape, but the teacher stopped him. After this, he turned to Vera with a question, but ultimately came to the conclusion that he would not need the girl's help, and that it would be better for her to continue working on her dissertation. Then his gaze fell on Wei Wen. The guy was also working on partial differential equations, but it was only a small study. The professor shared his plans for a new research project and said he could use some help with the Navier-Stokes equation. Such a serious and difficult topic slightly frightened the student. He silently watched as his mentor thought about solving his problem and came to one conclusion, and this conclusion led him to Harvard University. The young man approached one of the students, asking if he knew where Professor Yao Xintong's office was. The self-confident guy first said that the professor was busy and that he should be asked. But when he heard the question itself, he was confused, not knowing what to say. They met. The young man's name turned out to be Zhao Ji, and he took Lu Zhou inside the university to the office of the sought-after teacher. Very soon, the young scientist saw his old friend and greeted old Yao with a smile. The student standing next to him was dumbfounded when he heard that he had been pretending to be a smart guy in front of Professor Liu from Princeton himself. Finally, he was noticed. Yao Xintong asked who he was, and the guy shuddered and said he was a student of Professor Steve Natus. Mr. Yao was glad to see the two of them, and he invited them all to his office to discuss Lu Zhou's question of interest about plasma turbulence. When they sat down on the sofas, the scientist began his story about research into turbulence, and how modern computers cannot handle the power of such research. Unfortunately, there has not yet been such a method for observing plasma ions. Any small disturbance can lead to destruction in the system, and the electromagnetic field cannot contain the plasma. As a result, it is possible to obtain only a model using the waves emitted by the plasma itself, but it will be accurate only up to a certain range, and today this is the technical ceiling. If Lu Zhou succeeds in creating an observational experiment, his contribution to physics will be comparable only to the contribution of cryogenic microscopy to biology. Professor Yao gave him a clue. He suggested starting with improving theoretical tools, and Zhao Ji sat there and didn't understand a word. After talking with the teacher, the young man followed the genius of mathematics. He really wanted to know about the topic of their conversation with Yao Xintong. Lu turned to him, saying that the goal of science is to achieve the impossible, and advised him to skim through the literature. Recalling what happened between them in the morning, advising Zhao Ji to ask Senior Zhao, the young man asked the senior to forget about this misunderstanding and invited him to dinner. This was supposed to be compensation for the unpleasant first meeting. The owner of this Chinese restaurant was his acquaintance. Soon, the new article of Princeton's youngest and most famous genius was ready. He looked at its title on the screen and thought, it was very difficult to decide where to publish the article, so he decided to ask for advice from the person sitting next to him, the student Wei Wen. Lu Zhou didn't care whether the young man understood his article and text or not. The main thing was to hear an assessment and advice on whether to publish in a physics or mathematics journal. The answer was not long in coming. It was best to send it to a mathematical yearbook, since there were much more calculations in it than theories. Immediately after this, he went to the Princeton Plasma Laboratory and went into Sam Laserson's office to discuss the possibility of the experiment. He wanted to know if it was possible to implement his hypothesis, to place two plasma ports in orbit and through port A to place a particle inside, then return it through port B. It sounded interesting, but academician Laserson doubted that in the case proposed by Lu Zhou, it would not work with ordinary particles. This was obvious to the young man, so he wanted to propose for the experiment something flexible enough and easily distinguishable from reagents like helium-3. He was 90% sure that with a large target to capture the helium particle, they would be able to record the electromagnetic wave signal. To gain Sam's trust, Zhou presented his theoretical model of the structure of the electrochemical interface. His research into data reversal is much larger than the data they will encounter. It is a difficult experiment, but entirely possible. If they succeed, it will be an invention worthy not only of worldwide recognition, but also of the Nobel Prize itself. Professor Laserson sincerely hoped that the young mathematician would not let him down, and they shook hands in honor of the conclusion of their collaboration. After this meeting, Lu Zhou went to the cafeteria and got his usual bacon sandwich. The cooks were genuinely worried about him eating the same thing, but he didn't care. The sandwich was indeed very tasty, but the guy was not allowed to enjoy it. A BBC journalist approached him to ask about a recently published article. The world community of academics were sure that he had taken on the problem of the millennium, but the professor said that they were wrong and that he was entirely occupied with his research, and the equation was only a means. The girl asked what kind of research Lu Zhou was doing, but this only made the young man angry. He didn't want people to gossip about him and write fake news. So far, he could only say one thing. He does not want to give any comments. After that, the angry and hungry professor asked the girl to go away. After some time, academician Lu came to the plasma laboratory, and their request to install a target and an atomic gun for experiments was accepted. They have to make it before the next experiment in mid-January. There is not much time left. They can wait for a major overhaul, but there is one thing. If they don't produce any results within 6 months, the plasma lab can refuse them. They needed to speed up. Thinking about whether they would make it in time or not was a waste of time. Lu Zhou did not want to waste even a minute that could have been devoted to the experiment. It wasn't long before the 21st experiment of their work failed. It was like some kind of curse. Two young lab workers discussed the reasons why it could all fail and could not agree on any. Doubts began to appear in Sam's head. Would this idea really work? The plasma in their samples was far from the temperature in the stellarator. Then Lu Zhou realized what they needed. He did the calculations, and all they need to do is increase the intensity of the electromagnetic gun to 1 Tesla, and theoretically, everything will work. These words greatly alarmed Laserson. He could not understand what was going on in the minds of mathematicians. It was too expensive, so much so that in their situation it was impossible. This caused a sigh. The professor said that he could easily solve the problem of financing. He just needed to say the specific amount that needed to be paid. As soon as he went outside, he immediately called his partners and asked if his company would have $10 million in its account. He needed this money for emergency use. Fortunately or unfortunately, such an amount was in his accounts. Lu Zhou sent an account to which this money would need to be transferred urgently. When all the financing issues were resolved, the young man returned to his colleagues. He doubted whether 10 million would be enough, but Laserson convinced him that it was more than enough. And when asked where he got that kind of money, the guy said without embarrassment that he had recently been studying chemistry and had earned a little money on his patents. Time slowly passed towards Christmas. In the classroom, the students were decorating the tree with socks, garland, and candy. Hardy voiced the question that was bothering all the boys, whether their favorite professor would celebrate with them, and in response, heard that he would not only be with them, he even prepared a gift for them. While the boys were worried whether this would be a problem, Vera was beside herself with happiness. She really wanted a gift from the teacher, and also prepared a surprise for him. Hardy wanted to say something, but his friend stopped him, covering his mouth. From the outside, it looked like they were about to start a fight. Lu Zhou also didn't forget about his lectures. At the end of one of them, he still had time. Since he had been gone for a long time, the young man decided to chat with the students as compensation. One of the students stood up and asked the question that was on everyone's mind. She asked if he was studying the NS equation. Seeing that the children were really interested in this topic, Professor Lu began to describe his work and talk about how he came to this conclusion. He explained, trying to express himself in simpler language. But he understood that his calculus was too complex for an undergraduate, and so he gave them this information for reflection, not for solutions. After writing out the equation, Zhou turned to the students and said that if anyone could solve this problem, he would recommend them to Professor Pfefferman for early graduation. At that moment, someone in the office asked permission to use the board to solve the problem. Surprisingly, it was that same Professor Pfefferman. The man slowly walked out and began to solve the equation in front of everyone. He considered this problem too difficult for a bachelor's degree. There was something else that the senior scientist wanted to know from his junior colleague, and it concerned an equation whose meaning he had difficulty understanding. The solution that Lu Zhou proposed was interesting, but this problem was not so easy to solve. After all, it is a real millennium problem. And yet, Professor Lu's problem was solved. The man asked with a smile whether he would keep his promise, because whoever could solve it would become his graduate student. The young man felt very uncomfortable with such jokes, but Pfefferman was serious and wanted to continue collaborating to solve this problem. It was a really good proposal, but the problem was that Lu Zhou didn't plan to solve the millennium problem. His research was aimed at something else. The old professor understood everything, but he sincerely believed that if they joined forces, they were simply obliged to challenge these tasks. It was very unexpected. The young man thought that a lot of time had passed since solving Goldbach's conjecture and overcoming the 6th level of mathematics. He simply could not miss such a chance to reach new heights. They shook hands and announced the beginning of cooperation in the hope that everything would go well. After the lecture, it was time for another experiment. Lu Zhou came to the lab, where Professor Sam asked him why he was so interested in this research. This technology will not bring any patents. And even if it does work, it is unlikely to be something in demand. There will not be 10 laboratories that would want to pay for it. There were only 3 Chinese scientists in the world that Laserson admired. And the young man was the most willful spendthrift of them all. There was something else important he wanted to say. In 2 days, someone important would arrive to oversee the progress of the work. They had very little time to sort everything out. 2 days later, Lu Zhou found Professor Laserson at the door of the lab. The man standing there, nervously rubbing his palms, trying to calm himself down. This time his boss came here, and it is very likely that he came here for $4 million, which is why he is so nervous now. Since Sam mentioned the 10 million by accident, in reality only about 7 million were used, and the Congressional Committee wanted to directly terminate the project and absorb Lu's funds. Despite the young man's great shock, there was no point in talking about it now. They simply needed to conduct a successful experiment. The great boss was already waiting for them in the observation room. The atomic cannon was loaded, the helium atom had reached its limit, and the experiment could begin. The most important thing now was not to fail, otherwise the entire project would be in vain and everything would end. Lu Zhou pressed the button, mentally praying for victory. The big screen showed the words "success." A grown man. A respected scientist, Sam Laserson, was happy like a little child. They finally succeeded. His boss patted Lu Zhou on the shoulder, congratulating him on his success. Now he saw that their project was truly worthwhile and did not need to be interrupted. However, this is only an intermediate result, and if there are no further victories after this, then the experiment will still have to be closed. After these words, Laserson's boss turned to the young mathematician, saying that he believed that he could lead the team to more amazing results. The day had indeed been eventful, and after such emotional stress, Professor Lu went for a walk before going to bed to Lake Carnegie, where he ran into an acquaintance. It turned out to be Molina, and upon seeing her, the young man inquired about the progress of her project, which caused his friend to flare up and practically threaten him, saying that she would surprise him at the conference in August. After such threats, the girl asked about her friend's plans for Christmas. Zhou shared with her his desire to stay in Princeton for his students' party. As for the girl, the young man planned to first figure out mathematics and then think about finding his beloved. Only he could say such words. As time passed, in his spare time from university affairs, Lu Zhou lay on the sofa and talked on the phone, discussing the upcoming conference, because of which he would miss the experiment in Germany. It was indeed a shame, but things in China were much more important to him. He said goodbye to his friend and was about to do some cleaning when he got another call. It was Xiao Tong. She wished her elder brother a happy Christmas and immediately began asking him about the girl that she thought old man Zhou should already have. But the 24-year-old grandfather himself did not consider himself so old and was sure that he could easily find a girlfriend if he wanted to. Realizing that she would not achieve more, the girl said that she had to go and hung up. The young man looked at the time after the call and realized that he was late for a theatrical performance at his university. Meanwhile, the show was in full swing. A scene from Star Wars was being staged, and Professor Deline was indignant about how unscientific it was to use swords in the space age. After the performance, Hardy and Tai Yue were sitting in the dining room. One was unhappy that his friend had given him a soccer ball. Not all Brazilians like soccer. The second one was indignant because he had already been given a third pair of table tennis rackets. Hardy suggested that they swap, since they were both unhappy. When the anger went away, he finally noticed the absence of Vera and the professor. Tai Yue explained that the girl wanted to show their gift, because she was the one who did most of this work. At this time, the student brought her teacher to the office where the secret gift was. Inside, there were many blackboards with the solution written on them. Professor Lu's guess was correct. The Collat's conjecture was indeed a problem in number theory and complex analysis. The math professor was overjoyed and ran into the office, talking about how well his beloved students had done. The satisfied young man advised the girl to send the article to Arxiv for now, while the editors of the Mathematical Daily are on vacation. Maybe they will notice it before the end of the vacation. Vera wanted to tell him something else. She was very nervous and could not pronounce the right words, but in the end she mumbled that she wanted to write her doctoral dissertation under his supervision. Hearing this was a bit unexpected. Lu Zhou said that he would be offended if she chose someone else. But he didn't know that the girl actually wanted to confess her love to him. Now he had a reason to log in. The girl was wearing a New Year's hat and looked more upset than usual. The user only visited her when he was completing a task. To complete the task and receive a reward, he had to choose for which student's results he wanted to receive bonuses. He chose the project of Vera and her friends, for which he received a lot of experience points and a lottery ticket. And although these points were not enough to upgrade the level, The young man could finally spin the lottery. After the drum had spun for a short time, Lu was rewarded with hours of inspiration. 72 hours without a break. It was more like a punishment. The system immediately showed him a new bonus task. He was supposed to receive an honorary national award. This time, the reward promised to be conscientious. After Christmas, Lu Zhou sat at home and talked to Chen Yushin via video call. And she shared the happy news that her strict boss had let her go home for the new year. And this great news prompted her to ask the younger one about when he was flying and what flight. The girl really hoped that they would be able to fly together. Whether it was coincidence or fate, his flight was the same, and at the same time as Senpai's, which made her very happy, and they said goodbye after agreeing to meet at the airport. There were still a few days left to sort out his affairs and inform Professor Pfefferman that he wanted to take a short vacation for the winter holidays. The next day, the young man was already sitting in the old man's office and asking for a vacation. He really needed it. In the man's opinion, Lu worked too much. He believed that the guy should rest more and enjoy life, and that they could talk about the equation they were working on after January. After that, Lu Zhou talked to Vera about whether she really thought it was a good choice to include Hardy and Tai Yue's names in the article. The girl believed that it didn't matter who contributed what, and the professor respected her choice. He also added that if she wanted to write a doctoral thesis with him, she should apply for graduation as soon as possible. On the morning of the 28th, Lu met Yushan at the Philadelphia airport. Although the girl had to wait until he finished talking on the phone. The dialogue was with a person from a research institute regarding the fact that employees were asking whether they would issue a bonus at the end of the year. Joe asked me to convey that there would definitely be a bonus at the end of the year and that everything would be fine with them. And they ended the conversation there. Burning with curiosity, the girl came closer. She wanted to know what he was talking about, but the answer did not please her, and she angrily dragged him towards a place where they could eat. Upon arriving in China, Senpai immediately went to her father, saying goodbye to her friend and agreeing to meet later. Lu Zhou was shocked. Papa Yushan looked very serious, not at all like his father, who always laughs and is almost never serious. Unlike his senpai, the Kuhai was met at the airport not by his relatives but by academician Xiang. The man was in good health and felt great. The news that the young mathematician had received the Golfman medal made the man very happy. It was a real breath of fresh air for Chinese science. The man standing next to him shook Lu Zhou's hand in greeting. But the young man had no idea who he was. The stranger turned out to be Ma Gaoyang, the head of the talent department of the organization department. While they were chatting, a student passing by recognized a famous graduate of their Jinling University, a brilliant mathematician. At first, the friend did not recognize him, but when the girlfriend said his name and that it was he who proved Goldbach's conjecture, the boy screamed and attracted the attention of Yushin's father. The man turned to his daughter, wondering if they knew each other. The girl said that they had previously studied at the same university and that he was now a professor at Princeton. When her father asked her about their relationship, she thoughtfully replied that they were just old classmates, former study buddies. The conversation was not very long. After that, Lu Zhou went to the hotel, and in the evening he was resting, enjoying a conversation on the phone with his parents. Xiao Ai, who was listening to their conversation, was very interested in who parents were, and they explained to her that they were the people who created you. After these words, she became very interested in whether she had parents. The young man did not even know how to answer this because, most likely, the answer was positive. Someone definitely created it, but whether they exist in this universe, he was not even sure. He would be able to meet them in this life. The next minute, he received a video call from a young graduate student from Massachusetts who had been sent to help with his research, and they had completed a number of successful and significant experiments. For some time, the young man's friends had already been waiting for him. They wanted to celebrate Christmas, which they had missed due to a lot of work and a mountain of paperwork. Professor Lu said goodbye first so that the young man could pass out with a clear conscience. And immediately after the conversation, he lay down on the bed, happy that the project was finally completed. The next day, Lu Zhou was going to Xuimu University, where the conference for which he had stayed in Beijing was to be held, and was met in the corridor by Wang Peng. The man was a driver from the organizational department. He was sent here specifically to help. And the help was really needed. The young man needed to get to the university. However, when they arrived, finding the Yao Shintong Mathematics Center was quite difficult. So Lu decided to ask a passing person for directions. Without asking any unnecessary questions, the man showed where to go and where the center's building was located. Within the university, such a question was not strange, and yet the scientist's curiosity did not let him forget about it. The young man asked who his new acquaintance was, to which he was told that they were just taking a walk. The guy himself wrote his doctoral dissertation here on materials research, namely carbon nanomaterials and polymers. But the next question made him wary. The university guest was looking for his scientific supervisor, Sun Hongbiao, who had no connection with the mathematical center. Only then did he introduce himself to Lu Zhou. The guy immediately recognized him. He was clearly his fan and no longer hoped that he would meet his idol in his life. Zhou immediately began trying to recruit a scientist who specializes in exactly the kind of work his institute in Jinling is doing. And he just happens to be short on people. But his unsuccessful attempts were interrupted by Professor Sun. He looked very unhappy. Who would be happy to see how they are trying to take away your student? According to the mathematician, he was simply exchanging thoughts. And besides, it was not for this old man to tell him about shame. Lu Zhou told the young scholar that his offer still stood. But the young man felt very awkward in front of his supervisor and ran away. The certainty that the boy had come here to cause trouble prevented Old Man Sun from believing that he was simply looking for experienced graduate students. There was no point in trying to convince Hong Biao. Lu Zhou simply asked his senior colleague to forget about it and went on to look for Yao Xintong's scent. A few days later, the young man ran to the Beijing Convention Center, afraid that he was very late for an important meeting. His escort reassured the guy, saying that he was not late and everything was fine. Lu Zhou adjusted his suit and they entered the hall together. At this time, at the Jinling Institute of Material Science, Qian and brother Luo were watching the National Awards Conference. Luo didn't pay any attention to the fact that Lu Zhou had returned to Beijing 2 weeks ago, and his presence at the ceremony came as a surprise to him. In Director Xu Jin's office sat his friend Professor Lu, who thought that it would be difficult for his former student to receive the first-level award. The National Science Prize is more focused on physics than mathematics. If Lu Zhou had worked for a couple of decades in China, he would have definitely received the first level. Academician Lu believed that this guy had a long way to go. If he didn't get it this year, he would definitely get it before he turned 30. His words touched his friend. Director Xu did not consider himself old, and certainly did not think that he would not live to see the day when Lu received the bonus. The award ceremony was in full swing, and on stage the host was announcing the next winner, this time from the field of agricultural production. The next prize was awarded to an academician who developed and assembled the technology of induced luminescence. The third laureate was the young scientist Lu Zhou, who was able to prove Goldbach's conjecture and make a gift from China to the whole world. As the three men walked onto the stage, the girls stood up with prizes and awards in their hands, which were to be presented to them. The man handing out the awards was an employee of the ceremony, and he noticed that the young mathematician standing in front of him was very nervous. He encouraged him with kind words, saying that pressure is a good motivator, and he advised him to continue to be happy and achieve success. The academicians sitting in the office discussed the leadership's bold move. No one expected that Lu Zhou would be awarded a first-level prize. Of course, for the young guy, it was very good. Academician Lu himself wanted to exchange his title for this award, but Mu Shu Yulin would not be so lucky. Metaphorically speaking, he was saying that the wind would break a single tree, but Mu Shu had created an entire forest, so he didn't need to worry about some winds. Brother Luo shook his friend's shoulders. He was overjoyed that their friend would receive the National Science Award. The way his comrade shook him made Zhongming angry. He didn't understand why Luo was so agitated. When the scientist finally calmed down, they continued watching the live broadcast, observing all this further and discussing whether Lu would be able to receive the title of academician. Qian was confident that it would not be difficult for Zhou, but Brother Luo thought that it would be very strange if he was not chosen. After this event, Lu Zhou got into the car in the evening. He looked very tired, and his whole face was very red. His condition was very noticeable. He was worried that the professor needed to go to the hospital, but the young man explained that he simply had not drunk in such quantities for a long time. Having calmed down a little, the man returned to the road. He asked where to go, to a hotel or to some other meeting. But there was no answer. Lu Zhou passed out right in the back seat, leaving Wang Peng with no choice but to take him to the hotel. The task in the system was successfully completed. But instead of praising him, the girl began to scold him for passing out drunk in the back seat of an unfamiliar car. But Lu Zhou didn't think that was really a reason to worry, since he was in China, not the US. And it was much safer, to which the system rolled its eyes. The user asked his friend to transfer experience points to math, and then open the panel of all his properties to see where and what his level is. After that, he decided to spin the lottery right now. He wouldn't get anything worthwhile anyway, and he was right. He got garbage. Joe didn't want to spend much time on this and asked to give him the next task. The system didn't miss the opportunity to laugh and gave the task to find a girlfriend. The real task was to give a logical, self-consistent answer to the question of the existence and smoothness of the solution of the Navier-Stokes equations. After which the girl gave him a lottery prize. A few days later, there was a knock on the man's office door. He was reading a newspaper and didn't even close it, allowing entry. It turned out to be Chen Yushan's father, and the man immediately invited him to sit on the sofa next to him to talk. He invited Mr. Chen to find out who the girl was who got off the flight with Professor Liu and what their relationship was like. It was obvious that she was his daughter, and so it was important for him to know that the girl was not taken. As soon as he found out that they were not a couple, the man began to hint that it was time for Yushan to think about marriage. Mr. Chen immediately exploded. He would never allow this man's son to become his princess's husband. But he was wrong. There was no talk about him. They wanted to talk specifically about Lu Zhou. The management considers him an important person, and that's why their department stole the fact that the professor never met with anyone. These words made Chen even more angry. He couldn't believe that they were actually trying to gently hint to him about marrying his daughter off to this guy. It was perceived as a sale, but the man tried to explain to him that it was not so. Lu Zhou was not married and was a very successful person. It was not a sale at all. It was hinted to him that after such words he might be hated, and the man asked for forgiveness and expressed concern that it would be a good idea to connect the genius with a woman from China. His friend understood him perfectly, but reminded him that this would disgust the young people. He said that if Lu wanted to leave the country, he would certainly have done it earlier. A day later, Lu Zhou walked out of the airport and returned to Jinling University and saw a familiar car in front of him. It was Wang Peng, a man who traveled from Beijing to Jinling in one day to help Professor Liu in another city and beyond. The situation was so unexpected and surprising that the young man did not even know what to say. He simply began to worry that the man was very tired. Wang said that he was not tired at all. He was very happy to serve the people. This made Lu Zhou even more confused. This man was too devoted to his work. Once in the car, the mathematician asked to be taken to Jinling University, and the driver became interested in whether he was going to return here. The young genius was immediately enthusiastic and shared that he wanted to gain experience at Princeton so that he could return here and build the best institution in Asia and the world. When they arrived at the right place, Lu Zhou advised his assistant to find a way to kill time and go and rest, since he would be busy for several hours. But Wang Peng seriously insisted that he would stay in the car and wait for him, and the young man could only agree with his choice. A young graduate walked into the office of his favorite Professor Tan with a bag of gifts. The man thought that coming with gifts was too vulgar. He would be glad to see his student without it. But Lu thought otherwise. He couldn't come empty-handed. After looking around the office, the young man asked where Brother Wang was, but it turned out that he had already graduated. The professor silently looked at the man in front of him. Tang Zhuwei did not expect that the young mathematician would exceed his expectations. He was now fit to be his teacher, but Lu Zhou didn't think so. He jumped to his feet, saying that he still used the old man's advice. The man reassured him. There was nothing wrong with admitting your shortcomings. There was nothing more to teach him because the guy had already received a first-level award. And with this red piece of paper, he could do what many people dream of. But he must understand that this is a double-edged sword. In order to achieve more in science, you need to maintain balance in your heart. Clearly understand what you yourself are capable of and what you are not. That was the end of the serious topics. Zhuwei asked how Luo Wenxuan was doing, and learned that in about 2 years he would be awarded a doctorate. After a long and pleasant conversation with his former professor, Lu Zhou went in search of his former supervisor, but academician Lu was not in his office. His student was studying there, and told the guest that the professor had gone to a meeting in Daebei for a couple of days. There was nothing to do, and Zhou asked this guy to pass on a gift and the words that his student came to see him, and in order for him to accept it all, he asked to convey that it was from Lu Zhou. These words made the student glow with happiness. He considered this man his god. He did not stop calling him that and asked him to wait. The professor asked him to give him a letter. Lu Zhou asked again to simply call him by his name, but the young man seemed not to hear him and continued to call him by his nickname. After a long search in his teacher's desk, he finally found what he needed. He handed over some kind of notebook along with the letter. He asked his god to sign his notebook so that he could keep this autograph for the rest of his life. And while Lu was signing the notebook of a young man named Song Wenwen, he asked his idol how he felt when he received the award. Zhou calmly replied that he was nervous. The guy didn't expect that would be all he heard. It was very awkward. After this meeting, the young genius left the university and was seen in the campus courtyard by Menzi. The girl immediately called out to him. Of course, the young man stopped and went over to talk to his former student. She was carrying materials from the Carbon Nanomaterials Research Institute. Her older lab sister asked her to take them back. It was a great opportunity for Lu Zhou to visit the institute, and he went along with the younger one. Very soon they entered the Jinling Institute of Materials Science, where these documents needed to be taken. The girl hugged the teacher's hand, asking if he wanted to tell her anything. But all he told her was that she had grown up. Offended, Mengqi took the materials from Zhou's hands and sent him to go on with his business. The young man, as usual, did not understand at all what exactly happened and what the girl was offended by. He decided to forget about it and find Yang Shu. Already in the office, they discussed a successful experiment that had been conducted recently, and Professor Yang handed over the experimental data. The research team called it the Magic Corner, a name that was very descriptive. That's because the result is as stunning as the name suggests, especially when compared to metallic superconductors. In other words, it means a lot of experiments. Lu Zhou asked about the group's future goals. Yang Shu said their next goal was to achieve superconductivity at 77 Kelvin. But Lu thought it would be better to set the bar at 100. Regardless of temperature, if this superconducting material can be realized, the technology will have limited prospects. Moreover, Professor Herrero was a man indifferent to fame and fortune, and his previous work showed that he was happy to teach those who had potential. What Yan Shu meant was that the professor believed that this technology should be available equally to everyone. While Lu Zhou thought that they weren't offering enough, he believes that if he provides $10 million in research funding, Herrero will reconsider the matter. If he didn't agree, then he would have to offer $20 million. Whether it was worth it or not, Lu Zhou needed these technologies and patents. Remembering about the money, the mathematician remembered that he had to give out bonuses at the end of the year. He was now going to the finance department to send them to the employees. Yan Shu really wanted to know what his bonus was, but the boss didn't reveal any secrets, only saying that it was a whole 7 digits. It took the man a while to realize what the amount was, but when he did, his glasses nearly flew off his face in shock. The next day, everyone who worked on the project looked at their bonuses and couldn't believe their eyes. Lu Zhou paid each of his employees an exorbitant amount of money. Even the man who was originally a spy was paid 100,000 yuan. Yan Shu received the largest amount. Now there was no longer any point in planning to save for a house and take out a loan, because he received 1,500,000 yuan at once. Meanwhile, the genius mathematician arrived at the train station. He kept trying to send Wang Peng home for the New Year holidays, but the man wanted to follow him. He had to resort to extreme measures. Lu stopped him, saying that if he brought him home, an extremely strange situation would occur. His father really wants Zhou to find someone, and if the two of them come to his house for the New Year holidays, they will be misunderstood. Already in his hometown, the young man tried to open the front door of the house, but before he could do so, Xiao Tong jumped out onto the threshold. She started looking for someone behind her brother's back, but not finding the girl there, she feigned a sigh and pretended to be very upset, for which she received a hit on the head from Zhou. After he entered the apartment, his sister took away his suitcase, which definitely contained gifts, and he went to the kitchen to see his mother. The woman looked very happy. She was glad and excited at the same time, because her son had not warned that he was coming, and her signature fish was not ready yet. After Lu Zhou changed his clothes, he went to the hall and met his father, who had just returned from work and whom he wanted to talk to. He wanted to hang the poem that his former supervisor, academician Lu, wrote for him at the front door. But his father didn't even listen to him and ran straight to hang it. The man looked at this poem and thought how unfortunate it was that Xiao Tong had already passed her exams. The good fortune of this gift would be wasted. After a hearty family dinner, Lu Zhou's father and Xiao Tong gathered in the living room. The girl was very curious about whether her brother would receive the Nobel Prize. Someone gave him a hint that he would indeed receive it, and he supported his sister, saying that she, as an economist, could also receive the prize. The girl took this as a hint that her brother would take her with him. But before that, she would have to study a lot so that her results would be recognized. The next day, the father of the Lu family said that all the neighbors liked the couplet, and they wanted Zhou to write one for them too. This was a real horror for the young man. He had never held a calligraphy brush in his hands before, and it was not the same as writing with a pen. There was nothing to do, and the guy began to practice. Xiao Tong was in the room with him and he turned to her. He asked her if she had ever thought that ink was also a liquid, and one with a high viscosity coefficient. Inspiration came to him. and the mathematician immediately took the book to see whether he was right or not, and began to write down his idea in a notebook. At the same time, the fireworks began to celebrate the new year. Lu Zhou decided that he would first spend time with his family and then take up new research. After the Chinese New Year, Lu Zhou said goodbye to his family and returned to Princeton. On the way, he talked to Chen Yushan. The girl was shocked that he was going to fly without her despite the fact that she did not say that she wanted to be together. Already at the Philadelphia airport, the professor was met by Jericho, who put his teacher in the car to take him and his things to Princeton. At the university, he met several of his acquaintances on his way to Professor Pfefferman's office to announce his return. The old man asked how the young man had spent his vacation, and when he found out that he had rested well enough, he declared that he could start working. Although Professor Lu was ready to begin, instead of discussing work-related issues, the elder started a conversation about how smoking sometimes brings him inspiration. After doing a couple of pulls, the scientist shared his thoughts on the question posed by Joe. He went to the board and began to write out the equation they had worked on last time. Over the past time, he came to an interesting conclusion. He wrote down his idea and then asked his colleague what he thought. He constructed a differential equation similar to NS. It is an abstract bilinear operator B'. Professor Pfefferman felt that they were already very close to the result, and Lu Zhou felt the same way. However, based on the conclusions they have already come to, there is increasing evidence that this may not be as ideal as they thought. In the evening, after this meeting, the young man was running around the park, thinking about the words of his older colleague that the assumption might be wrong. After a long run, the guy literally fell on the grass, exhausted. Molina sat down next to him. The girl put a cold can of drink to his face, which she brought for him. This condition is completely unlike him. 2 months ago, his physical fitness was much better. They were silent for only a short time, until Lu Zhou asked a strange question about whether Lake Carnegie could suddenly explode under normal circumstances, since that was exactly what his mathematics said. When the girl heard the whole story, she quietly laughed. She thought it was abnormal and funny. But Lu was serious and Molina noticed, and she realized that the lake explosion was part of the Navier-Stokes equations. She patted his head to check if he had a fever, a small friendly gesture, though Lu Zhou didn't understand it. And even though the girl had never studied partial differential equations, she could see that her friend was trying to complicate things. If something violated common sense, it was wrong. But Joe couldn't figure out what the problem was and why he couldn't make things simpler. After this run, the young man returned to his home and decided to look for inspiration in the library of articles. Arxiv. He read them until late at night, until he was exhausted. He could not find that very important piece, the tool for the solution, and decided to create it himself. After this, the genius locked himself in his house again and began to work on his own idea, which he called Lu Diversity. At the same time, he received a letter from a mathematical yearbook about an article with a proof of the Hale hypothesis, which was written by his students. Having gathered himself, the young man immediately went to his greenhorns, who were very surprised when their teacher came out of seclusion. Their looks confused the young man very much. He could not understand what was going on until the students, one by one, told him in one phrase that since he had left the house, it meant he had solved the problem. Lu Zhou satisfied their curiosity. He did not solve the whole problem, but he came to some results, and he came to them to tell them about the Collatz hypothesis. The journal responded. Their paper was very well written, and Professor Peter Sarnak praised the authors highly, so it will be published soon. These words surprised the students very much. They did not expect that their work would be reviewed by the person who reviewed their teacher's work on Goldbach's conjecture. The proof of the Hale hypothesis can be considered their diploma, Lu Zhou said with a smile. That his students impressed him very much with the results they achieved. After applauding, the young man said that now, from today on, they became graduates. Hardy, Vera, and Tai Ye talked about their plans for the future. They really wanted to write a doctoral dissertation under the supervision of their professor. Immediately after this, the young man went to Professor Pfefferman with his Lu variety. He said that he came to this after jogging at Lake Carnegie. This impressed the man very much, but he was in no hurry to comment. And then the mathematician asked him directly what he thought about the method. Pfefferman honestly said that he did not know. He was more inclined to the abstract method of proof. The calculation on the board was fine at first glance. Everything seemed the same. But something was wrong. There was a difference in the construction of the bilinear operator. The feeling that something was wrong did not leave him, but he could not understand what exactly. The young man thought deeply until he realized what the problem was. The young man walked closer to the board, telling the professor that he understood everything, and took the marker to write everything down. Using the abstract proof method, you can only calculate one thing, but you can't solve the equation, and the guy just now realized that this was wrong. Their previous idea was imperfect, but that meant only one thing. A smooth solution did exist, and they had a chance to find it. Now, this was not enough. They had to find an exact way to distinguish the original operator B from the constructed bilinear operator B prime. Pfefferman believed that the original research findings needed to be followed up, and since they were both independent, it would be better to conduct them independently. That evening, Lu Zhou continued to make final changes to the original paper, which he decided to submit to the mathematics yearbook. After uploading the article about the new Collatz conjecture, it met with the entire international mathematical community. As expected, it became a worldwide sensation. Zhang Yuping, who was reading the article, couldn't help but admire. Not only is Professor Lu amazing, but his students are also not so simple. The director of the Mathematics Institute, Fu Jia, could not believe that the students had actually found this proof. It was hard to understand why Lu Zhou didn't solve it himself, but his friend explained that ordinary people couldn't understand geniuses, and there was a chance that he simply wasn't interested in solving it. It is quite normal not to be interested in this. Besides, the young man is now busy with one big problem, much bigger and more serious than the Hale hypothesis. Director Fu Jia was very curious about what important thing he was doing, and Professor Zhang said that it was about the existence of a smooth solution to the Navier-Stokes equations. The state would never give a first-level bonus to a 20-year-old boy without good reason. And old man Zhang was confident that he would soon find a solution to the Millennium problem. The man was going to write to the management and recommend Tai Yue to the 1,000 Talents program, and it didn't matter whether he was going to return to China or not. 2 weeks later, Peter Sarnak handed Lu Zhou an invitation from the Mathematical Union to tell as many people as possible about the Collatz conjecture. This is a rare opportunity, and the society has prepared 45 minutes for the talk. But unfortunately, Professor Lu had 1 hour talk and would not be able to prepare for a second one. The presentation was devoted to the Navier-Stokes equations. He was confident that by August he would be able to solve the problem using the method the offices described in his new article. Returning to his students, showing the invitation, he wanted to recommend Vera as a speaker, and her friends agreed with this decision. The girl was not very happy with the decision. She had never spoken at a conference of the Mathematical Union before, but Lu Zhou believed in her because she received the award for the best young speaker at Berkeley. Vera really hoped that the professor would help her, but this time Lu couldn't help. He planned to close himself off from the world and solve the Millennium problem. Time flew by, and before anyone knew it, it was June. Lu Zhou had finally updated his research on the website, and everyone knew that he was going to talk about a new method. It was supposed to be the key to the Navier-Stokes equations. Many scientists spoke out on this matter, among them Tao Terrence. He believed that the young genius would not do something he was not sure of. In the second week, when Lu chose the topic for his report, Pierre-Louis Lyon flew across the Atlantic Ocean to North America. When he met Professor Pfefferman, he asked if they had really solved the Millennium problem. But the man did not know, since 2 months ago they had decided to work separately. Only geniuses could think of 2 different ideas for a solution. He asked to be introduced to Lu Zhou, but it was almost impossible. The thing was that the young man closed himself off from everyone when he was immersed in research, and left the house only when he was satisfied with the result of his work. Although it looked like a closed scholar, it was actually a method that was very common among Chinese students, called seclusion. At this time, Lu Zhou was looking at the calendar at home. There was only a week left until the end of the month. The research had entered the most critical stage. A fine line separated his success from failure. When he opened his eyes again, there was only cold logic in them. Mathematics is the language of God. And at that moment, Lu Zhou truly became a god. On the last day before the deadline for submitting reports, Vera gave a lecture instead of her teacher. It came to an end, and it was time for questions. The students began to ask about Professor Lu's work, but he could only answer these questions in person. All the girl could say was that she believed that he would successfully solve the hypothesis. At this time, in his home, Lu Zhou put his pen on the table and exhaled. The big battle was finally over. The phone rang and Professor Pfefferman's scream could be heard from the receiver. He was cursing at the young man, saying that he was 1 step away from coming to him and knocking down the door. Today was the deadline for submitting papers. According to the rules, the speaker must disclose the content 2 months before the conference and upload the article 1 month before. Of course, the young man did not forget about it, as he could. But he also remembered that it was possible to delay the publication of the article. Pfefferman wanted to advise his friend to change the topic of the article before it was too late. but the guy didn't understand why he should change it. Although he did not find a final solution to the problem, he can now prove that a smooth solution to the Navier-Stokes equations exists. Some time passed since that conversation. Lu Zhou fell asleep right at the table and was woken up by the professor, who seemed to really be trying to knock down the door. Instead of words, the young man simply led the old man along and gave him his work on equations to read. There were also footnotes to an article about Lu's diversity that he had recently published. While Pfefferman read, the guy was drinking coffee and trying to wake up. It was an amazing article, simply incredible. Lu Zhou himself did not even understand what exactly he had done. The professor tried to explain his contribution to him. To introduce the method of differential geometry into equations, he used his method. This work opened up a whole new field in mathematics, and it is he who must give it its name. The young man wasn't going to think about it, at least until he had some rest. But he didn't have a second. The article should have been transferred to electronic form yesterday. Professor Pfefferman promised to send an email asking for an extension. He would have to sort out his dissertation within a week at the latest. Whether it's boats creating rows or currents creating turbulence, mathematicians and physicists believe the Navier-Stokes equations can predict these phenomena. The man shook his younger colleague's hand, congratulating him on witnessing the opening of a new page of history. After this, Pfefferman said goodbye to Lu Zhou, and after he left, the young man called Wei Wen and asked him and Jarek to come to him. After asking his students to transfer the article into electronic form, he went to rest a little. And when he was already able to live, the professor thanked them and told them to go to sleep. Jarek passed out on the table, and Wei Wen couldn't contain his excitement because this was the Navier-Stokes equation. The article's upload was delayed for 3 days, and all the young genius's colleagues had to wait. But less than an hour after it was posted, the site almost crashed from the number of visitors. Tao Terrence wrote about this on his blog. He said that this research idea was so brilliant that it reminded him of an article about the fixed point theorem. Within 2 weeks of its publication, the entire mathematical world was engulfed in discussions that even spilled over into the realm of physics. There was real chaos on the forums. New messages were appearing non-stop. People could not calm down and wait for the conference. There were many who wanted to go to Brazil at their own expense, just to reach out and touch the deity of the world of mathematics. Lu Zhou arrived in the country where the conference was held. He was in full combat readiness and had rested well after his seclusion. His report was due tomorrow. On the morning of July 1, 2018, mathematicians from all over the world gathered in Rio de Janeiro for the International Mathematical Congress. Xu Chengyang, a professor of algebraic geometry, brought his students to the event despite his limited knowledge of differential equations. It was difficult to say whether Professor Lu would be successful, because he took a new approach and created an entirely new field. He was called out by Zhang Wei, an expert in arithmetic and geometry. They were friends and were very happy to see each other. The students recognized him as their idol, and the girl was the happiest of all. She literally idolized Zhang Wei. When the girl called out to him, her god even greeted her, after which he returned to his friend, offering to go together to the main lecture hall. This year, God Wei thought that Schulze and Lu Zhou had the best chances of winning the Fields Medal, but he wasn't sure. His friend called him by his legal nickname, but the man didn't like it and asked not to call him that anymore, because here, every second person was a god. Despite the fact that there was still a whole hour before the start of the report, there were no free seats left in the lecture hall in the morning, and Vera was already sitting in one of them. Viscount de Ling sat down next to her. He saw how the girl was worried about her teacher, but he considered it unnecessary. After all, Lu Zhou was his favorite student. In the seat on the row above, an old friend of the Viscount sat, and he jokingly asked if old Pierre wasn't ashamed to speak like that, since he had only taught him for a couple of months. His friend was surprised to see the knee there, but the question was really stupid. It was hard to imagine that even one self-respecting mathematician would miss this lecture. He believed that he would be the one to point out to the young man the nonsense he would be spouting from the stage. But Deline was sure that his student would disappoint him. The desire to argue was refuted. The report was about to begin. At exactly 9 o'clock, there was a deathly silence. Lu Zhou was already standing on the stage and began his speech, first talking about the emergence of the Navier-Stokes equations. He asked why a car driving down the road doesn't spontaneously fall apart, and why a lake doesn't suddenly evaporate. And the young man was ready to answer these questions. The genius of mathematics seemed to speak in a completely different and new language. Few of those present understood what he was talking about. His speech became faster and faster, his thoughts became clearer and more precise, and finally the long, multi-part answer reached its climax. Viscount de Line was very proud. He looked at his friend and asked what he thought, to which the man answered without embarrassment that it was very good. Meanwhile, Lu finished. Putting all the above conclusions together, the obvious result was visible. The solution to the three-dimensional Navier-Stokes problem exists, and it is smooth, as expected. The hall just exploded with applause. It was simply incredible. People were completely delighted. Jiang Wei was so impressed that he couldn't hold back his words. He thought that it was more than a Fields Medal, or rather, the Fields Medal was honored to be awarded to Lu Zhou. The young genius stood in a low bow for a long time. He listened to the applause and could not come to his senses. The excitement came belatedly. The guy could not believe what had just happened. As soon as he left, reporters pounced on the fragile young man. They would have simply trampled him if security had not arrived. At noon, in the hotel restaurant, Lu Zhou sat with his students, Vera, Hardy, and Tai Yue, celebrating his brilliant report. The boys envied their professor, and in response received advice to work harder in order to take his place in the future. Vera, in love, looked at her teacher with shining eyes. Now he was better and more handsome than ever before. She was very embarrassed and quietly said that Lu was very handsome on stage. Hardy and Tai Yue teased her a little, but Zhou interrupted them and said that he would go to his room to rest. In the hotel room, the young man fell onto the bed, opened his social networks on his phone, and read the comments of his fans with a slight smile on his lips. Over time, the phone moved to the side and the eyes closed. The user slowly entered the world of the system. The task was successfully completed. He received the highest grade and a whole bunch of experience points in mathematics and physics. 400,000 experience points in mathematics made the young man very happy. He smiled and asked the system to open the characteristics panel. Thanks to him distributing all the points into math in the past, the level was now updated, but the next update required more than 1 million experience. Then came the most common practice. The lottery wheel began to spin until it stopped on a special prize. The girl announced with a smile that this special reward was an Easter egg, which surprised Lu Zhou greatly. A second later, a real, huge egg, shimmering in different colors, fell on his head. The young man examined it for a long time, but eventually became furious. It was the most ordinary multicolored egg, and he could not believe that there was really nothing special about it. The reward went into the inventory, regretting that he didn't have a scanner pistol now. The system was unusually nice. She said with a smile that it was time for a new task. The next mission was a reward one, requiring the creation of a mathematical model of the phenomenon of plasma turbulence in a stellarator. On August 1st of that year, Lu Zhou was riding in an elevator with a professor and discussing his country's request for permission to broadcast the conference live on television. Pfefferman remembered this being the first time something like this had happened, and he was worried that his colleague would be very upset. But he was fine. In fact, it was a small lead-in. The man had to say something important to the young man, despite the fact that he did not want to. He was shown the list of Fields Medal winners at the banquet yesterday, and Lu Zhou, like a little child, begged him to tell him who was on it. Professor Pfefferman adjusted his glasses and said with a gloomily look that the name of his younger colleague was not there. This news brought the guy into deep shock. Viscount Deline approached them and said that this scoundrel could not be trusted. No one could know the winners until the announcement. After these words, the old man finally admitted that he was joking. He pushed the younger one, saying that thanks to this he stopped worrying. But the problem was that he was worried because of the joke. The Congress of Mathematicians has finally begun. Professor Mori Chongwen first spoke about the winners of the Gauss Prizes, and now it's time to recognize the winners of the Fields Medal. All friends and acquaintances, all students and family, even all the girls who were in love with Lu Zhou sat in complete tension. They listened as they talked about the achievements of the mathematical genius in various fields and sciences. Finally, after a long, tense silence before the announcement, the young man's name was announced to the entire hall and all of China via live broadcast. It was incredible. All the people in the world in the comments could not believe that the award was actually given to a 24-year-old guy. Even Tao Terrence received it at 31. Some thought that the International Mathematical Union was taking a big risk by giving such an award to such a young man. Many 39-year-old scientists wait for it for years. The host invited Lu Zhou onto the stage. The young man quickly stood up and walked out of his row. He was infinitely grateful to everyone who was here now. While the scientist from China was being congratulated, Vera could not hold back her tears of happiness, and the Viscount smiled softly. It was very touching. The Fields Medal was placed around the young man's neck, and now it was time for a speech. The man asked everyone to treat them with respect. Lu spoke of his gratitude to everyone. and how this was not only a personal tribute, but also an encouragement to all mathematicians. Thanking all his friends and family who supported him all the time on this journey into new adventures of the wonderful world of mathematics, he smiled. Luzhou was sure that all mathematical peaks are not the end, but a new beginning for the whole world.